The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 500, Bait Failed. Domes moved closer to the herb garden, but he didn't dare touch the spiritual plants. These spiritual plants were already of a high level, and if they attacked him together, he might be in a pickle. The dark devils were stunned by the number of precious spiritual plants in this herb garden. They could barely contain their calmness at this absurd scene. Looking at the dumbstruck dark devils, Kodhar and his party were secretly snickering in their hearts. They also wondered what these guys would do after seeing the herb garden. Lord Domes, if we bring these heavenly god-rank spiritual plants back to our territory, Lord Birith would surely reward us handsomely. A dark devil whispered to Domes. The latter's eyes flashed for a moment upon hearing that. We will talk about the spiritual plants later. Let's check this wine store first. Domes was also tempted by the idea of snatching the spiritual plants. However, he didn't want to take any action without observing the situation. This place has many protective array formations and now a garden filled with high-level spiritual plants. Who the hell is the owner of this place? Domes thought to himself. He had a deep frown on his face as he scanned the area. He then moved his gaze to the winged devils and saw them smiling weirdly. Those damn bastards must know something about this place. Damn it! I will punish them later. Kodhar gulped nervously when he sensed Domes' sharp gaze. He knew that they might be fucked up this time. I told you guys to rest first so that I can tell you about the wine store, but you were so eager to come here. Domes retracted his gaze. He then walked along the stone pathway, but then, he stopped in his tracks. In front of them were two individuals looking at them. It was an old man with the aura of a savage beast and a young human who was seated on a chair. Domes didn't discover them right away because he was too occupied by the herb garden. He looked at the two deeply. That old savage beast is not that strong, but that young human. This is strange. Why can't I sense his cultivation? How could this be? Domes felt uncertain for the first time in his life. Zhu Shen stood up and walked towards Domes. He had a light smile on his face as he walked with his hands behind his back. The old man, Atlas, followed behind him like a loyal servant. One dark devil stepped forward and blocked Zhu Shen's path as he shouted in anger. Stop right there! However, Zhu Shen merely sidestepped and ignored him as he continued walking toward Domes. The dark devil was infuriated after being ignored. He turned around and tried to grab Zhu Shen, but a cane prevented his hand from grabbing Zhu Shen. He then heard a calm and aged voice speaking behind him. I won't allow you to harm the master in my presence. The dark devil was furious at the old man's interference. He released his aura and was about to attack the old man. Stop! The dark devil immediately recalled his aura when he heard Domes' command. You're lucky, old bastard! He whispered through gritted teeth. Atlas remained silent and acted as if he didn't hear anything. Meanwhile, Domes scanned Zhu Shen from head to foot. He heard the old savage beast call this young human his master. To have a heavenly god realm expert as a servant, this guy wasn't simple. I can't sense any true essence or enma from his body, his spiritual power is also non-existent. It feels like I'm looking at an ordinary human. However, the mysterious aura he has can't be concealed. Who is this guy? Domes tried to recall all the notable experts he had met in his life, but there wasn't anyone that matched this human's appearance. What do you think about my garden? It's beautiful, isn't it? Zhu Shen smiled as he looked at Domes. His garden? Is this the owner of the wine store? Domes was a bit surprised, but he still managed to put on a smile as he answered. Oh, so you must be the owner of this place. Your garden is indeed beautiful. Is that so? You can take a few spiritual plants with you if you want. Zhu Shen's smile widened. His gaze turned increasingly mysterious as he stared at the demon in front of him. Domes furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this. Is this guy testing me? Haha. I wouldn't dare covet someone else's treasure. I apologize, but I must decline your offer." The dark devils and winged devils were surprised by Domes's answer. The dark devil famed for his cruelty and ferocity has actually declined a free meal? At this moment, they suddenly realized that the young human in front of them was no ordinary person. Kodhar frowned when he saw this scene. He thought that with Domes leading them, nothing would go wrong. Who would have thought that the owner of the wine store could make this ferocious demon act reservedly? "Oh? So you guys must have come here for my wines. You can order them inside the dragon building," Zhu Shen said as he pointed at the dragon building. Domes glanced deeply at Zhu Shen and nodded his head. He then walked towards the dragon building. When the demons have gone inside the building, Zhu Shen sighed in disappointment. Too bad he didn't take the bait. We would have watched a nice show if that happened. Hearing this, Atlas could only chuckle as a response. With a dispirited look on his face, Zhu Shen sat on his chair and continued bathing in the sun. "Atlas, let's enjoy the warm sun for a little longer. It might be long before we could do this again once we start cultivating," he muttered as he slowly rested his eyes. The old man nodded his head lightly and responded, "Yes, Master." Chapter 501, Sword God Jian Wang? Who is he? Domes muttered to himself as he entered the dragon building. The place was extremely luxurious, but Domes wasn't as surprised this time. He had already expected something like this, especially after he saw the medicinal garden outside. From the ceiling down to the floor, everything was made from precious materials. He could tell it with just one look. These materials, they aren't of heavenly god rank, he whispered after he recognized the worth of everything inside the dragon building. He was already a late-stage heavenly god realm expert, but he could not even discern that human's cultivation. Domes turned his gaze towards Kodhar and frowned. "Do you know anything about that human?" This time, Domes regretted taking things too lightly. He should have investigated everything carefully before he came here, but it's too late for that now. Kodhar's expression turned heavy as he replied. "You mean the owner of this store? His name is Zhu Shen. I don't have a lot of information about him, but this guy, he is an expert in swordsmanship. And his wines? I don't care about his wines." "Wait. Did you say Zhu Shen?" Domes' expression turned grave all of a sudden. "Zhu Shen? No, it's not him. That guy's been dead for millions of years. According to Lord Birith, Zhu Shen was trapped and tortured by Celestial Emperor Lao Go inside the God Sealing Tower, so it should be impossible for him to be that person. He possesses a wine store made from Celestial God rank items. He is an expert in the sword. There is only one man who fits this description other than the late Zhu Shen. Sword God Jian Wang. Is he Jian Wang? The man recognized as the strongest in all realms. There was a trace of fear in Domes' eyes when he reached this conclusion. "Lord Birith, it looks like we stepped on dog shit this time." It took him 5 seconds to recover from his fear. He then glanced at his subordinates and said with a grim look, "Let's go back to the base. I have something urgent to report to Lord Birith." "But what about the mission?" someone asked with a confused look on his face. "Mission? What I'm about to report is more important than the mission. Let's go." Domes glared at the man. Kodhar frowned when he heard Domes' words. He grabbed Domes' shoulder and asked, "Lord Domes, what about Elder Haji's death? Are you not going to do anything about it?" Domes' face became frosty as he turned his gaze towards Kodhar. "Since the winged devil race is our subordinate race, I have one piece of advice to you guys. Stop your investigations before it's too late." After saying those words, Domes went out of the dragon building with his subordinates following behind him. Meanwhile, Kodhar and his party could only stare at them in confusion. Why did Lord Domes suddenly leave without even investigating? Did he discover something about the owner? Then does that mean Elder Haji's death would be for nothing? Kodhar gritted his teeth in anger. "Elder Kodhar, what should we do now?" Kodhar sighed weakly and responded. Let's go back to the territory and report this to the leader. From Domes' actions earlier, he could tell that something was wrong with the owner of the wine store. He had to inform their leader about this. Outside the store, Zhu Shen, who was reclining lazily on his chair, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Domes and the other dark devils leaving the dragon building in a hurry. They're leaving already? It wasn't even a minute since they entered. What do you think, Atlas? The old man standing behind Zhu Shen also saw the dark devils going out of the wine store. Perhaps they discovered something. He said in a whispering voice. Discovered something? Zhu Shen smiled upon hearing that. He then stood up and kept his chair inside his space earring and said. Atlas, stay here for a week and report to me immediately if they come back. Yes, Master. The old man replied with a slight bow of his head. A day later, in the territory of the Dark Devil. What did you say? You think the owner of that wine store is sword god Jian Wang? Biratha's eyes widened as he stared at Domes with incredulity. Who is Jian Wang? He is one of the 3 celestial emperors and the one recognized as the strongest man alive. The servants and guards who were inside the room overheard Biratha's outburst and they could not help but feel stunned. Birath glared at them and bellowed. All of you, get out! Everyone immediately left the room when they heard Biratha's roar. This time, only Domes and Birath remained inside the room. Domes was silent for a moment before he answered. I'm not sure as well. According to the winged devils, the man calls himself Zhu Shen, but there is no way that guy is still alive. You told me that he was killed by Celestial Emperor Lao Go millions of years ago. Isn't Celestial Emperor Jian Wang known for being mysterious and unpredictable? Although I'm not 100% certain about my guess, it is still plausible. Birath nodded his head gravely upon hearing Domes' deduction. If you're right. Does that mean the wine store is owned by Celestial Emperor Jian Wang himself? If that's the case, what is his connection with the God Sword region? Domes frowned and shook his head. We didn't encounter Yin Long or anyone else from the God Sword region when we went there. Lord Birath, I think we should not meddle too much in this anymore. If that guy is Celestial Emperor Jian Wang, we would be in trouble if we cross blades with them. Birath slammed the table in front of him. Bang! Damn it! Who knew that those winged devils would stumble upon this discovery? Luckily you noticed it right away. What should we do about the winged devils? If they do something, we would also be implicated. Domes stared grimly at Birath. Get rid of them. Chapter 502, Destruction. Get rid of them. Domes' face hardened upon hearing this. The winged devil race was a useful subordinate race with thousands of elites in their midst. However, with the death of Elder Haji, there was only one heavenly god rank expert left to oversee them. They might do something to the wine store that would implicate the dark devil race. At this moment, they had no choice but to destroy the winged devil race to prevent this from happening. Yes, Lord Birath. Domes answered coldly. He then left the room to gather their troops. The winged devil race might be weaker than them, but they would still pay a significant price just to wipe them out. I need 5 heavenly god realm experts and 5,000 elite soldiers gathered here immediately. Domes instructed a messenger with a stern look on his face. They must act quickly before the winged devils could do anything. Not long later, 5,000 elite soldiers stood before Domes. All of them were wearing their battle armors, their faces grave and solemn. Lord Domes, 5 heavenly god realm experts, and 5,000 elite soldiers are ready for your command. The messenger reported with a bow of his head. He wondered what Domes was planning to do with this number of fighters. With their strength, it was enough to destroy an entire race. Domes nodded his head in satisfaction. He stood in front of the army with his hands behind his back. With a loud voice, he said. The winged devil race has betrayed us despite our benevolence. We can't allow treason among our subordinate races or we would become a laughingstock in the entire primordial god realm. There is only one ending for them. Death. Kill. Kill. Loud roars filled with anger resonated throughout the area. Move out! Domes commanded the army. He then led the Dark Devil army towards the territory of the Winged Devil race. With the strength of their army, it would only take them a short time to reach their destination. Meanwhile, Kodhar arrived in their territory and was now discussing with their leader. Leader, that's what happened in the wine store. Kodhar told their leader about what happened when they visited the wine store with Lord Domes. Hearing this, their leader, Ventus, furrowed his eyebrows and entered into deep thinking. The old demon moved his gaze towards Kodhar and asked, "Why do you think Lord Domes acted that way?" Kodhar frowned and replied, "I think we have underestimated the owner of the wine store. At first, I thought that he was just a mid-stage heavenly god realm expert with a ton of wealth. However, Lord Domes reacted weirdly after he met this person. He only went inside the dragon building for less than a minute and left urgently. From what we know, Lord Domes is a late-stage heavenly god realm expert, a force that could dominate almost anyone in the primordial god realm, so it's quite surprising to see him act dismissively in front of the owner. If my guess is right, that human might be as strong as Lord Birith, or he might even be." Ventus frowned as he looked at Kodhar with an incredulous look. "As strong as Lord Birith? Do you mean that owner could be peak stage heavenly god realm expert? How come I've never heard of anyone with the name Zhu Shen before? Wait. There was one such person, but he's been dead for millions of years. I also thought about it, but it's impossible for that human to be Zhu Shen since he was already killed by Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Someone who is proficient in sword arts and is a peak stage heavenly god realm at the very least. I could not think of such a person, but what if this human is that person?" Kodhar muttered with a grave look. Ventus' face fell when he heard Kodhar's analysis. There was only one person that he could think of after hearing that. Sword god Jian Wang. Impossible. There's no way that person would. No way. Leader, this is the only conclusion I could think of after seeing Lord Domes' reaction. However, what's making me feel nervous is that they might silence us to prevent this news from leaking to the public. Everyone knows that Sword God Jian Wang doesn't want to involve himself in a public dispute. However, we have unintentionally poked him by attacking Yin Long and the others from the God Sword region who may be connected to him. Leader, we have to leave immediately." Kodhar's voice was filled with urgency. Bang! The ground suddenly shook, making Kodhar and Ventus rise to their feet. "It's them. To think that they're already here." Ventus muttered weakly. His face aged considerably after saying those words. "Leader, the Dark Devils are attacking us. The one leading them seems to be Lord Domes." A terrified voice echoed outside the room. Ventus plopped back to his chair when he heard that. On the other hand, Kodhar gritted his teeth and stared at the leader who had already lost hope. "Elder Haji, it looks like we would be reunited soon," he thought in his heart. "Leader, wake up. The Dark Devil race is turning their blades against us. Since our death is already sealed, we must die in glory," Kodhar said in a resolute voice before he stepped out of the room. Ventus was stunned for a brief moment before he regained his senses. He kneeled and cried out in remorse. "Ancestors! I have failed my duty as the leader. Please forgive me." Above the clouds, overlooking the territory of the Winged Devils, Domes' figure can be seen. His eyes looked cold and ruthless as he watched the slaughter down below. With 5 heavenly god rank experts leading the Dark Devils, the Winged Devil race was bound to be destroyed. What a pity! These fellows could have been great cannon fodders, but letting them live would be troublesome. Domes' words were filled with sympathy, but his expression didn't reveal an ounce of pity as mountains of corpses littered the ground. Chapter 503, Ancient Sword Division. Soon, news about the destruction of the Winged Devil race spread throughout the primordial god realm. Their extinction came as a surprise to many since the winged devil race was a powerful force with 2 heavenly god realm experts at their helm. However, such a powerful race was actually killed overnight. No one knew who was responsible for the massacre, and even the dark devil race who controlled the winged devils remained silent about the rumors. In the territory of the dark devil race, a bloodied Domes stood in front of Birith. The blood that covered his armor and skin wasn't his but the blood of the countless winged devils he had slain. Lord Birith, I've accomplished the task. Domes cupped his fists as he bowed lightly. His voice was cold and unfeeling, not even a hint of remorse was present on his face. Birith glanced at the bloody Domes with a calm look and nodded his head. Good work. Make sure that the soldiers will remain tight-lipped about this matter. We can't afford to offend that wine store for now. We should also cease our investigations about them and continue our expansion in other areas. Domes nodded his head in understanding. With the winged devils gone, there shouldn't be a problem for them. However, he still felt perturbed every time he recalled what he had seen in the dragon building. Yes, Lord Birith. I'll make sure that everyone who joined the expedition will keep quiet about this matter. All right. You may leave now. Birith waved his hand and leaned on his chair. Domes cupped his fist and left the room. Is it truly Jian Wang? Birith, who was alone in the room, muttered to himself with an uncertain tone. The merging of the God Sword region and the Heavenly Sword Tower was successful. Although the disciples of the 2 sects were still unfamiliar with each other, the 2 sides were in an amicable relationship. It wouldn't take long for them to familiarize themselves with each other as long as there would be no disputes between them. How is the situation of the disciples? Ren Zhuang asked Yin Long. Yin Long smiled wryly and shook his head. There is still some dissatisfaction among them. The disparity in strength between them created a rift that made the God Sword region's disciples feel superior. If not for the top disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower pacifying the matter, it would have blown out into a major conflict. Ren Zhuang furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this troublesome matter. He had already expected this kind of situation to happen, but he was confident that the 2 sides would soon be friendly to each other. Make sure that the elders would remain partial regarding the disputes between disciples. It would be more chaotic if the elders would also fight amongst themselves. Yin Long nodded his head seriously. Is there anything else? Ren Zhuang asked when he saw that Yin Long was still there. Yin Long cleared his throat and glanced at Ren Zhuang as he slowly said. I discussed things with Ka Weiyan and Gu San earlier. We came up with a solution that might lessen the dissatisfaction among our disciples. Ren Zhuang looked a bit interested when he heard this. Say it. He urged Yin Long to continue speaking. The 3 of us thought that it might be a good idea if a new division would be created. If the new division is established under the leadership of either the 3 of us old fellows, the old members of the God Sword region would feel more at home. What do you think? Yin Long stared at Ren Zhuang nervously. Although the latter was weaker than him in terms of cultivation, the man was the reincarnation of their sect master. Ren Zhuang was silent for a moment. He pondered deeply after hearing the suggestion. It wasn't a bad idea in his opinion, and it might lessen the tension between the 2 sides. All right. I'll inform Miss Thaya about this matter. It shouldn't be a problem since Miss Thaya is quite flexible about sect matters. After she approves this, make sure to give me a detailed report about the division that you 3 old men are planning to create. Yin Long was overjoyed upon hearing this. He adjusted his sitting position and said in excitement. Actually, we have already thought about the name and the purpose of the division. We decided to call it the Ancient Sword Division. Its task is to handle new disciples, and this division will also be responsible for the sect's missions. The Ancient Sword Division will be divided into 2 courts, the outer court and the inner court. The outer court would be the first destination of new disciples, and the inner court is for the more talented ones. The disciples of Yin Long eagerly discussed the plan that he had come up with Gu San and Ka Weiyan. He didn't even realize that he had already spoken for more than an hour. He only stopped talking when he saw the annoyed look of Ren Zhuang. Do I still have to give a report for this new division? Yin Long scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He was too excited earlier that he had almost forgotten about Ren Chuang's identity. Ren Chuang smiled helplessly. You three old fellows are truly something. You even came up with this idea in just a few days. With your presence, the Heavenly Sword Tower would soon become an unstoppable force. Yin Long was slightly proud upon hearing the praise. All right, go back and make the preparations for the establishment of the new division. I'll handle the discussion with Miss Thaya. Ren Chuang dismissed Yin Long, who left the room with a satisfied smile. After Yin Long left, Ren Chuang also left the room to search for Thaya. He had to discuss this matter with her immediately. The disagreements between the disciples was also a major concern to him, so he wanted to solve it right away to prevent future troubles. Chapter 504, Jian Wang. Ancient Sword Division. Thaya raised her eyebrows as she stared at Ren Chuang with a questioning look. Looking at her face filled with doubt, Ren Chuang slowly explained to her what Yin Long had told him about the Ancient Sword Division. After hearing the details, Thaya put on a thoughtful and she eventually nodded her head in praise. That's a great idea. All right, I'll let you handle this matter. However, I still don't trust them fully, so you have to make sure that those people won't do anything that would endanger the safety of the sword tower. She warned him in a cold tone. Ren Chuang nodded his head seriously. He could understand Thaya's misgivings, so he didn't mind it. He was confident that Yin Long and the others would soon gain her trust. Thank you, Miss Thaya. He muttered gratefully. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I still have to call the next batch of disciples that would enter the cultivation hall. Thaya stood up and pointed the door to Ren Chuang. Ren Chuang bowed his head and left the room right away. He couldn't wait to tell this good news to Yin Long and the others. After Ren Chuang left, Thaya soon left the room and went to find the disciples who would soon enter the cultivation hall. The area of the cultivation hall was large enough to accommodate all the disciples of the Sword Tower, but it would be a bad idea to let all the disciples cultivate at once, so Zhu Shen instructed them to let the disciples come in batches. Thaya arrived in front of a group of young disciples. All of them had looks of excitement as they stared at Thaya. They knew that it was finally their turn to get inside the rumored cultivation hall in the Dragon Building. According to their friends who had already gotten inside, cultivating inside the cultivation hall was very beneficial in increasing their power. Thinking about this, the young disciples couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at their shining gazes, Thaya laughed in her heart. All of you, follow me to the Dragon Building. A month later. In a faraway location, within a lush forest, a small wooden hut can be seen. It was surrounded by tall evergreens and dense shrubberies. Despite being in the middle of a huge forest, the area around the hut seemed to be devoid of savage beasts. This was quite strange since this location was the most ideal place for savage beasts to live. Suddenly, the wooden door of the hut slowly opened and the figure of a middle-aged man wearing ragged clothes can be seen. Strapped on the man's back was a golden sword that was sheathed in a special black sword case. The middle-aged man's face was calm and indifferent. He glanced at the sky with a gaze filled with longing and desolation. It was unknown what this man was thinking for him to reveal such expressions. Flap! Flap! The flapping sounds of a huge flying creature suddenly echoed in the forest. The middle-aged man turned his gaze and saw a gigantic vermilion bird with a brilliant scarlet flame that covered all of its majestic body. Seeing this creature, the middle-aged man's cold expression revealed a trace of warmth. Screech! The burning bird issued a loud cry that resounded throughout the forest. It lowered its huge head and stared at the old man as if it was expressing its greeting. Suddenly, the huge burning bird transformed into a middle-aged man with curly fiery red hair. His scarlet eyes flashed like eternally burning torches. The huge red bird that turned into a curly red-haired man landed in front of the cold-looking middle-aged man. Brother Jian, I heard a piece of interesting news during my travels in the outer fringes of the desert region. I think you might be interested if you hear it. The red-haired man said with a smile while looking at the man in front of him with a teasing look. Brother Jian shoved the red-haired man to the side and walked away without looking back. No matter what you say, this old man doesn't care, and if you have nothing important to say, then just play at the sidelines. I still have to train my sword techniques. He muttered in exasperation. The red-haired man chuckled upon hearing that, but he wasn't willing to give up just yet. He grabbed Brother Jian's shoulder and said, "In a remote city called Hard Rock City, I heard about a wine store that sells exquisite wines. According to the people I've asked, the wines sold in that store have special effects. It can even enhance one's understanding of swordplay. However, I don't think it can help you increase your understanding of swordsmanship. After all, you're already a celestial, and increasing your strength more is akin to a mortal trying to climb a steep mountain." Hearing this, Brother Jian seemed a bit interested. First, he loves wine, and his one pursuit in life was to reach the pinnacle of the sword. However, his understanding of swordsmanship has stagnated no matter how hard he trained. When he saw that he had successfully gotten Brother Jian's attention, the red-haired man smiled widely and continued. "However, the most intriguing part of what I've heard was about the owner of this wine store. According to the man I spoke to, there are rumors that the wine store is owned by Celestial Emperor Jianwang himself. Isn't this funny? Someone is actually using your name to boost up the reputation of their wine store. Ha ha ha. This guy has the guts of a dragon." Brother Jian's eyes turned cold, and the red-haired man could not help but feel a bit apprehensive when he saw the icy gaze aimed at him. He abruptly raised his arms innocently and nervously said, "I'm just telling you about what I've heard outside. You damned bastard! For millions of years, you've been using all sorts of excuses just to make me come out of this forest. Your excuse this time is the most preposterous of all." Brother Jian glared at the red-haired man. Chapter 505, That is a Phoenix. This cold-looking middle-aged man who was called Brother Jian was the renowned sword god Jianwang. The man is regarded as the strongest being in the primordial god realm. This time, Jianwang glared at the red-haired man in exasperation. This guy has been pestering him to go out of the forest for millions of years. Back then, this bastard even dared to burn the entire forest just to force him to come out. In his rage, Jianwang punished him by beating him up until he was half dead. "Come on, Brother Jian. I know that you are also tempted by those miraculous wines. Who knew? Maybe one of those wines might even help you increase your attainments in swordsmanship." The red-haired man shrugged his shoulders with an enticing smile hanging on his face. He knew that Jianwang would be tempted by this. After all, the man was a sword maniac, and he would do anything just to further enhance his sword skills. For the first time in millions of years, the clear eyes of Jianwang revealed a hint of hesitation. He wondered if there was indeed such a heavenly wine that could help him increase his sword attainments. "Furian, where is this wine store located again?" Jianwang stared at the red-haired man named Furian. Furian's smile deepened upon hearing this. He had finally managed to convince this guy to come out of this damnable forest. With an unconcealed smile, Furian replied, "It's in Hard Rock City." With a face full of confusion, Jianwang glanced questioningly at Furian. He racked his brain and tried to recall a city called Hard Rock City in the desert region. However, no matter how hard he tried, no such name came into his mind. That means this city might be a new one. Looking at his confused expression, Furian chuckled lightly. It would be a surprise if this guy knew about it. Hard Rock City wasn't around when Jianwang last roamed the lands of the primordial god realm. "Just follow me and I'll bring you there," Furian said with a smile. He then tapped his foot and transformed into his phoenix form as he ascended into the skies. Furian was a divine beast with a pure phoenix bloodline. He was one of the remaining few pure-blooded phoenix in the primordial god realm. Although his strength wasn't at the level of celestials, he was only a step away from it. Screech! With a sharp bird cry, Furion stared at Jian Wang with his pair of scarlet eyes. The latter stood unmoving as if he was contemplating something. Jian Wang sighed and looked at the small wooden hut and the tall evergreens that surrounded his humble abode. "It's time for me to leave," he muttered to himself with a complicated look on his face. He had been here for many years and he felt slightly reluctant to depart. However, there was a chance laid in front of him that might help him advance his swordsmanship. After one last look at his home, Jian Wang soared through the skies and jumped at the broad back of Furion. He then sat cross-legged and shut his eyes tight as he said, "Let's go." Screech! Furion emitted a sharp cry and nodded his huge bird head. He then flapped his gigantic scarlet wings and flashed through the clouds. The sudden appearance of the gigantic phoenix scared the lower-leveled savage beasts living in the forest. Even some intelligent creatures were shocked when they saw the behemoth flying past the horizon. "Don't worry, my friend. I've investigated the wine store for a couple of days and I found out that they indeed have a wine that can enhance one's sword intent. I haven't tried it myself yet since I was in a hurry to share this news with you, but I have asked my friends about this matter and they all said that the said wine store is selling this wine." Furion suddenly said. Jian Wang slowly opened his eyes. His heart was filled with anticipation upon hearing those words. His sword comprehension has been stuck for millions of years with no signs of breaking through. Now, a chance was right before his eyes. How could he not be excited? "If by any chance you are lying to me, I'll pluck half of your feathers and make 100 swords out of them." Jian Wang muttered coldly under his breath. This brat has played a prank on him for who knew how many times already, so he was yet to fully believe his tale. Furion laughed in his heart when he heard Jian Wang's words. "I was also skeptical about it at first, but I know that those friends of mine would never joke casually. Even if it's not real, so what if you pluck half of my feathers? I can just grow them back after several thousands of years. Haha. My friend, we're almost there. Just sit tight and we'll know soon." Furion muttered with a light smile. In his field of vision, a boundless desert can be seen. It stretched far and wide and even with his enhanced vision, Furion could not see the end of it. There were a few cities scattered about in this dry land, but the cities here couldn't be compared to the ones at the heart of the primordial god realm. Meanwhile, the city guards guarding the gates of Hard Rock City were alarmed when they saw a huge figure coming toward them. What the hell is that? What overpowering pressure! This savage beast is no ordinary creature. It must be a heavenly god realm at the very least. What do we do? The city guards were panicking and they didn't know how they would face such a terrifying creature. This savage beast was capable of squashing the entire city with a mere flap of its wings. "That is a phoenix!" an old guard exclaimed when he got a clearer look at the incoming creature. Chapter 506, Nervous Furion. Looking at the scared city guards, Furion snickered secretly in his heart. "That's enough. Stop scaring them already. They might attack you out of fear." Jian Wang shook his head when he saw the playful smile of the phoenix. This guy was already very old, but his heart was like that of a little kid. Furion chuckled lightly as he slowly descended in front of the city gates. He then transformed into his human form and smiled amicably at everyone who was looking at him warily. Jian Wang handed the entrance fee to the stunned city guards before he walked inside the city. Seeing this, Furion immediately followed behind him with a wide smile on his face. "I'll lead you to the wine store. Follow me," Furion said as he looked at Jian Wang with a smug look. "Even without you leading the way, I already know where the wine store is located." Jian Wang pushed him aside with a calm look. While they were still outside Hard Rock City, he had already scanned the entire area and he found out that there was actually a place where his spiritual sight could not penetrate. He guessed that this might be the location of the wine store that Furion was talking about. "It looks like this wine store has a complicated origin. Even my spiritual sight could see through what's beyond those golden fences," he muttered to himself in surprise. He saw the golden fences that surrounded a dragon building. However, the place seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Even with his deep cultivation and powerful eyesight, he still failed to see through what was hidden within those golden fences. When he first heard about the so-called miraculous wine from Furion, he was doubtful about it, but when he saw the elusive dragon building, he felt that there might be some truth behind those rumors. Without saying a word, Jian Wang continued walking towards the location of the dragon building. He walked as if he was very familiar with this city, but it was actually his first time coming to this place. Behind him was Furion, who was looking around the city with a curious look on his face. This city is truly lacking in terms of wealth. Looking at the stone pathway made from cheap materials, I can say that whoever created this city must be a miser. He muttered in disdain. Jian Wang ignored his mumbling and continued walking on a straight path. It didn't take long for them to reach the dragon building. They could already see a huge number of people outside the golden fences. From the looks of it, this wine store was truly famous in the area. Guarding the golden gates were two guards dressed in dark battle armor. Their faces were solemn as they stared at the passing crowd. Because of their rigid faces, those that didn't have money didn't dare step foot beyond the golden gates for fear of provoking the two. The both of them are at the supreme god realm. From the aura they exude, their power is equivalent to those at the peak stage of the supreme god realm. Not bad. Furion nodded his head in praise as he scanned the two guards. Beside him, Jian Wang agreed silently. Both the guards were strong, but they were merely the gate guards of this dragon building. Let's go. Jian Wang muttered with a look of anticipation on his face. His expectations towards the dragon building increased after what he had seen so far. The two guards glanced at them briefly, but they didn't stop Jian Wang and Furion from going inside. Although the two men didn't intentionally release their aura, both the guards could feel a suppressive pressure coming from them. I thought that they would inspect us more thoroughly. I didn't think that they would actually let us go inside right away. Furion muttered. Jian Wang didn't even bother to reply to his remarks. He moved through the pathway and observed the surroundings through his spiritual vision. He sensed that everything in this place were valuable items. From the golden fences, the golden gates, the stone pathway, and even the medicinal garden outside the dragon building. A rare trace of curiosity can be seen on Jian Wang's face. He wondered who the owner of this wine store was. He could already tell the absurd wealth of the owner just based on what he had seen. These are celestial god rank items. Although those spiritual plants were merely at supreme god rank and heavenly god rank, they are still precious. Jian Wang muttered to himself as he hid the shock in his heart. He also had a couple of celestial rank items in his possession, but he would never use them as mere designs for his home. The owner of this place is truly extravagant. Furion sighed in amazement. He could also tell the shocking value of those items. Furion could not help but feel slightly envious in his heart. Even his eons of savings could barely compare to what he had witnessed thus far. He even had the urge to steal a few stone pebbles from the pathway to save as a souvenir, but his last shred of pride held him back. Looking at Furion's twitching face, Jian Wang let out a smile as he said, "Don't even think about it. You might not have noticed it, but this entire area is protected by countless protective array formations. If you attempt to steal even a blade of grass, those array formations would immediately activate and attack you." After hearing his words, Furion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He failed to notice the array formations since he was too shocked by the precious items of this place. Now that he had taken a closer look, he indeed saw that there were indeed a bunch of array formations inscribed all over this wine store. Luckily, Jian Wang was kind enough to remind him about this. "Brother Jian, I think the owner of this wine store is also celestial. What do you think?" Furion mumbled nervously. Chapter 507, Celestial Rank Item Reduced to Mere Flooring. Jian Wang stopped in his tracks when he heard Furion's words. Up until now, there were only 3 celestial god rank experts known to all. With himself included, the other 2 were Celestial Emperor Lao Go, who was the sect master of the Celestial Paragon Tower, and Asmodeus, a very mysterious individual who rarely comes out in public. Jianwang had been in seclusion for millions of years, so he was quite ignorant about the latest news happening in the primordial god realm. His only source of information was the unreliable phoenix in front of him. From what he could remember, there was a man named Zhu Shen who was recognized as the fourth strongest in all realms. The public thought so highly of him and they guessed that he would be the fourth person to reach the celestial god realm. However, he met an untimely death under the hands of celestial emperor Lao Go. And from what Jianwang could remember, Zhu Shen's death was because of a woman. This event made Jianwang feel pity for Zhu Shen. He could have become a top expert and stood on the same level as him, but he died before that happened. Other than Zhu Shen, the only person he could think that was about to reach the celestial god realm was this phoenix, Furion. This guy might be annoying at times, but his strength was the real deal. You think too much. Although I haven't been out for eons, I haven't heard of anyone ascending to the celestial god realm. Jianwang said before he went inside the dragon building. Furion immediately followed behind him and he saw the name plaque posted on the wall of the dragon building. It was written in aggressive calligraphy writing that was covered in a dense sword aura. The Immortal's Wine Store. What a domineering name! He thought to himself as he stepped inside the dragon building. It was in the middle of the day, so there were more than a dozen customers drinking wine. Some sat alone, while most were drinking in groups of 4 or 5. Looking at this lively scene, Jianwang and Furion recalled the time when they last entered a pub. Suddenly, a lovely young lady walked toward them with a professional smile hanging on her face. She glanced at the two and noticed that they were unfamiliar faces. She guessed that they might be new here, so she asked them with a sweet voice. "Hello, guests. Is it your first time coming here?" Her voice wasn't too loud, just enough for the two men to hear her. Jianwang and Furion glanced at her and nodded their heads in unison. After getting their answer, the young lady smiled vibrantly and said, "Welcome to the Immortal's Wine Store. Come. I'll take you to an empty spot." Jianwang and Furion followed the young lady as they looked around the wine store. Everything was clean and tidy. In fact, they couldn't see a hint of blemish anywhere. From the marbled floor to the pristine ceiling, everything was shiny and dazzling. Besides that, the two men also noticed that the materials used to make the dragon building were celestial rank items. This made Furion gape in shock. Just a small piece of this marbled floor alone was already enough to compare to his accumulated wealth of million years. Just thinking about it made him depressed. Looking at his expression, Jianwang chuckled internally, but he was also surprised by the sheer wealth and luxury of the dragon building. The marbled floor that they were stepping on can be made into celestial rank weapons, but the owner of the wine store was actually insane enough to use this precious item as a mere flooring of this dragon building. Despite his shock, Jianwang didn't show it on his face. Soon, they were brought to an empty spot. They sat down and the young lady gave them the menu. There were only a few wines on the menu. It was very detailed and it even had the picture of the wines and their subsequent effects written. The prices were quite absurd for normal wines, but if their effects were true, then the prices would be cheap. "I'd like a bottle of this Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit." Jianwang knew that this was the wine he was looking for. From the description written on the menu, this wine could enhance a person's weapon intent. It was unimaginable, but he wanted to see if this claim was true. "Give me a bottle of the most expensive wine," Furion said with a gallant tone. After getting their orders, the young lady slightly bowed her head. "Please wait for a moment, dear guests. I'll bring the wines to you in a minute." Jianwang and Furion nodded their heads calmly. When the lady left, Furion's gallant smile drastically changed. He grabbed Jianwang's arm and muttered, "Brother Jian, I know you've also noticed the items used in building this dragon building. Do you know of anyone who might be the owner of this place? He is actually crazy enough to squander such valuable items." Jianwang swatted his hand and shook his head. "I don't know. The only guy I could think of who was this much wealth is Lao Go. Other than him, maybe Asmodeus. Just ask the young lady after she comes back. Furion racked his brains, but he also couldn't think of anyone. In the end, they could only ask the young waitress for the identity of the owner. Perhaps she would be kind enough to tell them about it. Not long later, the young lady came back with 2 bottles of wine. She placed a bottle in front of Jian Wang and Furion respectively. Her actions were well practiced and elegant. Is there anything else, dear guests? She asked with a smile. Furion stared at Jian Wang, but he saw that the latter had no intentions of looking at him. This guy's focus was on the wine in front of him. Seeing this, Furion coughed and looked at the young lady as he asked. Young miss, who is the owner of this wine store? Chapter 508, Ice and her baby bottle filled with milk. The young lady shifted her gaze towards Furion and answered with a proud smile. The owner of this dragon building is wine master Zhu Shen. He is usually here to drink wine, but he is now in seclusion. She wasn't worried about telling him this since Zhu Shen was already famous in Hard Rock City. There was a long line of people who wished to meet him, but almost all of them were ignored by Zhu Shen. Furion had a look of regret upon hearing that. Too bad. If he comes out of seclusion, please contact me using this communication crystal. He said as he handed a small red crystal to the young lady. No problem. The young lady took the crystal and nodded her head. This was just a small matter. She usually wouldn't do this, but these 2 gentlemen carried a different kind of bearing, unlike any other expert. Thank you. Furion thanked the young lady with a smile on his face. He then moved his gaze towards the wine bottle on the table. He ordered the most expensive wine on the menu. In truth, he didn't have much expectation about the wine. The information on the menu seemed to be a bit exaggerated that it was too hard for him to believe it. If not for the mystery of the wine store, he would have smashed this wine bottle and left in anger. Meanwhile, Jian Wang had already opened his wine. The wine he ordered was the Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit. This was also his main reason for going here. Jian Wang slowly pulled the stopper and a delicate fragrance soon entered his nostrils. When the aroma entered his lungs, he felt his soul trembling unknowingly. It must be noted that his soul power was already at the celestial god realm. Few things could make him react like this. At this moment, he realized that this wine might be capable of helping him advance his sword skills. Jian Wang ignored the silver cup provided by the young lady and lifted the entire bottle. He placed the opening to his mouth and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Soon, his face changed. He noticed his sword aura gushing out uncontrollably. He tried to retract his aura, but it was as if there was something stimulating his sword aura. Luckily, an invisible barrier prevented his aura from leaking, holding it 5 meters around him. This is... Jian Wang's eyes widened. He could feel that his sword intent was being tempered. Although the process was almost negligible for his level, if he continued this kind of tempering, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in just a few 1,000 years. 1,000 years wasn't long for someone like him. He could even meditate for thousands of years in just one sitting. The prospect of increasing his sword intent made Jian Wang feel excited. He found it hard to believe that such wondrous wine actually existed. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that he had already emptied his wine. He checked the wine bottle, but there was no longer a drop left inside. Amazing! He praised. Jian Wang lifted his head and stared at his buddy only to see him kissing a bottle of wine with his eyes shut tight. Seeing this, Jiang Wang chuckled lightly. He must have felt the effects of the wine. He thought to himself. Jian Wang then called the attention of the young lady and asked for 2 more bottles of the same wine. Inside the cultivation hall, Ice, who was in her human, sneakily opened her eyes. She stared at Zhu Shen's face and saw that he was immersed in his cultivation. She silently stood up and tiptoed her way out of the cultivation hall. She then went downstairs as she muttered to herself. I'll drink 100 liters of milk before I resume my seclusion. Hee hee. As she went down, a young waitress noticed her presence and she immediately bowed her head politely. Is there anything I can help you with, young Miss Ice? This little girl might have the appearance of a child, but she knew that this girl was one of the protectors of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Even the elders of the Sword Tower had to be respectful to her. Ice stared at her indifferently, but she was pleased by the young lady's humble attitude. I think Zhu Shen has already told you about my drink. Give me 100 liters of it, she said in a commanding tone. After hearing that she wanted 100 liters, the young waitress was surprised, but she still nodded her head in understanding. The sect master doted on this little protector so much and he has given her all that she wants. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Tower, she didn't want to offend Ice. Please take a seat first, young Miss Ice. I'll get it for you, the young waitress said with a smile. Ice nodded her head indifferently and walked towards an empty table. She climbed atop the chair that was almost as tall as her with great difficulty. After finally sitting properly, she swayed her little legs as she waited for her milk. Her eyes glistened in anticipation and a line of drool can be seen trickling down her lips. After waiting for about a minute, Ice finally saw the young waitress and she immediately waved her little arms to grab her attention. Here! Quick! The young waitress spotted the little girl and she dashed toward her table when she heard the impatience in her voice. Here's your milk, young Miss Ice, she said in a respectful tone as she handed Ice a small flask that looked like a baby bottle. It was filled to the brim with milk. The eyes of the little girl shone like the stars as she grabbed the baby bottle from her hands. She then dismissed the young waitress with a wave of her tiny hand. She lifted the baby bottle and suckled on the teat with a voracious look. Chapter 509, Old Farts. Ice let out a satisfied sound as she stared at the baby bottle in her hands. Drinking milk is still the best. Hee hee. She muttered, her eyes filled with delight. She had been cultivating non-stop since Zhu Shen told them to come to the cultivation hall. Now that she had escaped from that place, she could finally relax for a bit. Maybe Zhu Shen would punish me if I'm gone for long, she thought nervously, but she pushed it at the back of her mind. After cultivating in that place, her cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. If this pace continued, she would reach the Supreme God realm in a short amount of time. Not far from her table, Jian Wang, who had just finished his second bottle, saw a small girl with snow-white hair seated a few meters away from their spot. He narrowed his eyes and was a bit shocked when he identified the bloodline running through her body. Ancient golden symbols flashed in his eyes as he scanned the little girl. A glacial sovereign tiger descendant? But is she doing in this desert region? Her kind lives in the snowy region in the far north. Why is she here? Jian Wang muttered after discovering the identity of Ice. Glacial sovereign tigers were divine beasts with noble bloodline. They reside in the coldest regions of the Northern Territory, a vast expanse of land that is mostly covered in snow and ice. Seeing a glacial sovereign tiger drinking milk in a wine store located in a desert city was very surprising. Not to mention someone with a pure bloodline like her. He could tell from her vigorous bloodline that she was the one with the purest of bloodline that he had seen among all the glacial sovereign tigers he saw in his life. She must be a child of their leader. Meanwhile, Furion, who was sitting opposite him, also noticed this little girl. His eyebrows jumped upon sensing her bloodline. Interesting. How did a brat like her come all the way here from the Northern Territory? He muttered, feeling a bit intrigued by what he saw. As a peak stage heavenly god realm expert and also a possessor of divine beast bloodline, he immediately noticed the peculiarity of the little girl's bloodline. Ice, who was being scrutinized by two peak experts, was unaware of what had transpired. She was still busy suckling her baby bottle and she only placed the bottle down after emptying it. She closed her eyes and licked her lips in satisfaction. She then used her arm to wipe away the residual milk stuck on her face. With a wide smile, Ice suddenly called out to another young waitress and asked her to refill her baby bottle. Hey! Refill this bottle with a liter of milk. Quick! The young waitress let out a gasp after hearing her words. She then put on an awkward look as she said, "Young Miss Ice, Wine Master Zhu Shen told us that you can only drink 1 liter a day at most. I hope that you won't make things difficult for me." She was a bit nervous when she said this, but she had to obey Zhu Shen's words. Hearing that, Ice pouted in dissatisfaction, but she didn't protest. She could only harumph with her arms crossed. Humph! The young waitress apologized to her and grabbed the baby bottle as she hurriedly left. That Zhu Shen is truly... Humph! Ice snorted and flailed angrily on her chair. After letting off some steam, she inadvertently saw 2 middle-aged men looking at her with peculiar gazes. "What are you 2 old farts looking at?" she shouted while pointing at Jian Wang and Furian. After having been denied a refill of milk, she was still a bit angry. Looking at the 2 middle-aged men, she could finally release her pent-up dissatisfaction. Jian Wang's eyes twitched upon hearing her voice, while Furian almost spat the contents of wine in his mouth. What did the brat just call them? Old farts? Furian pointed his finger at Ice, but the words that he was about to say were stuck in his throat. He then calmed himself down. He almost cursed the little girl, but luckily, he managed to stop himself from doing that, or he would have lived in shame as someone who had verbal sparring with a child. "What are you pointing at me for, you red-headed old fart? Haven't you seen a cute young lady before?" Ice snorted as she slowly walked toward the 2, her face filled with contempt. Looking at his friend who had an ugly expression on his face, Jian Wang could not help but chuckle. He then moved his gaze towards the tiny girl and saw the smug look plastered on her angelic little face. Some nosy customers adjusted their postures to get a clearer look at the scene. This kind of event doesn't usually happen in the store, so they watched the scene unfold with looks of anticipation. A few burly customers even cheered for Ice, making the little girl even more pleased with herself. Humph! Furian snorted and released a bit of his aura. Heavenly God Realm Expert. Everyone immediately shut their mouths when they sensed the pressure coming from his aura. This red-haired middle-aged man was actually a Heavenly God Realm Expert. Even Ice was shocked when she sensed the aura coming from him. However, she was not the kind who would back down from this. Not to mention that this man was in her territory. A cunning look flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. "So what if you are a Heavenly God Realm Expert? I'll ask Zhu Shen to punish you." She glared at Furian as she spat those words. Zhu Shen? Why is that name familiar? Wait, isn't that the owner's name? Furian thought to himself. Oh? You are familiar with the owner of this store? Furian glanced at Ice with an inquiring look. The wines in this dragon building had astonishing effects. He truly wanted to see the man who created these miraculous wines. Chapter 510, Encounter. Hearing the name Zhu Shen coming from the little girl's mouth, Jian Wang recalled a distant memory in his life. Zhu Shen, the second best swordsman in the primordial god realm. He thought with a complicated look on his face. Jian Wang rarely admired someone, but this man was one of the few people he admired. Sadly, he was killed after he offended Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Of course. Zhu Shen is a friend of mine. Humph! Ice proudly stated with her chin raised upwards. Furian's gaze softened after hearing that. Oh, in that case, can you tell him that I want to meet him? He said with a probing look. Ice crossed her arms and shook her head right away. No way. She would never do that since she had just escaped from the cultivation hall without permission. If she comes back, she might not be able to come out of that place for many years. Just the thought of it made her shiver in fear. Zhu Shen had become very strict with regards to their cultivation the moment they arrived in the primordial god realm. He would surely punish her for sneaking out without informing him. Furian was stumped by the decisive refusal. The little girl didn't even hesitate and refused him right away. From the way she acts, she must be close to the owner. How can I convince this little brat to bring the owner here? Wait. Didn't she come from upstairs? Maybe the owner is there. Let me check it. Furion used a wisp of his spiritual perception to scan the entire dragon building. However, the moment his spiritual perception reached the door of the second floor, he suddenly sensed that his vision was forcefully cut off. His face paled and he grabbed his head in pain. Ugh! He groaned in pain. Jianwang frowned upon seeing this. He also noticed that Furion was using his spiritual perception to scan the second floor, but it was abruptly cut off by a mysterious power. He found it hard to believe since Furion was only a step away from the celestial god realm. In his opinion, only the 3 celestial emperors had stronger spiritual power than him, so how did this happen? Are you all right? Jianwang asked with a hint of worry in his tone. Luckily, Furion only used a small portion of his spiritual power or he would have suffered a stronger backlash. Furion shook his head, rueful smile. Whoever is upstairs is much stronger than me. He was sure of it. Recalling that mysterious power, Furion felt uneasy. Hearing his words, Jianwang nodded his head with a frown. Is he still alive? But that's impossible. Maybe it's just someone who has the same name as him. Ice was confused when she saw the pale face of Furion. She suddenly lost interest in them when she noticed their somber expression. Weird old farts. Humph, she snorted as she went back to her chair. Jianwang furrowed his eyebrows as he fell into deep thinking. Meanwhile, outside the dragon building, Domes arrived with Birith in tow. Is this the place? Birith narrowed his eyes into slits as he stared at the name plaque embedded on the wall. Domes nodded his head gravely as he replied. Yes, this is the wine store. You've already sensed the protective array formations all over the place. What do you think about it, Lord Birith? Birith's expression hardened as he shook his head. Even I couldn't survive if all of those protective array formations are activated. Perhaps you might be right about Jianwang being the owner of this wine store, but to make sure of our conjectures, let's get inside first. Domes nodded his head before leading Birith inside the dragon building. The arrival of the two didn't cause a commotion since they hid their aura very well. No ordinary expert would be able to sense their power no matter how hard they check them. Birith was stupefied by what he witnessed inside the dragon building. With his long years of experience, he could already identify the precious items used to design the building. This is madness. He actually used celestial rank items to make chairs and tables. He blurted out unconsciously. Domes already expected this kind of reaction from him. Indeed. Only the number 1 expert would have the capital to be this extravagant. He muttered with a wry smile. Birith took a deep breath to calm his shock. Suddenly, a beautiful young lady walked toward them with a sunny smile on her face. Welcome, guests. There is still a vacant table. Let me take you there. Birith and Domes nodded their heads at the young lady. They then followed her while observing the store. Even until now, Birith could still feel his heart beating wildly as he scanned the precious items inside the building. Suddenly, his pupils constricted when he saw the face of a certain individual. He then used his transmitted a spiritual message to Domes. Domes, he is here. Your guess is right. Jianwang is indeed the man behind this store. Domes could sense the nervousness in Birith's tone when he heard the message. Where is he? He asked through transmission. 3 tables away on the right side from where we are right now. Domes moved his gaze and saw a face that he only saw in scrolls and visual array formations. Jianwang, the strongest being in the primordial god realm. As if he had sensed their gazes, Jianwang glanced at the 2 men who were being escorted by a young waitress. Dark devils. Lao Go's minions. What are they doing here? He muttered to himself after identifying the 2 individuals. The pale-faced Furion noticed Jianwang's expression. He followed his gaze and saw 2 dark devils dressed in fancy battle armor. Aren't they Birith and Domes? Are they also here to drink wine? he muttered in surprise. It was rare to see top experts of their caliber appearing in one place, but including them, 2 peak cultivators from the Dark Devil race were also here in the Dragon Building. The 2 sides stared at each other, but the 2 Dark Devils nervously glanced away. Chapter 511, Courageous Ice. Lord Birith, what should we do now that we've ascertained that Jian Wang is the man behind this wine store? Domes transmitted a message to Birith. The wine store seemed to be connected with the remnants of the God Sword region, an old enemy of the Dark Devil race. If they make a move on the God Sword region, the wine store might intervene. They didn't want to offend the wine store, especially after seeing Jian Wang's presence here. Birith shook his head as he replied. This matter has already exceeded our scope of power. The only thing we can do is report this to Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Only Celestial Emperor Lao Go would have the ability to stand against Jian Wang. Domes nodded his head in understanding. They might be top experts among the Heavenly God Realm cultivators, but there was a wide chasm that separated them from the Celestial God Realm experts. The 3 Celestial Emperors were like an insurmountable mountain that they could only look up to. Meanwhile, Ice suddenly felt bored, so she decided to have a quick look at the garden outside the Dragon Building. Looking at the high-rank spiritual plants might be her only solace before she returns to the cultivation hall. Ice jumped down from her chair and walked towards the exit. However, she suddenly stumbled when she accidentally stepped on someone's foot. Ice expertly did a front flip to prevent herself from falling face first. After managing to stand on her feet, she immediately glared at the man who almost made her fall. She pointed at the man's face as she hollered. "Why are you blocking the way with your dirty foot? Nothing good happened to her today and she has been in a bad mood since a while ago. Now, someone almost caused her to fall head first on the floor. What a bad day." Birith, who was at the receiving end of her furious shout, frowned. Since when did he experience this kind of treatment? If not for Jian Wang's presence deterring him from making a move, he would have already killed this annoying brat. Birith could only gnash his teeth as he glared at Ice with dense killing intent. Since he couldn't make a move, he might as well punish this little brat by scaring her out of her wits. She could only blame her impudence. Ice felt her body turn cold after sensing the sharp killing intent of Birith. She finally realized that this man was no ordinary expert. Jian Wang glanced at the scene with interest. Furion was about to intervene, but a hand firmly grabbed his shoulder and prevented him from standing. He turned his gaze and saw Jian Wang shaking his head as he whispered. "You want to see the owner, right? This is your only chance to see him. If that girl is truly connected with the owner, he would surely come down to protect this young lady. Let's just wait and see." Jian Wang's words made sense, so Furion nodded his head in agreement. Nonetheless, he still positioned himself in a way that he could prevent Birith from harming the little girl. The other customers also noticed the commotion. Initially, they also wanted to intervene, but the overwhelming aura of a peak stage heavenly god realm coming from Birith caused them to back down. In the end, they could only pray for the little girl's safety. Ice felt her knees going soft as Birith coldly glanced at her. She felt as if thousands of knives were piercing her body. The eyes of the young waitresses suddenly flashed with a fierce glint after witnessing the scene. This little girl was their sect master's beloved young Miss Ice, whom he treated as his little sister. Aside from that, she is also a protector of their heavenly sword tower. Seeing her being treated like this made the young waitresses angry. "Guest, please don't cause trouble inside the store." A young waitress stepped forward and glanced at Birith with a hint of nervousness. This man was a heavenly god realm expert. Just one move from him was enough to kill her many times over. How could she not be nervous while facing such an existence? Ice, who was feeling anxious earlier, slowly calmed herself. They were inside the wine store and she knew that nothing would happen to them as long as they were inside. Now that she had regained her courage, Ice gently pushed the young waitress to the side and pointed her finger at Birith as she said in a contemptuous voice. "You think I'm afraid of you? I'll stand here and do nothing. Come on." Attack me! Biratha's face twitched when he saw the cunning smile of the little girl. He could barely contain his anger at this point. A weak fledgling actually dared to humiliate him in front of many people? Girl, watch what you say! He muttered through gritted teeth. Inside the cultivation hall, the eyes of Zhu Shen suddenly snapped open. Someone is causing trouble? Atlas, check the situation below and kick out those people who are causing trouble. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice. The old man, Atlas, immediately answered. Yes, master. He then stood up and hurriedly went downstairs to check what was happening. The little tiger isn't here. The moment she came out, she is already causing trouble. It looks like I have to punish that little brat to make her more obedient. There wasn't a hint of anger in his voice, only amusement. After muttering those words, he gently closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. With so many protective array formations inscribed all over the dragon building, Zhu Shen wasn't the least bit worried about Ice's safety. And with Atlas overseeing things, he has nothing to worry about. Atlas came down with his cane in hand. After arriving downstairs, he saw the face-off between Ice and a member of the Dark Devil race. He frowned after sensing the strength of the man. Peak stage Heavenly God Realm? Young Miss Ice is truly courageous. No wonder the master treats her highly. The old man muttered. Chapter 512, Shocked Jian Wang. Jian Wang sensed the presence of another Heavenly God Realm expert. He turned his head and saw an old man holding a cane walking down from the second floor. His body looked thin and fragile, but Jian Wang knew that this seemingly harmless old man was a top expert. Jian Wang inspected the old man's cultivation using his spiritual power. He is quite weak. Is he the owner of this dragon building? With his power, how did he amass so many precious materials to build this place? The old man might be a Heavenly God Realm expert, but he wasn't that strong in his realm. Even the two dark devils were stronger than him. Green Dragon Tortoise. Jian Wang mumbled when he identified the bloodline that the old man possessed. With his strength as a celestial God Realm expert, he could see through the divine beast bloodline running through the old man's veins. Why is a creature from the Crystal Lake here? I thought that they never want to come out of that place. Jian Wang was familiar with the Green Dragon Tortoise. They were divine beasts that lived in the depths of Crystal Lake, the territory of many dragon-blooded creatures. After many years, dragon-blooded creatures of the Crystal Lake never came out of that place. They continued to protect the lake from outsiders for many years. Even the strongest of experts dared not to venture into their territory. Jian Wang poked Furion as he pointed at the old man. The red-haired phoenix followed the direction he was pointing and saw a frail and hunched old man. He was walking down from the second floor with careful steps. After what happened earlier, Furion no longer dared to casually use his spiritual perception inside the dragon building. He believed that this place was very mystical. Is he the owner? Furion muttered in a whispering voice as he looked at Jian Wang. Jian Wang shrugged his shoulders and replied. How would I know? Furion was speechless after getting his answer. He then chose to stay silent and just watch the scene from the sideline. He wanted to see how the old man would deal with the situation. The one causing trouble was a peak stage Heavenly God Realm expert. Someone at that level was difficult to handle, and there was still a late-stage Heavenly God Realm expert who was yet to make a move. Soon, Ice discovered the presence of an old man in the corner of her eyes. Her eyes lit up when she saw him and she immediately waved her hands as she shouted. Hey, old man! This guy right here is causing trouble. Atlas' aged face cramped severely when he heard the little girl's words. He sighed and slowly walked toward them while maintaining a calm look. Young Miss Ice is truly mischievous. I bet the master would punish her the moment she comes back to the cultivation hall. He thought to himself, feeling slightly amused. Birith and Domes narrowed their eyes as they looked at the old man. Their fierce malevolent eyes were glaring at him coldly. An old tortoise who had just taken a step into the Heavenly God Realm. What can he do to me? Birith was already clouded by his anger and he had already forgotten about Jian Wang's presence inside the dragon building. He didn't notice that Domes was already signaling him to back down. When he saw that Birith was ignoring him, Domes felt nervous. He regretted bringing Birith to this place. Things would have been better if they had reported their discovery to Celestial Emperor Lao Go or the higher UPS of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Guest, this young miss is the precious adopted little sister of Wine Master Ju. If she did something to anger you, I apologize on her behalf. Atlas stared at Birith as he pulled the little girl behind him. The young waitresses and the customers sighed in relief when they saw the old man. They knew that this ancient being was an expert. With him around, the situation should be under control. However, Birith, consumed by rage, suddenly chuckled coldly as he stared back at the old man. You think that just because you came I will let that little bastard go? Who do you think you are? His aura flickered wildly as he lost control of his temper. Seeing that the situation has developed out of control, Domes stood up and tried to hold Birith. However, the latter slapped his hand away and murmured. You don't have to be afraid, Domes. Celestial Emperor Lao Go will protect us, so there's nothing to be worried about. I only want to punish that little bastard for ruining my mood. Domes wanted to say something but swallowed down the words he was about to say when he saw the dark expression of Birith. He sighed heavily and stood beside Birith to give his support. Now that things have gone wrong, he could only choose to follow his leader. The genteel eyes of the old man suddenly reflected a frigid look when he heard the words of the dark devil. This guy actually dared to call the master's adopted sister a little bastard? You have gone too far, dark devil. Since you can't be reasoned with logic, then don't blame this old man. Atlas muttered icily as he drew strange symbols in midair. As the strongest subordinate of Zhu Shen, he already knew how to activate the protective array formations in the entire dragon building. Initially, he didn't want to scare their customers, but this dark devil has gone overboard. A dozen golden symbols suddenly lit up around the dragon building, giving off a sacred and overwhelming aura that subjected everyone inside the store to a heavy mountain-like pressure. Jian Wang, who was sitting on the sidelines, was surprised when he sensed the power behind the protective array formations. He even unconsciously summoned his spiritual power to protect himself and Furion. The protective array formations inscribed in this dragon building are at the celestial rank level. He muttered in surprise. Chapter 513, Ice-Kicking Asses. Jian Wang frowned after his initial surprise. From the way the old man spoke, he was merely following the commands of this wine master Zhu Shen. That means the old man wasn't the owner. The owner should be upstairs. How did he inscribe dozens of celestial rank protective array formations? The number of resources needed to make them is already more than enough to make a powerful country. However, all those precious materials were used to protect a mere wine store. What was even more shocking was the fact that the owner was capable of making such high-level array formations. Even Jian Wang wasn't capable of such a feat. After all, he wasn't a master of array formation making. That means the owner of this dragon building already has the power to stand on equal footing with the three celestial emperors. Zhu Shen. The only man I know with this name has already died. Could he be alive? Jian Wang thought to himself after sorting out all the clues he had found. Including himself and Lao Go, the third celestial emperor is Asmodeus, the guardian of hell. Among the three of them, Lao Go was the most high profile, and practically everyone in the primordial god realm has already heard of his name. As for himself, the people of the primordial god realm only knew of his name and only a few top experts would be able to recognize him. And finally, Asmodeus was an individual who was difficult to understand. He had so much power in his hands, but he never involved himself in the power struggles. Asmodeus was even more discreet than Jian Wang. It looks like the primordial god realm will welcome the fourth celestial emperor soon. Jian Wang muttered with a hint of expectation in his tone. The presence of another behemoth would be the start of a new age. He might even have the chance to improve his swordsmanship further when the time comes. Furion, who heard his words, was stunned. Fourth Celestial Emperor? What do you mean by that, Brother Jian? He asked in a whispering voice. Jianwang stared at him and remained silent. It was only his speculation and he was not yet certain about his claims, so it was better not to tell Furion about it. The guy was a huge blabbermouth and it was a bad idea to tell him such things. When the dozens of protective array formations inside the dragon building lit up, the faces of Birith and Domes fell drastically. They never thought that the old man would actually activate the array formations for a mere child. Hold on. The wine store would be destroyed if you release the power of these protective array formations. Domes was sweating profusely as he tried to speak to the old man. However, he was only met with a look filled with extreme coldness. The murky eyes of the old man made him feel a sense of anxiousness. He might be stronger than the old man in terms of cultivation, but the latter was controlling more than a dozen high-level array formations capable of vanquishing them. Birith finally realized the predicament they were in. He regretted running his mouth against the little girl. He forced out an ugly smile as he said, "Wait. We will see." Before he could continue his words, the array formations suddenly released their oppressive might that bore down to the two dark devils, forcing them to crawl on all fours. The arrogance on Birith's face was replaced with sheer terror and panic. There was no longer a semblance of a mighty expert on his pale face. The two dark devils were subjected to a heavy and overwhelming pressure that almost tore their bodies. They could feel their internal organs churning in protest. The customers shivered when they witnessed the scene. Those two unruly dark devils were at the late stage and the peak stage of the heavenly god realm respectively, but they couldn't even raise their heads under the intense pressure brought upon them by the dragon building's array formation. They swiftly swore in their hearts to never provoke anyone in the dragon building. Domes was the first one to succumb to the intense pressure. He fainted and collapsed on the floor with white foams in his mouth. The pressure on Birith intensified after Domes fainted, and in less than 10 seconds, he also lost consciousness. After seeing that they had fainted, Ice, who was behind Atlas, snickered coldly as she looked at the two dark devils. She then walked towards them and grabbed them by the neck as if she was holding a pair of chickens. "You're lucky that it wasn't Zhu Shen who came here. If it was him, you two wouldn't have the chance to see tomorrow's sunshine." Ice muttered as she casually kicked the asses of the two dark devils, sending them flying out of the dragon building. Everyone could only stare at her speechlessly throughout the ordeal. None of them dared to make a sound. This little girl was too mischievous and cunning. She might be weaker than most of them here, but inside this dragon building, no one was brave enough to make trouble with her, not after what they had witnessed. Ice watched the bodies of the two dark devils soaring through the skies. A devious grin can be seen on her chubby face. After a little while, she turned around and stared at everyone inside the dragon building, making the guests feel slightly uncomfortable. The girl was threatening them. And it was effective. Now, no one would dare to provoke her. Ice tilted her head upwards and walked towards Atlas with a lovely smile. "Old man, you can go back now. I'll stay here for a while." Atlas chuckled upon hearing that, but he shook his head as he replied. "Young Miss Ice, you escaped from the cultivation hall without the master's approval. I advise you to come back with me upstairs lest you anger him any further." The face of the little girl contorted after hearing his words. She shrunk her neck as she pouted. "Okay." Her voice was as small as a mosquito. She knew that Zhu Shen would punish her the moment she comes back, but knowing that guy, her punishment would be more severe if she doesn't return. Atlas gently rubbed the little girl's head when he saw her glum look. "Don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you." "Really?" "Of course." The crowd watched as the old man and little girl went upstairs. Chapter 514, Celestial Paragon Tower. Jianwang and Furion stared at the old man and little girl as they walked upstairs. "Too bad. I thought the old man was the owner, but based on his strength, it would be impossible for him to gather so many celestial rank materials even if he spent millions of years looking for them. He also said earlier that the little girl is the adopted younger sister of wine master Zhu Shen. Hey, brother Jian. Do you know anyone else with the name Zhu Shen? Furian asked the man in front of him. Upon hearing the question, Jian Wang thought about the man who inadvertently provoked Lao Go. You also know him, but he's already dead. He answered calmly. Furian furrowed his eyebrows and nodded his head in agreement. Let's find somewhere to stay and then we'll go back here tomorrow. Their wine here can help me improve my sword intent. Although the increase is not much, there is still progress. If we visit here every day, my sword intent will break through to the next level in less than 1,000 years. Jian Wang said with a smile. He didn't expect to find something so surprising after coming out of seclusion. Furian's eyes lit up upon hearing his words. He also loved the wines in the store and he was already thinking about how to persuade Jian Wang to come back here with him, but who knew the guy would beat him to it. After paying for the wines they ordered, the two men left the dragon building. Outside Hard Rock City, two bedraggled figures can be seen walking side by side. Their faces were filled with trepidation as they recalled what happened earlier. Luckily, the old man didn't use the power of the protective array formations to kill them. Lord Birith, I think it would be wise to report this to the Celestial Paragon Tower. Once their higher UPS learn about this, I am certain that they would immediately inform Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Without his help, we can't do anything to the wine store. Domes said with a helpless voice. The strength possessed by the wine store was unexpected. They thought that the protective array formations were merely a display of power and wealth. They never thought that the protective array formations were still active. Birith gritted his teeth as he recalled the hateful figure of the little girl they met in the dragon building. Because of her, he was humiliated in front of many people. He couldn't let this go. You're right. Only Celestial Emperor Lao Go can help us in this situation. I can't believe that the solitary expert, Jian Wang, would actually build a wine store, but what I don't understand is his connection with the Sword God region. Once we have the support of the Celestial Paragon Tower, we must get to the bottom of this. Birith's demonic eyes glinted coldly as he muttered those words. He then soared through the skies with Domes in his tow. The direction they were going to was the center of the continent. With their cultivation, they could already manipulate the power of space to a certain degree and enhance their flight speed. After flying for more than a few hours, they finally saw a towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds. The outer coating of the tower was made of pure gold, and even though they were still quite a distance away from the tower, the two dark devils could already see the brilliance it reflected. Numerous high-level cultivators can be seen flying outside the tower, and they were all wearing a set of white robes with golden dragon patterns. They were filled with pride as they watched the respectful gazes of the other experts. The men wearing white robes were the disciples of the Celestial Paragon Tower. All of them were the cream of the crop in the primordial god realm. Their talents were unrivaled since the day they were born, and because of their unique constitution and natural endowments, they became disciples of the number one superpower in the primordial god realm. The Celestial Paragon Tower was very strict when it comes to the recruitment of disciples. They only conduct recruitments every 100 years, and the minimum requirement to have the chance to join the tower was to have a supreme physique. Despite the harsh requirements, thousands upon thousands of geniuses still try to register. However, the tower only accepts 500 disciples every recruitment, and because of this, the competition for the final 500 positions was very fierce, and many top geniuses even died during the filtering process. Soon, Birith and Domes arrived at the entrance of the tower. They descended and greeted the disciple guarding the entrance. The disciple glanced at them coldly and remained silent. Seeing this, Domes took out a golden token with the words Dark Devil Race engraved on it. He then showed it to the disciple. Oh, so you guys are from the Dark Devil race. What can I do for you? The gaze of the disciple softened after seeing the black token, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. The golden tokens were given to the subordinate races of the celestial Paragon Tower. The two dark devils might be stronger than him, but as a disciple of the tower, he had a superior identity to them. We have something to report to the elders of the celestial Paragon Tower. It is of utmost importance and is related to Celestial Emperor Lao Go. I hope you can lead us inside. Domes was respectful to the disciple. He didn't have the guts to flaunt his power in this place. The disciple's eyes flashed briefly upon hearing his words. He then nodded his head with a serious look. All right. I'll take you there. Follow me. Anything that involves Celestial Emperor Lao Go must not be taken lightly. The disciple was arrogant, but he knew that this wasn't the time to show his superiority towards the dark devils. Birith and Domes followed the disciple inside the tower. The two dark devils were feeling a bit unsettled as they stepped foot inside the renowned Golden Tower. Chapter 515, Vice Sect Master Valier. The disciple brought the two dark devils to the upper floors of the Golden Tower. It was strictly prohibited to fly inside the tower. Even those with power and status didn't dare to disobey this rule. Birith and Domes rarely came here and they only visit this place when they have something important to report. As they ascended the upper floors of the Golden Tower, the two dark devils witnessed the abundance of geniuses inside. They had already seen hundreds of true God Realm and a few dozen Supreme God Realm experts. To make things more shocking, these disciples were just a small part of the true power of the Celestial Paragon Tower. After all, they have millions of disciples all over the primordial God Realm. Not long later, the three arrived in front of a huge hall. There was a pair of heavenly God rank elders guarding the entrance of the hall. The disciple bowed respectfully at the two elders and reported their arrival. Greetings, elders. These two are from the Dark Devil race. They came here with a piece of information that is related to the Celestial Emperor. The eyes of the two elders narrowed upon hearing the report. Anything related to the Celestial Emperor was of utmost importance, so they carefully inspected the two dark devils. Suddenly, the eyes of the two elders jumped in surprise. They could recognize these since they were one of the strongest subordinates of the Celestial Emperor. We never thought that Brother Birith and Brother Domes would come here in person. One of the elders smiled as he greeted the two dark devils. Although they had a higher status compared to the two dark devils, they were a bit weaker than them, so it was necessary to show them a bit of respect. The young disciple who brought the two dark devils was stunned when he saw how the elders treated them. He thought that those guys were merely messengers from the Dark Devil race. Who knew that they were actually the leader and the second in command of the said race? Thinking about his earlier attitude towards them, the disciple sweated a bit. Birith and Domes smiled and also greeted the two elders. Since you guys came here with an important piece of information, follow me inside. One of the elders volunteered to take them inside the hall. The two dark devils nodded their heads and followed the elder inside the hall. When the door opened, they saw a bald old man with dark red skin. He was seated behind an azure table with golden edges. The old man frowned when he sensed the entrance of the three. He glanced at them with a questioning look. The elder and the two dark devils immediately bowed when they spotted the old man. Greetings, Vice Sect Master Valier. The three greeted the old man respectfully. Even Birith, who was usually arrogant and conceited, didn't dare act pompously in front of this old man. Valier is the Vice Sect Master of the Celestial Paragon Tower. His cultivation was already at the peak stage of the Heavenly God Realm millions of years ago. He was one of the oldest experts of the primordial God Realm with power second only to the Sect Master and the Celestial Emperor. Valier nodded his head in response. Amen. Speak. Why are you guys here? The old man eyed the three with a cold gaze. He was in the middle of researching the fourth heart realm, so he was a bit irritated by their arrival. Seeing the displeasure on the old man's face, the elder hurriedly explained. Vice Sect Master Valier, Birith, and Domes said that they have information related to the Celestial Emperor. After I heard that, I immediately brought them here. Valier furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing that. Is that so? All right, you can leave them here. The elder sighed in relief and immediately left the hall. After the elder left, Valir glanced at the two dark devils with a cold look on his face. Make sure that the information you have is valuable. All right. Tell me. He was still angry about the fact that his research was disrupted, so he didn't let the two dark devils sit. Birith composed himself and glanced at the old man as he said. Vice Sect Master Valir, it's like this. We suddenly heard of rumors about a unique wine store in the desert regions. When we were investigating the wine store, we discovered that the remnants of the Godsword region are somehow related to them. After knowing this, Domes and I personally visited this wine store to observe the situation. When we arrived at the said wine store, we saw someone we didn't expect to be there. Cut the crap and just tell me who is it. The old man lashed out when he saw Birith putting on a mysterious look. Birith cleared his throat and muttered the name slowly. Jian Wang. Valir's eyes widened when he heard the name. Jian Wang. How could he not know who the man was? Valir's anger dissipated and he gestured for the two dark devils to sit down. Tell me the details and make sure that you don't leave out even the smallest information. Any information related to the three celestial emperors was valuable. It was very rare to see them in public, and even Celestial Emperor Lao Go, who was the most active among the three, only shows himself seldomly. When he saw the look of anticipation in the old man's eyes, Birith smiled internally. He then narrated what they had witnessed in the Dragon Building, including their altercation with people from the wine store and the power they showed on the surface. After hearing everything from Birith, Valir frowned as he pondered deeply. According to Birith, Jian Wang was most likely the owner of the wine store. Although they had no conclusive evidence, Valir believed that Birith might be right. A wine store with dozens of celestial rank protective array formations? Only a celestial god realm expert would have the wealth and energy to create such things. You may be right, but Jian Wang isn't skilled in array formation making. Could it be that he got the help of Asmodeus? Valir muttered in confusion. Chapter 516, Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Asmodeus, another name that sent waves throughout the entirety of the primordial god realm. Initially, people thought that there were only two celestial god realm experts. However, Asmodeus suddenly appeared out of nowhere and revealed his existence. Along with his appearance, the existence of Hell, a place of pure evil and chaos, also surfaced. Hell, it is a world that is almost as large as the primordial god realm. It has trillions of inhabitants, and they were collectively called as infernals. These beings were filled with malice and darkness. If not for Asmodeus sealing this dark world, its baleful inhabitants would have already brought chaos to the primordial god realm. Asmodeus' first appearance was when an entrance of hell suddenly surfaced in the central lands of the primordial god realm. At that time, countless ferocious-looking infernals came out one by one from the entrance, and their numbers soon reached in millions. When the infernals noticed the land of paradise in front of them, they immediately brandished their claws and summoned their powers to claim these lands. It took the collective effort of thousands of heavenly god realm experts to quell the invasion. However, more and more infernals came out of the portal, and each one of them was stronger than the ones who came out earlier. The central parts of the primordial god realm became the battlefield between the ferocious infernals and the top experts of that time. Millions of corpses, young and old, were strewn all over the land. Their blood flowed like a river as more and more fell from the battle. It was then that Asmodeus suddenly appeared and sealed the gates of hell. Celestial Emperor Jian Wang and Celestial Emperor Lao Go also helped in destroying the infernals that invaded the primordial god realm. Starting then, everyone gave the three experts the title Celestial Emperor. Valir could still vividly recall the scene at that time when all three celestial emperors stood shoulder to shoulder. He had just entered the heavenly god realm during that moment, and he had never forgotten that battle. If it was Celestial Emperor Asmodeus, creating a dozen celestial rank protective array formation should be possible. However, I don't recall Celestial Emperor Jian Wang and Celestial Emperor Asmodeus having a good relationship. Perhaps they made a secret deal. Valir mumbled to himself, but the more he spoke, the more he became worried. The major powers in primordial god realm maintained a fragile balance with the three celestial emperors silently overseeing the world. If the two of them suddenly decide to work together, Celestial Emperor Laugo wouldn't have an easy time. The primordial god realm would once again descend into chaos, and with their powers, the scale of destruction that they would cause would be enormous. Just the thought of it made Valir's body tremble in dread. Valir glanced at the two dark devils and grabbed their shoulders solemnly. "You two did a great job this time. I will report this matter to the Celestial Emperor immediately, but you have to make sure that no one else would know about this. I'll also ask the disciple and those two elders to keep quiet about what they have heard." When Birith and Domes heard the seriousness in the old man's tone, they could not help but nod their heads gravely. From the looks of it, things might be a lot more complicated than they had thought. "Don't worry. You guys will be rewarded for giving this valuable information. Once I come back, I'll immediately notify you two about your reward." Valir gave them a rare smile of encouragement. The eyes of Birith and Domes lit up upon hearing the old man's words. Vice Sect Master Valir was a credible man, and he wouldn't go back on his words. After getting his promise, the two dark devils soon excused themselves. They were then escorted out of the Golden Tower by a bunch of elders. After they left, Valir immediately took out a communication crystal from his space ring. And with a respectful voice, he greeted. "Greetings, Celestial Emperor Laugo." "Mn. Why did you call me, Valir?" A deep and ancient voice sounded behind the crystal. "Domes and Birith came here earlier to report about a piece of information. They told me that they spotted Celestial Emperor Jianwang in a backwater city in the desert regions. From how they describe the situation, it appears that they are speaking the truth," Valir said carefully. The voice behind the crystal was silent for a moment. After a couple of seconds, the ancient voice once again echoed. "Jianwang? So he has finally come out of seclusion after millions of years. That man, he never once stopped training his swordsmanship, so how come he is suddenly spotted in a backwater city? What is he doing there?" I was also surprised when I heard about this information, so I asked them to clarify things. According to them, they Celestial Emperor Jianwang in a wine store and from. Valir explained what he had heard from the Dark Devils to Celestial Emperor Laugo. He didn't dare leave any details and told him everything he has heard. Dozens of celestial rank protective array formations? Jianwang actually invested so much in a mere wine store? I bet that old man has become bored of playing with his sword. Celestial Emperor, do you want the Celestial Paragon Tower to investigate this wine store? If we are not careful about this, it might be too late to salvage the situation. Once those two Celestial Emperors decide to form an alliance, we might be in trouble." Valir voiced out his thoughts worriedly. The Celestial Paragon Tower might be considered the strongest force in the primordial god realm, but he still felt anxious at the thought of facing two Celestial Emperors. Jianwang and Asmodeus were both terrifying figures with unparalleled might. Even though he was confident in Celestial Emperor Laugo's strength, one man isn't strong enough to fight against those two deities. Chapter 517, Celestial Emperor Laugo's Task. You have nothing to worry about, Valir. I've interacted with Asmodeus a long time ago, and I'm sure that the man isn't here in the primordial god realm. As for allying with Jianwang, that is even more unlikely. Jianwang is a proud man. He won't do something that would damage his reputation, but it's not a bad idea to monitor his wine store. Valir was stunned upon hearing those words, and he could not help but ask in disbelief. Celestial Emperor, you mean Asmodeus is not here? In that case, where is he? That guy, he is quite the peculiar one. He didn't even display an ounce of interest in the bountiful lands of the primordial god realm. When I last met him, he told me that he would stay in hell to monitor the infernals. I don't know why made such a decision, but Asmodeus didn't answer me when I asked him about it. Anyway, enough of that. Just order some people to monitor the movements of Jianwang and the wine store. Make sure that none of our men would provoke them. Celestial Emperor Lao Go warned. Valir nodded his head and replied. All right. I'll summon a few elders and disciples and have them observe Jianwang and that wine store regularly. Mn. Just call me if something comes up. The communication crystal became silent after that. Valir kept the crystal inside his space ring and sighed. Celestial Emperor Lao Go seems to be at ease about this matter. Perhaps I'm just overthinking things. He muttered to himself. He then went out of the hall and summoned 2 elders and a bunch of high-ranked disciples. Greetings, Vice Sect Master Valir. The 2 elders and the disciples greeted him in respectful voices. Valir nodded his head calmly and said. I called you guys here because the Celestial Emperor has given us a task. What? The Celestial Emperor has given a task. The eyes of the 2 elders and the disciples turned wide upon hearing the words of Vice Sect Master Valir. Celestial Emperor Lao Go had become silent for many years and no one has seen him for a very long time. How could they not be surprised after hearing that had given them a task? Seeing the excited faces of everyone, Valir chuckled in his heart, but he still maintained a stern look. Quiet. We receive intel saying that Celestial Emperor Jianwang is spotted in Hard Rock City of the desert region. To be specific, he was spotted drinking wine in a unique wine store and according to our informant, this wine store is quite famous in that area, so it should be easy for you guys to locate it. Your mission is to go into that wine store and observe things secretly. Remember, you must not provoke anyone in the wine store and if you notice something abnormal, report to me at once. Jianwang. After hearing the name, the faces of everyone turned serious. Although their mission was merely a reconnaissance, they still felt a bit nervous since they would be observing the man named Jianwang. Valir harumphed coldly when he saw their anxious expression. Humph! A bunch of cowards! If you don't dare take this mission, then I'll just ask for someone else. Vice Sect Master, please wait. We will take this mission. An elder stepped forward and said through gritted teeth. Although the mission was quite dangerous, he believed that the Vice Sect Master wouldn't be stingy with their rewards. Soon, the others also voiced their participation in the mission. Valir smiled contentedly when heard them. Good. Remember, just act like you are normal customers of the wine store. From what I've heard, that wine store is owned by Jianwang, so never antagonize the workers there. Yes, Vice Sect Master. All right. Set off at once. Valir dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Wait. I think I've forgotten to tell Vice Sect Master Valir about those rumors saying that the owner of the wine store is a swordsman named Zhu Shen. Never mind. I think that guy is just a figurehead that Jianwang placed to maintain his peaceful life. Birith, who was on his way back to their territory, muttered to himself. What do you think, Domes? You've seen that man called Zhu Shen, right? Birith glanced at the guy behind him. Domes furrowed his eyebrows as he recalled the young human he saw when he first visited the wine store. Now that you've mentioned it, that man is quite mysterious. When I tried to probe his power, I didn't sense any strength from him. It's as if he is a normal human with no cultivation. However, the old man in that wine store seemed to be respectful to that guy. I believe that he isn't someone so simple. Maybe he is a disciple of Jianwang. Domes was also uncertain, but he still told Birith about his speculations. Birith frowned upon hearing that. The wine store in Hard Rock City seemed to be veiled in mystery. The more they investigate it, the more mysterious it becomes. It doesn't matter. We have already informed the Celestial Paragon Tower about it anyway. It would be better for us if we remain on the sidelines. After all, this matter involves Jianwang. No matter how arrogant he was, he could only admit defeat in front of Jianwang. Domes nodded his head in agreement. Their Dark Devil race might be stronger than the other races and major powers in the primordial god realm, but there were still some hidden forces that were much stronger than them. "Are we not going to continue our investigation on the wine store, Lord Birith?" he asked. Birith shook his head immediately. "There's no need to involve ourselves in this matter anymore. As long as the Celestial Paragon Tower doesn't say anything, let's just stay silent about this." Domes nodded his head. He could understand the misgivings of Birith, so he didn't bring up the matter anymore. Chapter 518, Slip of the Tongue. Jianwang and Furian became regular visitors of the wine store. They would arrive in the morning and leave at noon. The two of them also tried to befriend the young waitresses of the Dragon Building and asked them about the owner. Soon, the wine store became more renowned in the desert region. More and more people became their patrons, and they even attracted some bigwigs. However, none dared to create a ruckus inside the wine store since there were rumors about it being protected by dozens of high-rank protective array formations. A few months later, Jianwang and Furian walked towards the newly opened Golden Gates. "We've been here for a few months, but we still haven't seen the owner of the wine store. Even that old man and the little girl never once stepped out of the second floor since then. Brother Jian, I think those people are purposely avoiding us," Furian muttered while scratching his head thoughtfully. Jianwang shook his head upon hearing his words. "No. I think they are cultivating in seclusion. I asked one of the waitresses and she told me that the little girl back then had escaped from her training. I don't know what they are up to, but it is not our business to pry. If we wait, we would eventually meet the owner of the Dragon Building. Once he comes out of seclusion, I'll try to ask him if he's willing to sell his wines in bulk." Furian nodded his head understandingly. They've been coming here daily just to drink wine. They even rented a small mansion in Hard Rock City just to save time from traveling. When the two stepped inside, they were warmly greeted by a pair of young and beautiful waitresses. "Good morning, Mr. Jian and Mr. Furian." Since they were already regular visitors, the waitresses already knew these two. Of course, they still had no idea that their loyal customer Mr. Jian is actually Jianwang. Jianwang and Furian smiled at the two young ladies. They enjoyed the unique atmosphere of the wine store. They also have a good impression of their polite young waitresses. After the two were escorted to an empty table, a young waitress asked them with a smile. "Do you want the usual?" Jianwang and Furian nodded their heads. "All right. 2 bottles of Sword Divinity Ardent Spirit, 3 bottles of..." The waitress expertly stated their usual order. After the waitress left, Furian inched closer to Jianwang and muttered. "Brother Jian, those people are here again. They have been monitoring us for several months. If not for the fact that they have no ill intentions, I would have already burned them to ashes." "Who do you think are those people?" The first time they encountered these people was a few months ago. At that time, they just ignored them and didn't think too much about their presence. However, the same group would come to the Dragon Building daily. Although they were discreet in their actions, Furian and Jianwang still noticed their weird actions. They have the unique battle aura of the Celestial Paragon Tower's secret cultivation technique, the Almighty Sacred Flame Cannon. They are using a Heavenly God rank cloaking technique to mask their battle aura, but they can't escape my detection." Jianwang muttered calmly under his breath. Furian was surprised when he heard those words. He tried to probe the group for a few months using his spiritual perception, but he didn't even sense their battle aura. That means their cloaking technique was among the very best in the Heavenly God rank. That means that old man Lao Go has already discovered your presence here. Maybe he is using them to monitor our movements. Since when is that old fart so nervous? He even dared to send his underlings to observe us. Although he wasn't angry, Furian still felt vexed at the thought of being observed. Not everyone would be calm if their every action is being scrutinized. Just let them be. We've been living in seclusion for millions of years, so I can understand why that old man is curious about our sudden appearance in this remote area. I believe that his underlings had already told him about the effects of the wines sold in this store. We might meet that old man Lao Go soon. Jian Wang shrugged his shoulders with an uncaring look. He didn't mind those few bugs observing them as long as they don't disturb his peaceful life. Mr. Jian, Mr. Furian, here are wines. Enjoy. A clear and melodious voice echoed beside them. A young waitress with long black hair and a curvaceous figure smiled at them as she placed their wines on the table. Thank you, Miss Phoebe. Oh, by the way, is the owner going out of seclusion today? Furian casually asked. He wasn't really expecting too much, but he still asked her. The young waitress named Phoebe shook her head. Wine Master Zhu Shen has never come out of seclusion. Everyone else inside the second floor hasn't come out yet. However, I heard that an important figure from our heavenly sword. Phoebe hurriedly covered her mouth after realizing that she had almost slipped a piece of important information. Her face paled and she repeatedly apologized to the two men before she left. Interesting. Furian revealed a look of interest as he watched the escaping young lady. From her slip of tongue, the young lady mentioned something about our heavenly sword. What do you think, Brother Jian? It appears that this dragon building has a mysterious background. You also told me that the protective array formations inscribed here are at the level of celestial rank. Among the 3 celestial god realm experts, only Asmodeus is an expert in array formation making. From how it looks, there might be a connection between them. You're right, but all these are just speculations. We would only know about these things once the owner comes out of seclusion. For now, let's just enjoy this rare moment of peace. Jian Wang replied as he drank his wine. Chapter 519, Jian Wang's Shock. Inside his private hall, Valier took out his vibrating communication crystal. Vice Sect Master Valier, I led the group out of the dragon building. We noticed that Furian has been giving us weird looks, so I immediately ordered the group to come out of the wine store. From the way he is acting, I think they already discovered our identities. A slightly urgent voice echoed from the crystal. Valier frowned upon hearing the report. Don't go to the dragon building in large groups. Just go there in groups of 2 or 3. With Jian Wang and Furian's level, it isn't surprising for them to notice you guys. Don't worry. They wouldn't do anything to you as long as you don't provoke them. Make sure to warn the others to hold their haughty attitudes. All right. I'll inform them right away. Valier kept his communication crystal and sighed in relief. Luckily Jian Wang and Furian are not arrogant people, but it is only a matter of time before they lose their temper. Should I go there in person? The old man rubbed his temples as he thought of the next course of action. In the end, he shook his head as he muttered. Not now. The sect master is still out on a mission and Celestial Emperor Lao Go is still in seclusion. I should wait for either of them before I take action. The sect master of the Celestial Paragon Tower is Tilu, the firstborn son of Celestial Emperor Lao Go and also the most talented among his many children. Because of his fast cultivation progress, his father immediately handed the sect master title of the Celestial Paragon Tower to him. At the moment, Tilu was out on a mission. It has been a while since he had taken the mission, so he should be back soon. If I bring Sect Master Tilu with me to the Dragon Building, Jian Wang and Furian would give us a bit of face. After all, he is Celestial Emperor Lao Go's most favorite child. Valier wanted to visit the wine store as soon as possible, especially after he heard about the reports sent by the small group he sent to Hard Rock City. According to our men, the wines sold in that store are quite special. Even the 2 elders I sent praised the wines there. Valier's eyes shone with anticipation. Vice Sect Master Thaya, we have finally arrived. The new batch of disciples and elders who would cultivate inside the cultivation hall are already prepared. Ren Zhuang reported to the blonde young lady wearing dark battle armor. Thaya nodded her head calmly. She stared at the dragon building with a look of longing. She had been dealing with the matters of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Now that everything has been dealt with, she could finally go back to his side. It is still early and the dragon building is serving many customers this time. The next batch of people that would cultivate in the cultivation hall is about 500. Let's send them inside in groups of 10 every 5-minute interval to avoid making a ruckus. She commanded in a calm voice. Ren Zhuang nodded his head after getting her command. He then led everyone to the back of the dragon building and sorted them into groups of 10. I'll go inside first. You handle the rest here. Dia said before going inside the dragon building. Ah! Greetings, Vice Young Miss Dia. The young waitresses were flustered when they saw the blonde beauty wearing battle armor. Dia glanced coldly at them. Their heavenly sword tower was still hiding from the eyes of the public. They would only reveal themselves once everything has been stabilized, but without Zhu Shen's commands, they could only wait for that day to come. Dia's arrival caused a bit of commotion among the customers inside the dragon building. She was very beautiful and her beauty even exceeded the young misses of the major powers. The eyes of the men immediately lit up when they saw this unparalleled beauty. However, when they saw her cold and unapproachable demeanor, no one dared to strike up a conversation with her. They would only invite humiliation among themselves if they do that. Furian and Jian Wang also noticed this cold-looking ice beauty. Dia headed straight to the second floor and ignored everyone's gazes. Brother Jian, she went to the second floor. Is she someone from this dragon building? Furian mumbled to himself. I don't know, but I think she has something to do with that heavenly sword that Phoebe mentioned earlier. Could it be a hidden major power? Jian Wang answered with uncertainty. He followed Dia through his spiritual perception and when the door of the second floor opened, he caught a glimpse of its interior. The space inside the second floor seemed to be larger than the first floor. Jian Wang also sensed that the true essence inside this vast room was hundreds or even thousands of times denser than the outside world. He also saw several thousands of people sitting cross-legged inside. All of them had their eyes shut tight as they sat in a lotus position. Before the door closed, Jian Wang saw the old tortoise and the little girl with white hair. The two of them were sitting beside a young man with long silver hair. At that time, the eyes of the silver-haired young man suddenly opened as if he had noticed Jian Wang's prying eyes. Bang! It was the last thing Jian Wang saw before the door of the second floor was shut. I failed to sense his cultivation. How is this possible? Jian Wang was stunned. It was the first time he had failed to sense someone's cultivation level after becoming a celestial god realm expert. Even Lao Go and Asmodeus couldn't escape the detection of spiritual perception, but that silver-haired young man, he couldn't discern his power. Furian saw the unnatural look of his friend, so he immediately asked. What's going on, Brother Jian? Chapter 520, Weakening Seal. I saw him. I saw the owner of the dragon building. Jian Wang muttered with shock. Furian was surprised and he could not help but look to his left and right as he said. Where? Where is he? Inside the second floor. His cultivation. I couldn't discern his cultivation. Jian Wang was still reeling in shock. What did you say? You failed to sense his power. Furian was stunned upon hearing his words. Who was Jian Wang? He was recognized as the number one in the primordial god realm. And now he was saying that he couldn't discern someone's cultivation using his spiritual perception. Soon, Jian Wang's eyes regained clarity. He turned his head and stared at the stairs leading to the second floor. That silver-haired young man was able to sense his spiritual perception. Although Jian failed to sense the other party's power, he felt a sense of familiarity when he recalled the silver-haired young man's golden eyes. One could say that the eyes are the windows of one's soul. And those pair of calm and indifferent golden eyes that seemingly contained the universe, he swore that he had seen it before. Furian, this Zhu Shen. I think I know who he is. Jian Wang glanced at his buddy with a serious look on his face. What do you mean, Brother Jian? What is Brother Jian saying? Furian was confused as he stared at his friend. However, Jian Wang shook his head and refused to speak. The matter was too inconceivable. If he didn't see the man's eyes, he wouldn't have been so sure about his identity. So you're still alive? Zhu Shen. Now, I know why you are hiding in this dragon building. Since you want to hide, I won't tell anyone about your presence. Not even Furion. Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows as he stared at the closed door. Earlier, he discovered a fluctuation of spiritual power following behind Thea. If not for the system forcefully weakening the spiritual power, he wouldn't be able to notice it. A celestial god realm expert has come to my store. Among the three of them, only Jianwang and Asmodeus have refined control of their spiritual power, but Asmodeus should be in hell, guarding the entrance. That means it is Jianwang. He is here. For the first time after coming back to the primordial god realm, Zhu Shen felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. If Jianwang could come, that means Lao Go could also do the same. Suddenly, Zhu Shen stood up and held Thea in his arms as he whispered. Jianwang is downstairs, we must speed up our cultivation. I think it won't be long before Lao Go comes to this place. The Heavenly Sword Tower must seal its gates for the time being. The teleportation array formation is almost complete, I only have to inscribe the last symbols to make it work. Once it starts working, the members of the Sword Tower don't need to travel on foot anymore. Inform Ren Zhuang about this and have the rest of them enter the cultivation hall at once. Thea could sense the urgency in his voice, so she nodded her head in understanding. She then left his embrace and went back downstairs to send his message to Ren Zhuang. Now that it has come to this, they could only hasten their plans. Zhu Shen stared at everyone who was inside the cultivation hall. All of them were members of the Heavenly Sword Tower. They would be his aides when the time for his revenge comes. Zhu Shen took a deep breath and went back into lotus position with his eyes closed. He was still far from reaching his past cultivation, but inside the cultivation hall, his progress wouldn't be slow. I won't come out for the next 100 years. He said in his heart before he drove straight into cultivation. 100 years might be a long time for mortals, but to cultivators at their level, 100 years would pass by in just a blink of the eye. Some people even spend thousands or even millions of years in seclusion. Spurred by the sense of urgency, Zhu Shen's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. With his experience, he felt no bottlenecks whatsoever. He also had the seamless deity physique, a special physique that has never been seen in the primordial god realm. Meanwhile, inside a different dimension, the crimson sky was blazingly hot and the dreary land filled with nothing but sand and dried up soil became increasingly hotter. In this kind of extreme temperature, no ordinary creatures would survive. However, there were strange beings that can be seen roaming this apocalyptic land. All of them had dark skins and grotesque-looking figures. Their malevolent faces could make anyone's skin crawl at a mere glance. Not far from this area, a small house made of stones can be seen. Sitting cross-legged inside this small house was a man who had 3 pairs of wings. He had long golden hair and a handsome face with an aquiline nose. If not for the long scar that blinded his right eye, he would have been perfect. Suddenly, the man frowned and turned his gaze behind him. There was a door-like rift that was covered in multiple ceiling array formations. The rift trembled and produced an eerie cry as if it was about to shatter, but the ceiling array formations lit up and stabilized the rift. The man with long golden hair stood up and stared at the door-like rift with a frown. I can no longer suppress the entrance. If this continues, the seal could only hold for another 100 years. By then, the entrance leading to the primordial god realm would once again be opened. I've already consumed all my power to seal this place for millions of years. My strength has become weaker and weaker. The infernals would use my moment of weakness to escape from this place. Sigh. The man stepped out of the stone house and glanced at the crimson sky with helplessness. Why are you doing this? He muttered. Chapter 521, Buy more time. Master, it has been 10 years since we began monitoring the dragon building, but we still have yet to discover anything significant other than the marvelous effects of the wines here. Some of our disciples and elders even started to visit this place. Because of the dragon building's presence, Hard Rock City is now bustling with activity. Many rich merchants and great families even decided to invest more in this desert region. Everyone in this place now calls Hard Rock City the oasis of the desert. I'm sorry, Vice Sect Master Valier. I got carried away. Valier almost pounded the communication crystal in his hand when he heard the man's voice that was filled with excitement. Did he think that they were out on a vacation? Shut your damn mouth and continue observing that bloody wine store. Valier clenched his hand, turning the communication crystal into fine dust. He was itching to go there personally, but he couldn't go there yet because the sect master has yet to return. The good news was that Sect Master Tilo called him earlier and informed him that he would return in a few more days. 10 years. I've been holding myself back for 10 years. Those damn disciples and elders. How could I remain calm after they repeatedly told me stories about the dragon building's godly wines? Damn it! Valier cursed with gritted teeth. Suddenly, his spare communication crystal vibrated. Valier composed himself and said, "Who is this?" His voice was cold and contained a hint of irritation. "Valier, you sound glum. Who made you angry, old man?" "Haha." A voice filled with amusement can be heard behind the crystal. There was only one person who would dare to speak to him like this. Tilu, the sect master of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Sect master. Valier adjusted his posture, his face filled with embarrassment after having been seen through. "Old man, you can tell me your story later. I only called you to inform you that I would be back tonight. My mission here is finally over. Damn it! I want to have a good rest and drink an entire lake filled with wine." Hearing that, Valier's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Sect master, good timing. I know a place that we could visit once you are here. I guarantee that you would love the place." All of the people who went there spoke highly of the wine store, so he was confident about it. "Oh? In that case, await my return. We'll catch up later." "All right." Valier kept his communication crystal with a look of anticipation. "Finally! I can leave this place and enjoy a moment of respite." He clenched his fists as he lightly chuckled. 10 years. After 10 years, the door of the dragon building's second floor has never opened again. Brother Jian are the people who went there last time in seclusion. Furion recalled the time when 500 people dressed in matching robes with golden patterns suddenly barged inside the dragon building and walked straight to the second floor. The customers at that time were so surprised when they saw the huge group's abrupt arrival. They tried asking the young waitresses about the identities of those people, but they never got an answer. Seated in front of him, Jian Wang calmly drank wine from his cup. At first, he ignored the silver cups provided to them, but he had suddenly taken an interest in using them. Jian Wang ignored the grumbling Furion and enjoyed his wine in peace. Only he knew why the second floor of the dragon building has never opened again, but he didn't tell anyone about it to avoid causing trouble for Zhu Shen. "Zhu Shen, how long are you planning to cultivate in seclusion? If Lao Go comes to this place, he might discover you," he thought to himself. Too bad they changed the waitresses here, or I could have asked young Miss Phoebe about what's happening. Furion muttered helplessly. In a separate dimension, in the world of Crimson Sky, a man with golden hair was staring at the ceiling array formations that he had fortified using his power. Visible cracks can be seen on the symbols of the inscriptions. Once the symbols of the ceiling array formations were destroyed, he could no longer block the entrance of hell. Asmodeus observed the place outside his stone house and he discovered more and more infernals camping in large groups. They must have felt the weakening of the seals. Those bastards! They knew that I don't have the ability to split my power anymore because of the entrance, and that's why they dared to camp here. His handsome face contorted with fury when he spotted a large number of infernals surrounding him. If not for his overwhelming cultivation, those sickening creatures would have already come to destroy the seals. Luckily, they were still wary of his power and they still don't have the guts to oppose him. However, it was only a matter of time before the entrance would fully open. Once that happens, trillions of hungry and ferocious infernals would claw their way towards the only entrance to the abundant lands of the primordial god realm. Asmodeus even saw some of them looking at him with weird smiles. A bunch of bloody bastards! He lashed out angrily, causing the entire area to be submerged in cold temperature. The infernals who were camped outside the stone house felt dread in their hearts when they sensed the anger of Asmodeus, but despite their trepidation, none of them left the place. They have already grown tired and weary of this bleak and soulless land. They wanted to wreak havoc on the bright sunny land that they saw behind the entrance millions of years ago. The strongest infernals had already banded together in preparation for the shattering of the seals. They have been waiting for this moment for many years and they could hardly contain the malice in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Asmodeus poured more spiritual power into the seals, hoping that he could buy more time. Not yet. I, Asmodeus, have not given up yet. Chapter 522, Sect Master Tilu's Return. After 10 years of seclusion inside the cultivation hall, everyone's strength increased by leaps and bounds. The fastest among them was still Zhu Shen, who had a deity physique. At this moment, he had already reached the peak stage of the Supreme God Realm. Just one step away from reaching the Heavenly God Realm. Peak stage of the Supreme God Realm. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, causing a crisp cracking sound to come from his muscles. He then tested his spiritual power and the strength of his Anma. After a quick check, he let out a smile of satisfaction. All three are already at the peak stage of the Supreme God Realm. If this speed continues, I would recover my past strength in 50 more years. My sudden increase in power wouldn't be a problem for me because of my experience, but to the others. Zhu Shen stared at everyone inside the cultivation. All of them were his people and they will fight with him against Lao Go and the Celestial Paragon Tower. Everyone's cultivation has increased drastically, but they still lacked battle experience of high caliber. Zhu Shen frowned as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought about the spirit world. The spirit world's growth was proportionate to his own strength. That means, the savage beasts living in the spirit world also experienced a sharp increase in power. With those thoughts in his mind, Zhu Shen communicated with the system to open the spirit world. A large wooden door appeared in front of him. As the lord of the spirit world, he could observe the movements of the creatures living in it. When he willed his thoughts to check the strongest living creatures, he noticed some savage beasts had already reached the Heavenly God Realm. 1, 2, 7. 7 Heavenly God Realm savage beasts. Not bad. This place is the perfect training ground for my Heavenly Sword Tower. Once everyone wakes up, I'll take them inside the spirit world to train them further. Zhu Shen's eyes gleamed. If news about their shocking cultivation speed spreads, everyone in the primordial god realm would surely come knocking on their doorsteps and interrogate them with drastic measures. The process of cultivation was exceptionally difficult and the higher one's cultivation, the slower their progress would be. However, Zhu Shen has the cultivation hall. They didn't need a long time to bitterly train themselves. Valier, it has been a while since we last met. Haha. You seem to be excited this time. A 3-meter-tall giant arrived inside the Vice-Sect Master's private hall. He had a human-like facial feature, but his looks slightly leaned on the fierce side. On his forehead was a purple gem that emitted a dull glow. This towering figure of a man was the Sect Master of the Celestial Paragon Tower, Tilu. Sect Master. You're finally here. This is great. Haha. Valier abruptly stood up from his seat and greeted the man. You're even more excited than me about my return. Valier, tell me. What made you this excited? Tilu's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the old man. Normally, This old vice sect master was very irritable and he rarely shows enthusiasm about something, so it was a bit surprising to see him act like this. Valir smiled and pulled Tilu to sit beside him. Sect master, you've been away for a very long time, so you haven't kept in touch with the Celestial Paragon Tower for many years. 10 years ago, the Dark Devil race spotted the remnants of the God Sword region in the desert region. Furthermore, they also discovered Jian Wang in that place. Tilo, who was listening half-heartedly, suddenly jolted in shock when he heard the name. What did you say? Jian Wang. He actually came out of his mountain. Valir nodded and continued. That's right. According to Birith, Jian Wang owns a store in Hard Rock City, a minor city in the desert region. Valir recounted every information he had gathered for the past 10 years and told Tilo everything. When Valir finished his story, Tilu's eyes flashed with an eager look. It seems like you've been quite busy for the past 10 years, old man. You've done great this time. Have you contacted father about this? Yes, Sect Master. I've already contacted Celestial Emperor Laogo about this matter. It was also him who tasked me to send our men to monitor Jian Wang's movements. What else did he say? Tilu asked while looking at the old man. Valir shook his head helplessly as he answered. Celestial Emperor Laogo seems to be uninterested in Jian Wang. Other than observing the man and his wine store, he didn't give me another mission. I see. That's good then. All right. Tomorrow, we'll go to Hard Rock City and visit Sword God Jian Wang. I want to see what that man has been up to all this time. Tilo said as he patted Valir's shoulder. Hearing that, Valir's eyes shone with excitement. It has finally come. The day that he had been waiting for has finally arrived. He had already broken a few dozen communication crystals because of his eagerness to visit the dragon building. From the vivid descriptions of his men, he could already imagine the level of wine the store has to offer. Just the thought of it made him rub his palms in anticipation. Oh, by the way, how's your mission this time, Sect Master Tilu? Did you get the Undying Holy Crystal? That thing is quite useful. Using that item, we can nurture 10 new Heavenly God Realm experts for the Golden Tower. Valir stared at the towering Tilu. He wondered if the Sect Master has gotten his hands on that miraculous item. Tilu's expression turned cold as he shook his head. The enemy was too vicious. When he was about to be defeated, he consumed the Undying Holy Crystal and detonated his Danshan. I was severely injured because of that and it took me more than 5 years to recuperate. I only got a bunch of other resources from them. Valir could only sigh in regret when he heard his words. Chapter 523, Arriving inside the Spirit World. Is this the Sect Master's Spirit World? What a beautiful place! The density of true essence here is comparable to the primordial God realm. One could even say that it is better by a small amount. Amazing! Among the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower, only a few of them had the chance to visit the Spirit World. Most of them were still unfamiliar with the place, so they all revealed looks of shock and amazement. Even those who had already visited the Spirit World were still surprised by the massive changes they saw. For example, Yang Zenki, the division head of the Blood Sword Division. During their time in the Silver Wing Empire in Nuar, Yang Zenki and the rest of the 100 former slaves trained in the Spirit World. At that time, the world was still growing and it didn't have the presence of strong savage beasts like it did now. Sect Master's means are truly unfathomable. Yang Zenki muttered to himself as he stared at the silver-haired young man leading them. In truth, Zhu Shen was also stunned by the massive changes in the Spirit World. It only took a little more than 10 years for the Spirit World to develop to such heights, but it was understandable. The time flow inside the Spirit World was much faster than outside. Even so, it was still shocking. Listen, everyone. Your progress in cultivation has been fast because of the cultivation hall. However, most of you still lack the necessary battle experience for someone at your level. To make up for this weakness, I brought you all to this spirit world and give you the chance to gain more battle experience. You will be staying here for the next 10 years and kill as many savage beasts as you can. Your kills will be recorded and all of you will be ranked according to your number of kills and the strength of the savage beasts that you've killed. At the end of this training, the top 100 among you will get a reward from me. As for those that fail to reach the top 100, you will still receive rewards according to your performance. Zhu Shen decided earlier to spur everyone's growth by doing this. With the concept of rewards, everyone's fighting spirit would be roused and they would do everything in their power to outshine everyone. Sect Master, can we join as well? Yin Long, the former leader of the God Sword region's remnant force, asked through spiritual transmission. Zhu Shen glanced at the old man and sent him a transmission. His voice contained a hint of exasperation. Old brat, you're already a heavenly god realm expert and you still want to compete with these bunch of kids? Shame on you! When he heard Zhu Shen's words, Yin Long could only smile awkwardly. After knowing that Zhu Shen was the same man known as the fourth strongest expert in the primordial god realm, his enthusiasm toward the heavenly sword tower reached its peak. Anything given by Zhu Shen was certainly a treasure, so he wanted to see if he could join the training competition as well. Don't worry. I have a separate mission for you old brats. In this spirit world, there are 7 heavenly god realm savage beasts. 6 of them are at the early stage of the heavenly god realm while the last one is at the mid stage. Your job is to make sure that none of our disciples are killed by those 7 savage beasts. Remember, you will only make a move if those 7 beasts are involved. Other than that, you can just watch them silently. If they die, then they die. If we are always there to save them, then they can never truly progress to become peerless experts. As for those 7 savage beasts, don't kill them. I still have some use for them. Zhu Shen sent the transmission to Yin Long, Ka Weiyan, and Gu San, the 3 heavenly god realm experts of the former God Sword region. The 3 nodded their heads seriously upon getting the message. It looks like the sect master is increasing the difficulty of their training. However, they also understood the logic behind his actions. After all, once they show themselves to the public, they would become enemies with the Celestial Paragon Tower and Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Zhu Shen glanced at everyone and announced in a cold voice. I hope I can see you guys again 10 years later. After saying those words, he left the spirit world with Dia, Hestia, and Ren Zhuang. These 3 were already peerless cultivators in their past lives, so there was no need for them to join the training. As for Atlas, he was responsible for monitoring the dragon building, so he didn't join the training as well. When they left, everyone from the Heavenly Sword Tower immediately dispersed to search for their prey. With the rewards for the top 100, they were eager to begin their hunt. Is this the dragon building that you always talked about? Tilu asked the old man beside him as he looked at the beautiful and regal dragon building behind the golden fences. Valir was shocked when he spotted the dragon building. Even from afar, the 2 of them already sensed the protective array formations inscribed all over the place. This wine store was even more well protected than the gates of their golden tower. Just the number of celestial rank protective array formations here made them stunned. Sect Master, initially, I thought that our subordinates were just exaggerating the reputation of this wine store, but from the looks of it. Valir smiled helplessly. Tilu nodded his head in agreement. Even before they entered the golden gates, he could already feel the power emanating from the hidden protective array formations. In terms of defense, this wine store was even ahead compared to their golden tower. He couldn't imagine how much wealth was needed to construct so many array formations around the dragon building. It seems like sword god Jian Wang truly has a connection with Asmodeus, the sole expert in array formation making among the 3 celestial emperors. Chapter 524, 9. As soon as they stepped inside the dragon building, Valir and Tilu spotted their subordinates. They made eye contact and communicated through spiritual transmission. Everything they reported is true. Even the details about the garden outside this building were also true. Valir sent a transmission to Tilu. Indeed, but it doesn't matter. Sword God Jianwang doesn't seem to be interested in creating a major power of his own. Let's just enjoy the wines sold here. Tilu replied calmly. Valir nodded his head in agreement. The two followed a young waitress and sat on an empty spot. Their table was located near the entrance of the dragon building, so they could get a clearer look at everyone inside. Most of the customers here were vagrant cultivators. They had exceptional cultivation levels, but their backgrounds were ordinary. Only a few of them came from renowned major powers and great families. Nonetheless, Valir and Tilo chose to remain low profile. After getting their order, the two men observed everyone silently. Jianwang was not yet around, but according to their subordinates' report, he would usually come to the store during this time frame, so they patiently waited. More and more people entered the dragon building and the store was instantly packed with patrons. Most of them were old customers and only a few were new ones. The wine store was already famous in the desert region and only a few hermits haven't heard about its grand reputation. Not long later, a cold-looking middle-aged man with a sword strapped behind his back entered the store. Behind him was a red-haired man who had a light smile on his face. Looking at the two of them, Valir and Tilo glanced at each other. Jianwang has arrived. Jianwang and Furion were escorted to an empty spot and they both ordered their favorite wines. Jianwang turned his head and stared at Valir and Tilo. The two nodded their heads to greet Jianwang, but the man ignored them completely and chatted with Furion. He's too much. The hot-headed old man, Valir, gritted his teeth in anger, but Tilo grabbed him by the arm and told him to calm down. Old man, in his eyes, we are nothing. As the person recognized to be the strongest in the primordial god realm, he has all the right to ignore us. Just hold it in. We are not here to fight him. Tilo whispered in a calm voice. I was rash, sect master. My apologies. Valir sighed and shook his head. Gentlemen, here are the wines you ordered. Enjoy. A pleasant voice echoed beside them. Valir and Tilo took the wines placed before them and took a quick look at them. Valir ordered the most expensive wine, whereas Tilo chose the frozen origin. When the two men drank their wines, their eyes widened in shock. Not bad. Valir exclaimed while looking at the empty silver cup in his hand. It was only his first sip, but he already felt that just that cup alone was already worth the astronomical price. The heavenly aroma that assailed his nostrils and the delicate taste of the wine lingered inside his head. He finally understood why his men never asked him to resummon them to the Golden Tower. Valir poured more wine into his cup and this time, he inhaled the sweet fragrance of the wine before he emptied his cup. Ah, it is truly delicious. Valir revealed a look of awe. In his mind, he was already praising Jianwang for being a great winemaker. Meanwhile, Tilo, who was seated opposite him, was also enjoying his wine. He ordered the frozen origin. It wasn't the best wine in the store, but it was also a unique creation that was many times more delicious than the wines he had tasted before. Even the wines he got from his father were not as good as this. Valir, thank you for bringing me here. Once we return, I will reward you handsomely. Haha. Tilo stared at wine in his cup. It was shimmering like a divine liquid. He could feel the coldness of the wine from the palm of his hands. Truly a wondrous wine. He praised wholeheartedly. The customers who were seated near them chuckled when they heard the two. They could tell that these two men were new customers of the wine store. Valir and Tilo, who were immersed in drinking their wines, failed to notice the snickering customers. They had even forgotten that they were also here to observe Jianwang's actions. 9 years after everyone from the Heavenly Sword Tower entered the spirit world, Yang Zhenqi, the division head of the Blood Sword Division, was currently sitting at the top position in points gained. He had killed a huge number of savage beasts in the past 9 years and he gained a lot from it. His sword comprehension has advanced by leaps and bounds and even his cultivation progress skyrocketed. At this moment, Yang Zhenqi stared at the visual projection above the skies. He could see his name at the top of the rankings as well as the points he gained after 9 years of hunting. Yang Zhenqi, 2,769,476. Lu Sulan, 2,757,989. Ice, 2,665,783. Kenyat, 2,448,126. Looking at the rankings, Yang Zhenqi frowned as he muttered. I've been killing so many high-level savage beasts, but Sister Sulan is still steadily progressing behind me. Her crowd control skills are just too overpowered. If not for my speed and superior sword techniques, she would have already left me behind. Even young Miss Ice is not too far from reaching me. Yang Zhenqi's eyes blazed with a competitive glow. After taking a short rest, he resumed his hunt. Meanwhile, in another part of the spirit world, a little girl with short white hair and chubby cheeks was strolling inside a huge forest. In her right hand was a huge chunk of cooked meat. She lifted her head upwards and snorted when she saw her name in the 3rd place. Humph! That brat Yang Zhenqi is a madman. Doesn't he know how to rest? Chapter 525, Lao Go's Rage. Zhu Shen opened his eyes and rose to his feet as he muttered. The 10-year training in the spirit world is finally over. He entered the spirit world and stared at the final rankings. Ice, 3,147,461. Lu Sulan, 3,067,227. Yang Zhenqi, 2,998,625. Zhu Shen used his power as the lord of the spirit world to forcibly summon everyone in front of him. Your 10-year training is over. And like I promised, the top 100 will get a reward from me. You can claim your rewards from Ren Zhuang later. Zhu Shen announced as he looked at everyone with a calm gaze. At the corner of his eyes, he spotted a little girl standing with her arms crossed. She had a smug look on her face as she stared back at Zhu Shen. Looking at her, Zhu Shen's lips twitched. This little brat! Zhu Shen opened the exit to the spirit world and led everyone back to the cultivation hall. When they were back to the cultivation hall, Ice walked toward Zhu Shen and stood in front of him with a wide smile. Her dimples became visible as the smile on her face deepened. Zhu Shen chuckled when he saw her appearance and he couldn't help but rub her head gently. Good job! Of course! Who do you think I am? Ice bragged happily. Zhu Shen ignored her and turned his gaze towards Ren Zhuang as he handed him a visual data. Pass the rewards to these people. As for the others, give them some resources as well. Ren Zhuang took the visual data and nodded his head. Yes, Sect Master. Sect Master, the 7 heavenly god rank savage beasts didn't intervene during the past 10 years. Those guys must have sensed our presence, so they remained cautious until the end. Yin Long said with a helpless look. The 10-year training this time almost bored him to death. Luckily, the environment in the spirit world was good for cultivation, so they didn't lose too much. Good work, you 3. You can also get something from Ren Zhuang. Just tell him and he'll understand. Zhu Shen said as he patted Yin Long's shoulders. The eyes of Yin Long and the other 2 old men immediately lit up upon hearing his words. Thank you, Sect Master. They said eagerly. After dealing with the rewards for the training, Zhu Shen walked toward Thea. Once everyone gets their rewards, tell them to begin their seclusion again. Thea nodded her head gently. All right. 5 years later, Celestial Emperor Lao Go came back to the Golden Tower. The whole Celestial Paragon Tower immediately began preparing a huge celebration to welcome him. Welcome back, Your Majesty Celestial Emperor Lao Go. Valier, Tilu, and everyone from the Celestial Paragon Tower kneeled when they spotted a golden figure descending from the sky. Tap! It was a man who was about 2.5 meters tall. He was wearing a full set of golden armor that covered his entire body. The only exposed part of him was his pair of azure eyes that gleamed with intense ferocity. The man removed his golden armor and his face, which was filled with brutal air, was finally exposed. From his appearance, he looked like a middle-aged man in his mid-40s with slick short black hair. A diamond jade was embedded on his forehead, emitting a dazzling radiance. This man was Celestial Emperor Lao Go, the founder of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship as they looked at this unrivaled expert. This was the man they revered the most. "Stand up, everyone." Celestial Emperor Lao Go smiled at everyone. His voice was ancient and full of authority. Just hearing his voice alone could make anyone unconsciously follow his every command. Tilu and Valir led the Celestial Emperor inside the Golden Tower and brought him to the topmost floor. The celebration of the entire Golden Tower continued, and everyone was in a joyous mood after seeing their idol. Meanwhile, on the topmost floor of the Golden Tower, Lao Go stared at Valir and Tilu. Both men wore somber expressions as they sat meekly opposite the Celestial Emperor. "What happened? Why are the two of you so glum?" Lao Go asked indifferently. Valir and Tilu glanced at each other. In the end, Tilu cleared his throat and said in a shaking voice, "Father, it is about the wine store in Hard Rock City." This time, Lao Go's expression turned serious as he waited for his son to continue. "Father, like what you told us. We observed Jian Wang and the wine store for the past few years. Nothing significant happened. However, when we asked people about the owner, they told us that the owner's name is Zhu Shen." Lao Go's face darkened upon hearing the name from his son's mouth. He recalled a distant memory and the face of a youth with a handsome appearance and cold personality. Celestial Emperor Lao Go's aura fluctuated intensely as he thought about the figure of that man. How could he forget him? It was the man who stole his wife's heart from him. Zhu Shen. He has already died inside the God Sealing Tower a few million years ago. And that bitch Thea. After I placed her under house arrest, she actually committed suicide. That fucking adulterous pair. Lao Go's face turned red as his rage boiled. The faces of Valir and Tilu took a drastic change when they saw the terrifying look of the Celestial Emperor. They didn't dare make a sound, and they could only silently wait for him to calm down. Lao Go glanced coldly at Tilu and spoke with a frigid tone. "That man is already dead. And didn't you guys say that Jian Wang owns that store? What's the meaning of this?" Tilu wiped the sweat on his face and replied immediately. "Father, we are also aware of this. We believe that Jian Wang is merely using someone as a figurehead for his wine store." Lao Go waved his sleeves and snorted angrily. "Enough. This matter ends here." Tilu and Valir bowed their heads nervously and left. "Jian Wang, why are you using that man's name?" Lao Go muttered with a dark look. Chapter 526, High Chieftain Wuka. 50 years. It took me 50 years to finally step into the heavenly god realm. Although I'm only at the early stage, my current power could already rival my past self. I'm now invincible below the celestial god realm. Zhu Shen muttered to himself with a smile. The difference between his past self's talent to his current body was too significant, but he also knew that his astonishing progress was only possible because of the cultivation hall. Zhu Shen stared at everyone. All of them were still cultivating earnestly. No one was foolish enough to waste their chance to cultivate in this kind of environment. Their gains are not small either. If they remain here for another 50 years, their strength would rival the talents of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Zhu Shen nodded his head contently. I shouldn't waste time and resume my seclusion, but before that, let me check what's going on inside the dragon building. Zhu Shen closed his eyes and scanned the entire wine store using his spiritual perception. So you're here. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed when he spotted a strong aura among the customers. Meanwhile, Jian Wang, who was about to down his cup of wine, suddenly froze. Someone used their spiritual perception to scan the entire dragon building. It came from the second floor. I still can't detect his strength. When the spiritual perception scanned the entire dragon building, Jian Wang was the only one who noticed it. Only that silver-haired young man is capable of doing this. Zhu Shen. When are you planning to come out? Inside the cultivation hall, Zhu Shen shook his head and sighed. I'm still too weak to compare myself to the 3 celestial emperors. I still don't have the right to stand in front of you as equals, Jian Wang. We can only meet soon. After muttering those words, Zhu Shen closed his eyes and entered into meditative state. 50 more years later, Zhu Shen had finally recovered his past cultivation. Cultivation. Peak Stage Heavenly God Realm. Anma Power. Peak Stage Heavenly God Realm. Spiritual Power. Peak Stage Heavenly God Realm. Zhu Shen rose to his feet. A joyful smile can be seen on his face. It didn't even take me 1,000 years to recover my power. This seamless deity physique is just too overpowered. Even the 3 celestial emperors don't have this kind of powerful physique. In that case, why do I have it? When he had transmigrated to this new body in Nuar, he didn't think too much about it, but now, he was intensely curious about how such a thing happened. Back then, Lao Go erased my cultivation and repeatedly tortured my physical body and soul inside the God Sealing Tower. I died, but then I miraculously transmigrated to Nuar in this body. Zhu Shen frowned as he thought about it. The system, the absurd quantity of celestial rank items, and the transmigration of Thaya and the others. He couldn't explain any of these things even with the vast experience in his past life. Zhu Shen rubbed his aching temple and decided to ignore these things for now. I should focus on my revenge first. Lao Go, you darn old man! You tortured me for millions of years. Just clean your neck and wait for me to claim your rotten head. A dense killing intent overflowed from his eyes, but he hurriedly concealed it. There were still people cultivating inside the cultivation hall and they would be affected by his killing intent if he didn't control it. Inside the sealed world of hell, Asmodeus spat a mouthful of blood. I can no longer seal the entrance. With the remaining power from the sealing array formations, I can only hold the entrance for another 3 days. He muttered helplessly. He had done everything he could for millions of years. He even chose to remain in hell just to protect this entrance. Roar! Roar! Not good. Those heavenly god realm infernals have finally lost patience. With my current power, I won't be able to hold them. Asmodeus bitterly smiled when he heard the enraged roars of the infernal leaders. At the moment, the entire mountain range had already become a territory of the infernals and only the 10-kilometer radius around Asmodeus' stonehouse was unoccupied. Billions of infernals had already taken residence in this mountain range and there were hundreds of heavenly god realm infernal chieftains leading this huge group. The strongest among them was a giant infernal who was at the celestial god realm. Asmodeus, for millions of years you have stopped my people from entering the lands of the primordial god realm. I've had enough waiting. A booming voice echoed throughout the entire mountain range. This infernal was the high chieftain of the infernals, Wuka. The only celestial god realm expert among the infernals. Asmodeus frowned when he sensed the impatience in that voice. Wuka can no longer control his impatience. This guy had only become a celestial god for a few thousand years, so he isn't as strong as me, but in my current state, I would only end up dead if I fight him and the billions of infernals under his command. Damn it! Roar! Roar! Furious roars and deafening howls echoed throughout the vast mountain range. The infernals could sense the weakening seal and their eyes glowed with bloodlust and excitement. They have been trapped inside this forsaken land for many years and they wanted to invade the fertile land behind the entrance. Wuka stared at the faraway stone house with his eyebrows furrowed. The current Asmodeus is no longer my match, but I should wait until the entrance is fully opened. If I rashly take action now, a large part of my infernal army would be killed by him. There should only be 3 days left. I can still wait. Wuka was only trying to damage Asmodeus' psyche earlier, but the other party's willpower was too strong. He even ignored Wuka's threats and remained inside his stone house. Wuka clenched his fists and sat down. I'll deal with you soon. Chapter 527, Impending Disaster. It's time to come out of seclusion. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. He had already recovered his power, and by his estimates, he was 10 times stronger than he was before. And if he uses his Bale Dragon Sacred Sword, his strength would increase further. He didn't even know the limit of his current power. Master, is it time for us to leave? An aged voice echoed behind. Zhu Shen turned his head and looked at Atlas, who had already risen to his feet. The aura of the old man changed noticeably. He was already a late-stage heavenly god realm expert, just one realm weaker than Zhu Shen. Soon, a few more people stepped forward and looked at him with excited faces. They have been cultivating inside this hall for 100 years, and the thought of finally seeing the sun again made them feel a sense of anticipation. Dia. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Ren Zhuang. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Hestia. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Ice. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Long Melee. Late-stage heavenly god realm. Aaron. Mid-stage. Balmond. Yubo. Zhu Shen inspected their cultivation one by one. Most of his high-ranking subordinates were now at the heavenly god realm, and the disciples hovered between the true god realm, and some of the stronger ones among them even reached the supreme god realm. With his usual calm and indifferent look, Zhu Shen said, "It's time we go back to the outside world." Upon hearing his words, the disciples cheered with excitement, while the higher UPS smiled with joy. Zhu Shen knew that it wasn't good to force them into seclusion, as it might hinder their future growth. Their cultivation might still grow, but their power couldn't be compared to those who had reached their cultivation through hardships and countless life and death battles. Atlas, Dia, Hestia, Ice, Long Melee, and Aaron. The 6 of you will stay here in the Dragon Building. Ren Zhuang, Yin Long, Ka Weiyan, and Gu San. The 4 of you can use the teleportation array formation to bring the rest back to the Sword Tower. Yes, Sect Master. Yes, Sect Master. Yes. Everyone acknowledged his command in unison. Zhu Shen glanced at the 6 people behind before he walked towards the door. It's time to meet you, Jian Wang. He whispered softly as he pushed the door open. Asmodeus stared at the broken ceiling array formations all over his stone house. The entrance leading to the primordial god realm was already half opened, and he could even see the bright and dazzling sky from the other side. His face was pale, and it looks like a large amount of his blood has been drained. With tired and weary eyes, Asmodeus used his remaining true essence and spiritual power to create a new ceiling array formation. He drew an outline of a magic circle on the ground using a brush and imbued it with spiritual power. As he summoned his last bits of spiritual power, Asmodeus' body trembled. He even almost collapsed during the last phase of inscribing the symbols on the array formation, but he gritted his teeth and continued the process through sheer willpower. And not yet. After he drew the last symbol, Asmodeus spat several mouthfuls of dark crimson blood. Cough. 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 Asmodeus gasped as he held his chest in pain. He could feel his dantian churning. He had truly overexerted himself this time. He then turned towards the partially opened entrance as he wheezed with difficulty. I must warn them. Asmodeus activated all the ceiling array formation before he jumped towards the entrance. He could no longer summon his spiritual power and true essence since he had already drained everything. If he wasn't a celestial god realm expert, he would have already died from that. Asmodeus felt the warm rays of sunlight enveloping his body. He looked around and noticed that he was in a vast desert. So the entrance actually opened to the desert regions, but this is also good. If it had opened in the central parts of the primordial god realm, many would lose their lives. I must quickly search for Jian Wang and Lao Go. Only with their help can we stop the infernals of hell. He propped up his sore body and squinted his eyes. From the distance, he saw a city that was protected by tall walls. He even saw a large number of people going in and out of the city. When he saw them, his face fell immediately. These people will die once those infernals come out of the entrance. Asmodeus sped towards the city and ignored his protesting body. He could only hope that the city would have someone of notable power who could help him broadcast the danger that was about to come. When he reached the city gates, he ignored the stunned guards and leaped through the tall walls. Shit! Capture that man! Mobilize the city guards to capture that man immediately. Asmodeus had no time to waste on them, so he dashed toward the inner parts of the city. When he was confident that he had already shaken off the guards, Asmodeus stopped to take a breather. He could feel that his body was about to collapse from extreme exhaustion. With a face full of sweat, he slowly raised his head and noticed that a huge crowd was headed in the same direction. All of them must be going to an important place. I should follow this crowd and see where they are headed to. At this moment, he could no longer muster his true essence and spiritual power, so he could only rely on his physical body and indomitable will to move forward. Asmodeus grabbed a piece of cloth from his space ring and covered his face. There was a group of guards stationed ahead, so it was better to be cautious. After a few minutes of trailing behind the crowd, Asmodeus saw a majestic dragon building surrounded by golden fences. When he saw the building, a light of astonishment flashed in his eyes. There's actually such a place here in the desert region. After a short moment of surprise, he dragged his weary body towards the golden gates and entered. Hopefully, someone can help me here, he muttered. Chapter 528, Zhu Shen comes out of seclusion. It was the same blazing sunny day in the desert region, and the Immortal's wine store, being the most famous resting place for vagabonds and travelers, was densely packed with people. Despite the large number of customers inside the wine store, the temperature inside was cold. It was the perfect place to relax in the desert region. Jianwang and Furian were among the crowd of customers. They sat before a two-person table at the far corner of the dragon building. Brother Jian, there have been more and more people going here. There might come a time when we wouldn't be able to enter the dragon building because of the sheer number of customers. If not for the steep prices of the wines, more of them would have been here. Furian shook his head as he muttered in a dejected voice. He had already stopped inquiring about the owner of the wine store a few decades ago. The wine store changed their waitresses yearly, and it was hard to befriend even one of them. Jianwang remained silent. For some reason, something has been bugging him all this time. He didn't know where this uneasy feeling come from, but he knew that his instincts would never lie to him. When Furian saw that his friend wasn't listening to him, he pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother Jian, you've become more silent these past few years. Tell me what's going on, he said in a serious voice. Normally, Jianwang would converse with him about random matters, but he had become strangely quiet in the past few years. It was as if the man was troubled by something, but what kind of thing could possibly trouble a celestial god realm expert like him? Jianwang put down his silver cup and stared at the pouting Furian. He put on a serious look as he said, "In the last decade, I've been feeling uneasy for some inexplicable reason. I didn't think too much about it at first, but the uneasiness I'm feeling intensified as the days went by. This time, my instinct is telling me that there would be danger." Furian's casual look was replaced by a solemn expression. "Now that you said it, I also felt kind of jittery in the last few years. I thought it was just me getting old, but from the looks of it, things might be more complicated." Jianwang nodded his head. Suddenly, the door of the second floor was pushed open. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads when they heard the creaking of the opened door. A man with long silver hair tied in a ponytail came out behind the door. His face was expressionless and he had a mysterious aura around him. 6 more people trailed behind the man, all of them had overwhelming cultivations that scared the customers. The weakest among those 6 people was the purple-haired man who was at the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm. As for the silver-haired young man leading them, they couldn't discern his power. Under the stunned gazes of the patrons, the 20 young waitresses of the Dragon Building lined up in 2 rows and bowed at the silver-haired young man as they greeted him in respectful voices. "Greetings, Wine Master Zhu Shen." When the crowd heard the greeting, they became even more surprised. They knew that the mysterious owner of the wine store goes by the name Zhu Shen. However, no one has seen his shadow for the last 100 years. As if he had suddenly disappeared. "Wine Master Zhu Shen? Isn't that the name of the owner? I heard that he entered into seclusion 100 years ago. It seems like he had just come out of seclusion. The owner looks handsome. Look at that little girl behind the owner. Isn't she the little lad that caused a ruckus here a long time ago?" All sorts of discussions broke out following the arrival of Zhu Shen's group. Many among the patrons sized up the silver-haired young man. During the last 100 years, the reputation of the Dragon Building has spread far and wide that its grand name even reached the central parts of the primordial god realm. Countless renowned individuals wanted to see the mysterious owner of the wine store, but he never showed himself for many years. Some people took out their communication crystals to tell their leaders about the arrival of the wine store's owner. Meanwhile, a few of them took out a recording array formation to record the owner's entourage. 6 high-rank heavenly god realm experts following meekly behind a young man. It was rare to see such a shocking sight. Zhu Shen calmly waved his hand at the greeting of the young waitresses. "Get back to work," he muttered in an indifferent voice. The young waitresses bowed in unison before they went back to attend to the customers. Zhu Shen ignored the gazes of everyone and turned his head towards the far corner. There were 2 people sitting there. One was a red-haired man and the other was a middle-aged man with a sword strapped behind his back. They looked normal among the customers, but Zhu Shen knew that these 2 were no ordinary people. The other one was a divine beast with a pure phoenix bloodline. His strength was at the very peak of the heavenly god realm, just a breath away from the ranks of the celestial emperors. Zhu Shen calmly walked towards their spot and stood in front of them with cupped fists as he greeted them. "Furion and Sword God Jian Wang, it's a pleasure to meet the 2 of you here in my humble store." His voice was neither servile nor overbearing. He still had the same expressionless look as he greeted the 2 top experts. "Wait. Did he say Sword God Jian Wang? That man is actually Sword God Jian Wang. No way. I've been drinking here for many decades with Sword God Jian Wang." Astonishment covered everyone's faces when they heard Zhu Shen's greeting. Chapter 529, Meeting. Jian Wang remained calm under everyone's stunned gazes. He sized up the silver-haired young man who stood before him. He even tried to use the best observation technique in his arsenal to see if he could discern the man's cultivation. However, his spiritual perception stopped before even entering the man's body. As if there was an invisible energy preventing him from prying on the secrets of this person. "So you're still alive? I thought you have died back then." Jian Wang transmitted a message to the man. He didn't others to hear their conversation since there were some people from the Celestial Paragon Tower inside the Dragon Building. Zhu Shen's eyes flashed briefly and returned to normal. "So you were able to uncover my identity?" Jian Wang scoffed. "There's only one Zhu Shen who has the ability to create this wine store. I know that you have some connection with Asmodeus and he even brought you to hell a couple of times before." Zhu Shen glanced at him in confusion. "What Asmodeus?" "Oh." Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart. The man must have thought that the protective array formations in the Dragon Building were created by Asmodeus. Zhu Shen shrugged with an imperceptible smile. He then grabbed a chair from his space earring and placed it beside where Jian Wang was seated. "I hope you don't mind me sitting beside you," he muttered. Jian Wang waved his hand calmly. This guy already placed his chair before even getting his answer. "Suit yourself." Zhu Shen turned his gaze towards the red-haired Furion and smiled at him. "Furion, one of the last remaining pure-blooded phoenix. Nice to meet you." Furion was surprised by the man's courtesy, but he was quick to adjust his mood. "Nice to meet you too, Wine Master Zhu Shen." I've heard a lot about you from the young waitresses of your store. He answered with a smile of his own. Suddenly, Furion's eyes widened. He realized that he couldn't see through the man's power. Zhu Shen saw his amazement, but he merely chuckled. He then moved back his gaze towards Jian Wang. They haven't seen each other for countless years, but it seems like the man hasn't changed. He still had this air of confidence around him. Just then, Zhu Shen narrowed his eyes and stared in a certain direction. There was a foreboding sensation rising in his heart. So you've also noticed it? Seems like there is really something going on in this desert region. The calm voice of Jian Wang echoed beside his ears. Zhu Shen nodded his head solemnly. A dark and oppressive aura emerged for a brief second and disappeared. He was very familiar with that aura. Hell! The entrance of hell has emerged once again. Zhu Shen muttered in a stern voice. He was certain of it. As someone who had been to hell for a couple of times, he was very familiar with its bleak and treacherous aura. He could not forget it. Jian Wang squinted his eyes when he heard Zhu Shen's words. So it has emerged again, hey? He believed Zhu Shen's words since the man wasn't known to speak nonsense. What hell? What entrance? Furion stared at them in confusion when he heard the conversation between them. The entrance of hell, it will emerge once again. And the entrance will open in the desert region. Zhu Shen said in a calm voice. What did you say? Furion's eyebrows shot upwards, but before he could even say anything more, a man dressed in ragged clothes came inside the store, shocking the patrons who were busy chatting among themselves. There was a piece of cloth wrapped around his head, probably to hide his face. His shirt and trousers were dirty and full of soil. The man looked like a farmer who had stumbled on his fields. The entrance, hell, emerge. The man muttered weakly before he collapsed. What is wrong with this guy? Is he a drunkard? This guy is crazy. What is he talking about? I don't know. I only heard him say entrance. Looking at the man, Zhu Shen swiftly commanded. Aaron, bring him upstairs. The purple-haired Aaron nodded his head and grabbed the unconscious man before bringing him to the second floor. Zhu Shen glanced at Jian Wang and Furion and told them. You two can follow me upstairs. He didn't mind bringing them inside the cultivation hall. The hall was powered by array formations and he could just shut it off. Jian Wang and Furion nodded their heads gravely. Before the man collapsed, they heard what he said. Aaron carefully put the man down and turned his head towards Zhu Shen, waiting for his command. Give this to him. Zhu Shen handed a small pill to Aaron. Aaron took the pill and unwrapped the cloth that covered the man's face. He then shoved the pill inside the man's mouth. When Zhu Shen and Jian Wang saw the appearance of the man, the frown on their faces deepened. Asmodeus, the greatest array formation maker in the primordial god realm. One of the three celestial emperors. This man was Zhu Shen's friend and also the person who taught him the art of array formation making. He couldn't believe that such an individual actually end up like this. Asmodeus. Isn't this guy Celestial Emperor Asmodeus? The man who sealed the entrance of hell. Now I understand. The entrance will once again emerge. Furion exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the man. Cough. 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 A series of dry coughing sounds followed as the man finally awakened. He groaned as he tried to sit upright. Aaron felt pity for him and helped the man. Thank you. Asmodeus muttered as he slowly lifted his head to look at the people who had saved him. The purple-haired man was an unfamiliar face. He checked everyone one by one and suddenly, his eyes widened when he saw Jian Wang. Jian Wang. Cough. He spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 530, We Need More People. Take it easy, man. Aaron whispered as he patted Asmodeus' shoulder. I can't believe we met two of the three celestial emperors the moment we went out of seclusion. Hee hee. Eyes smiled widely as she stared at Jian Wang and Asmodeus. She had heard about the stories of the three celestial emperors from Zhu Shen. The others nodded their heads in agreement. These two were the strongest beings in the primordial god realm, but two of them were gathered in the dragon building. Asmodeus ignored them and stared at Jian Wang as he slowly rose to his feet. He had already recovered a portion of his true essence and spiritual power after eating the pill given by Aaron. Jian Wang, the entrance is about to open. By my estimates, the ceiling array formation that I created wouldn't be able to hold back the infernals. In 2 days, billions of infernals would come out behind the entrance and destroy the peace of this place. Asmodeus was still agitated. The infernals that he sealed this time were many times stronger than the ones before. There was even Wuka who had risen to the ranks of the celestial god realm. The only one who could stop that beast was Jian Wang. Even Lao Go might have a hard time fighting against it. Jian Wang frowned when he saw the state of Asmodeus. What are the levels of the infernals behind the entrance? He asked in a solemn tone. Asmodeus' expression turned grim as he replied. There are trillions of them currently trapped in hell. The first wave that would come out is comprised of Supreme God Realm Infernals and True God Realm Infernals, but the bulk of them should be at the Mystic God Realm. However, the most pressing matter is Wuka, the High Chieftain of the Infernals. He had already stepped into the ranks of the Celestial Emperors. Hearing his words, everyone inside the cultivation hall gasped in surprise. Only Zhu Shen and Jian Wang managed to remain calm. An infernal has stepped into the celestial god realm. Zhu Shen muttered with eyebrows furrowed. Even he failed to step into this realm, so this high chieftain Wuka must be a terrifying individual. Asmodeus stared at the man who had just spoken, and when his eyes scanned the man with long silver hair, he revealed a look of surprise, but he hurriedly concealed it. This matter is too dangerous to be ignored. We must inform everyone in the desert region about this immediately and ask for their help in repelling the infernals. Jian Wang was confident that he could stop the high chieftain of the infernals, but he couldn't stop the whole army on his own. They needed the help of many experts top to prevent the infernals from wreaking havoc. I have many friends here, so I'll inform them about this. I believe that they would help us since the safety of the desert region is at stake. I'll take my leave first. Furion took out his communication crystal and swiftly called his old buddies. The strength of the desert region's forces might not be enough to stop those infernals. We need the help of those major powers from the central lands. Jian Wang, can you call some of your old friends to come here? Asmodeus stared at Jian Wang with an imploring look. Jian Wang nodded his head. All right, but I only have a few friends, so I can't promise anything. Among my contacts, 4 or 5 of them should be willing to help us. The situation wasn't favorable for them. Jian Wang was the only fighting force that could rival Wuka since Asmodeus was still in the process of healing. The desert region's forces were also significantly weaker than the infernals, so the fight would be a bitter battle. If I don't help them, the desert region would have major casualties and it would severely impact the future of my wine store. I can't allow this to happen. Zhu Shen thought to himself. I can summon my people to aid you guys in repelling the infernals. The Heavenly Sword Tower now had more than 20 Heavenly God Realm experts after the 100-year seclusion. All of their disciples also had a qualitative increase in their power. They could already rival the forces in the central lands. Good. Asmodeus nodded his head. You should recuperate for now. Leave this matter to us. You've already done enough. Jian Wang said as he looked at Asmodeus. The man's dantian was severely damaged and even his soul had received a significant injury. If he tried to forcefully use his power, his cultivation might regress. Asmodeus knew that he was right, so he nodded his head. All right. I'll leave this in your hands. Let's assemble the army outside Hard Rock City. Jian Wang turned his gaze towards Zhu Shen. The latter nodded his head in understanding. All right. I'll call my people and tell them to prepare. Zhu Shen took out his communication crystal and contacted Ren Zhuang. The whole desert region was stunned by the news about the re-emergence of the entrance of hell. A few old beings who had survived the past invasion of the infernals came out of seclusion to verify the information. It was then that sword god Jianwang appeared and vouched for the authenticity of this matter. This explosive news spread like wildfire throughout the primordial god realm. Information about the infernals was then unearthed and shown to the public, making everyone feel nervous about the incoming disaster. The people became uncertain about what could happen in the coming days. The whole primordial god realm was in turmoil. Many weaker sects and families fled from the desert region. They would only be cannon fodder if they stubbornly remained. Meanwhile, in the golden tower of the celestial Paragon Tower, Lao Go stood on the balcony of his private hall, overlooking the horizon. Jianwang, Asmodeus, I'll leave those infernals in your hands. Ha ha ha. I hope that those creatures could at least damage you too. By then, you won't pose a problem to me anymore. Ha ha ha. He grinned wickedly. Chapter 531, Gathering of Peak Experts. 6 major powers responded to the calls of Jianwang and Furion. All of them came from the Central Lands. The moment they heard about the re-emergence of the entrance of hell, they immediately dispatched a huge portion of their subordinates and personally led their men to the desert region. Chu Nanshan, family head of the Chu family. Peak stage heavenly god realm. Ouyang Kai, sect master of the bamboo immortal mountain. Peak stage heavenly god realm expert. Table, leader of the primordial mercenary alliance. Peak stage of the heavenly god realm. Ai Chen, pavilion mistress of the heavenly melody pavilion. Peak stage of the heavenly god realm. Ri Kashao, great general of the armored wyvern army. Peak stage of the heavenly god realm. Shin Qasim, great lord of the immortal peak castle. Peak stage of the heavenly god realm. Each of these 6 top experts brought 1 million of their strongest subordinates. With the presence of the 6 great armies, the anxiety of the desert region's people was somehow lessened. Other than the 6 of them, many powerhouses also came to show their support and dozens of hidden old beings surfaced one by one. Everyone cheered for their timely appearance. With the gathering of so many experts, everyone felt hopeful. It was then that 2 people appeared, slowly descending in front of the allied forces. One was a middle-aged man with black hair. A sword was strapped behind his back. His sharp gaze swept through the crowd, causing everyone to lower their heads. The other one was a young man with long silver hair. He was wearing a white robe with golden embroidery. A huge heavy sword that emanated an aura of darkness and chaos was tied behind him. His handsome facial features and cold demeanor made him look like an unapproachable deity. Upon the arrival of these 2 individuals, the huge crowd of experts quieted down as if to show respect to the higher beings. Hey! Who are those 2? I felt a chill when I tried peeking at their faces. I don't know, but look at the 6 great leaders. They didn't even dare lift their heads at the presence of those 2 men. I think one of them is Sword God Jianwang. Sword God Jianwang? Then that's understandable. Only someone like him would have this kind of overwhelming dignity and charisma. However, who is the other person? Who knows? Jianwang walked toward the 6 great leaders and smiled at them. Seeing this, the 6 leaders exchanged glances of jubilance and came forward. Greetings, Sword God Jianwang. It has been a long time since we last saw you. The 6 of them were among the experts who fought with the infernals when they first invaded the primordial god realm. They were happy to see Jianwang, the man who led them in defeating the ferocious invaders. Jianwang smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities. The 6 of you are one of the people that I, Jianwang, consider as friends. Hearing this, the 6 could hardly contain the smiles on their faces. These were genuine words coming from the strongest man of the primordial god realm. How could they not be moved? Oh, by the way. This man right here is Zhu Shen, the owner of the Immortal's wine store and the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Tower. You guys might not have heard of him yet since this guy was in seclusion for a very long time. Jianwang introduced the quiet young man behind him. The eyes of the 6 great leaders moved towards the silver-haired human behind Jianwang. This man was incredibly handsome, and Ai Chen, the only woman among the 6 leaders, was stunned at the sight of his peerless figure. If not for her strong sense of control and high level of spiritual power, she would have already revealed a smitten expression. Zhu Shen turned his gaze at them and nodded his head as a greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said in a calm voice. The 6 great leaders sized up the young man and tried to gauge his power. However, no matter how hard they tried, they failed to sense how strong he was. The faces of the 6 experts changed. They would only fail in identifying someone's power if the other party was so much stronger than them. Could it be that this young man was actually a hidden celestial god realm expert? Jianwang chuckled in his heart when he saw the expression of the 6 leaders. He knew that they had failed in discerning Zhu Shen's power. Even I failed when I tried to probe him. At least this way, they will recognize Zhu Shen's power. He muttered in his heart. In truth, Jianwang was also unsure about Zhu Shen's cultivation. He wanted to ask the man, but he knew that it wasn't right to ask about such a personal matter. If he truly wanted to tell them about his power, he would have already told everyone about it. Jianwang believed that Zhu Shen wanted to keep this a secret. "So it's Wine Master Zhu Shen. I've heard of your great name from one of my subordinates. According to them, your wine store sells wines with effects similar to godly pills. Truly impressive." The 6 great leaders warmed up to Zhu Shen when they realized his mysterious power. They also thought that Jianwang shared a deep friendship with him since they came together. Just these 2 reasons were enough for them to befriend this man. Zhu Shen smiled helplessly at the passionate words of the 6 leaders. He glanced at Jianwang imploringly, but the man ignored him. Is this his revenge for making him wait for a century? After making Zhu Shen suffer for a few minutes, Jianwang finally spoke. "All right, that's enough. We can talk about friendship later, but we have important matters to settle first. I hope that the 6 of you will help us in unifying the allied forces. I'm not good at managing armies, so I can only pass this work to you guys." "No problem. You can count on us, Sword God Jianwang." The 6 leaders nodded their heads confidently. Good. Chapter 532, Ai Chen's Distress. With the help of the 6 great leaders, the allied forces that came to the desert region were unified. More than 100 million soldiers from different factions stood in attention under the stern gazes of their leaders. All of them were prepared for the coming of the Infernals. "Zhu Shen, our numbers are still lacking compared to the Infernals. It would be a tough battle for our soldiers," Jianwang said as he stared at the huge army of soldiers. Zhu Shen directed his gaze toward the soldiers. They might be strong, but the Infernals numbered in billions. They would be overwhelmed if they fought an army of that size. "We can only use the remaining time to create array formations to support our soldiers. I heard that Pavilion Mistress Ai Chen and her Heavenly Melody Pavilion are experts in array formation making. I'll instruct them to make array formations." Jianwang nodded his head. Time was tight, but they didn't have any other choice. They could only supplement the lack of soldiers with array formations. Luckily, Heavenly Melody Pavilion answered their call for support. Zhu Shen searched for Ai Chen among the crowd and found her talking with a few leaders. She was truly beautiful, and even Zhu Shen could not help but praise her beauty in his heart. She was crowded by the leaders of multiple factions. Zhu Shen could sense that she was in distress. Beauty is a blessing, but also a curse. He sighed in his heart. He walked toward the group with confident strides. A gentle smile covered his face. "Miss Ai Chen, can I take some of your time?" Ai Chen was feeling slightly troubled. She was forced to communicate with a bunch of old experts due to their circumstances. She felt a bit annoyed, but she could only hold it in since she was the weakest among the 6 great leaders. Her heavenly melody pavilion wasn't known for its fighting prowess. They were skilled in array formation making, weapon crafting, and alchemy. In the fight against the Infernals, they would play the role of support. Sect Mistress Ai Chen, after this war, I hope you would allow me to enter the gates of your heavenly melody pavilion. A middle-aged man said as he looked at Ai Chen's perfect figure. Her thin white robe stuck closely to her body, exposing a bit of her slim waist and plump bosom. Many leaders from strong factions showed great interest in her. There were only a few women who could rival Ai Chen's beauty and achievements. Ai Chen felt uncomfortable when she sensed the gazes of the leaders, but she could only endure it helplessly. The doors of my heavenly melody pavilion are always open to our friends. Her voice was reminiscent of the chiming of divine bells, soothing and filled with allure. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted everyone's passion. Miss Ai Chen, can I take some of your time? Everyone turned their gazes in the same direction. Who was daring enough to snatch the prey from multiple peak experts? When they saw the face of the man, their eyes narrowed. Zhu Shen. They have heard of his name from the mouths of the 6 great leaders. He was the owner of the Immortal's wine store, a mysterious wine store in the desert region. He also shared a friendship with the strongest man alive. Looking at him, the faces of the leaders drastically changed. They couldn't offend this man for a mere woman, so they chose to step back. Ai Chen was relieved when he heard the familiar voice. She couldn't forget it. They just met some time ago, but she felt as if they had known each other for a long time. He shares the same name with my sword teacher. She thought to herself as he recalled a peerless figure from her deepest memory. His sword teachings were deeply imprinted in her heart. She stared at the handsome face with a smile filled with gratitude. Wine Master Zhu Shen. Of course. Ai Chen said as she followed him. The leaders could only stare at the pair in jealousy. They shook their heads in regret. Too bad. The enemy is someone we can't afford to provoke. It doesn't matter. Maybe he'll die in the coming war. Someone snickered in a spiteful voice. Ai Chen stared at Zhu Shen's side profile. She wondered why this man was looking for her. Zhu Shen abruptly stopped and turned his gaze towards the stunned Ai Chen. Miss Ai Chen, I won't beat around the bush, I need the help of your heavenly melody pavilion to set up array formations near the entrance. Hearing this, Ai Chen felt it was incredulous. He knows where the entrance is? The entrance of hell appears in random locations, so pinpointing the exact coordinates of the entrance was impossible. Unless Asmodeus was present to help them. Could it be that Celestial Emperor Asmodeus is here? Ai Chen felt excited at the thought of it. He was the man she revered the most other than her sword teacher. Asmodeus was the only celestial rank array formation maker in the primordial god realm. Ai Chen cleared her thoughts. It wasn't the best time to think about other things. She stared at Zhu Shen and answered. All right. Just tell me the coordinates of the entrance and I will my people set up the array formations immediately. Zhu Shen smiled upon hearing this. Great. Follow me, Miss Ai Chen. I'll bring you there personally. The entrance of hell will open soon, so I will have my heavenly sword tower guard your subordinates. Heavenly sword tower. Oh, right. He was also the sect master of a hidden sect. She wondered how strong Zhu Shen's subordinates were. Then please lead the way, Wine Master Zhu Shen. She said with a look of anticipation. Zhu Shen nodded and led her to the coordinates mentioned by Asmodeus. The location wasn't far from Hard Rock City. It should be around here. Zhu Shen said. He could sense a strong disturbance in this area. He believed that this was related to the emergence of the entrance. Chapter 533, Preparation. Ai Chen had a strong spiritual power, so she was more sensitive to danger. She could sense the bloody aura in this area and it made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Wine Master Zhu Shen, I'll call my people immediately and have them make array formations in this place. She said as she took out a communication crystal. All right. Zhu Shen nodded. He then told his subordinates to make haste towards his location. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion was weak in terms of martial prowess, so he volunteered to guard them. Soon, Zhu Shen's subordinates arrived. "Greetings, Sect Master." They bowed towards Zhu Shen. Ai Chen swept her gaze toward the group that arrived. There were only about 10,000 of them, but their strong auras stunned her. She could even sense that the leading figures among this group could take care of her in just a few moves. So this is the power of his Heavenly Sword Tower. Amazing! She was impressed by the individual prowess of Zhu Shen's subordinates. Suddenly, she felt an ominous gaze looking at her. She shivered and moved her gaze towards the figure of a blonde-haired woman wearing dark battle armor. A mixture of coldness and melancholy can be seen on her goddess-like face. "How beautiful!" Ai Chen exclaimed in her heart when she spotted Thea. It was the first time she felt that her beauty was inferior to someone, but why is she looking at me like that? She thought to herself in confusion. Thea frowned as she glared at Ai Chen, but soon, her face turned gentle. "Sister Ai Chen." Ai Chen was someone who shared a deep relationship with her. They shared the same sorrow when they were turned down by Zhu Shen when they asked him to take them as his disciples. They shared a common bond and treated each other as sisters. Sadly, they were forced to move apart because Thea was forcibly taken away by Celestial Emperor Lao Go, who desired her beauty. Ai Chen suddenly understood something. Maybe she is Wine Master Zhu Shen's lover. To prevent dispute among them, Ai Chen smiled and walked toward Thea. She took her hands and held them gently as she chuckled. "Don't worry, beautiful sister. Wine Master Zhu Shen only asked for my help to set up array formations here." Thea almost cried when she heard the gentle voice and her familiar scent. Thea wanted to tell Ai Chen about her identity, but she knew that it wasn't the right time yet. Zhu Shen had just recovered his power and his cultivation was still much weaker than Celestial Emperor Lao Go. If she disclosed her identity, Zhu Shen might suffer. "I'm sorry, Sister Ai Chen, but I can't tell you my identity for now." Thea put on a cold expression and swatted her hand. She put on a distance between them and muttered, "As long as you know your place." Her tone was laced with anger. Ai Chen smiled awkwardly at Thea. "It looks like Wine Master Zhu Shen is already a married man. What a pity." The atmosphere became weird at that moment, but luckily, Ai Chen's subordinates arrived in a timely manner to defuse the tense atmosphere. "Greetings, Pavilion Mistress." More than 1 million people dressed in white robes saluted Ai Chen respectfully. Ai Chen put on a stern look in front of her subordinates. She then announced, "The entrance of hell will emerge in this location." Her words stunned the members of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion. "The entrance of hell? What?" Ai Chen raised her hand and continued. "Our task is to create battle array formations and weakening array formations in one day. The emergence of the entrance is coming closer and we don't have much time, so we could only create as many as we can. Move in groups of 100 and start creating the array formations." She didn't give them time to gather their thoughts and swiftly issued her command. Ai Chen's stern voice echoed throughout the area, temporarily easing the nervousness of her subordinates. "Yes, Pavilion Mistress." They answered in unison. After giving the command to her subordinates, Ai Chen moved toward Zhu Shen and said, "Wine Master Zhu Shen, I will also help my people in creating the array formations. I'll leave our safety in your hands." Zhu Shen nodded his head at her. "No problem." After getting his answer, Ai Chen turned her gaze towards Thea before she left. "Strange. She seems familiar." She muttered silently. Looking at her disappearing figure, Thea sighed in her heart. She then felt her body being enveloped in a warm embrace as a gentle voice drifted to her ears. "It wouldn't be long before you can talk with her like before. Just endure for a bit longer." Thea nodded her head meekly. "I understand." Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Tower moved their gazes away from the couple. They knew that Thea would punish them if they carelessly provoke her in this situation. Zhu Shen glanced at his subordinates and said, "Our duty is to maintain the safety of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion. Go. Move out." Everyone dispersed in different directions and secretly monitored the safety of the area. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion was truly a powerhouse in the field of array formation making. In just a few hours, they managed to make thousands of battle array formations and weakening array formations. Even Zhu Shen's subordinates were impressed by their skills. With the combined effort of more than 1 million array formation makers, 100,000 array formations were built in just one day. That amount was enough to hold down millions upon millions of infernals. The members of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion were exhausted after one whole day of making array formations, but they were happy about their contributions to the Allied force. They were also thankful to the Heavenly Sword Tower who prevented others from causing them trouble. Good job, everyone. However, we can't rest here. Let's head back to the camp of the Allied force. Ai Chen said in a loud voice. Chapter 534, Emergence of the Entrance. The preparation has been made, but everyone was still nervous as they waited for the emergence of the entrance. Tens of millions of experts scattered throughout the desert region stood anxiously as they held their weapons. They were already told that there would be billions upon billions of infernals coming from hell. Jianwang saw the nervousness behind the solemn expressions of the soldiers. With his high spiritual power, they couldn't hide their emotions from him. The Allied forces' morale is dwindling despite the efforts of the 6 great leaders. They can't be blamed. It is already good that none of them fled. He muttered in his heart as he grabbed a few items from his space ring. Battle armor, helmet, leg guards, boots, battle cape, and gauntlets. It has been a long time since I last used these items. Now is the perfect time to use them again. He smiled as he put on the battle gears. Jianwang's figure became even more dignified. His crimson battle gear made him look like a war god. Zhu Shen, who was standing beside him, could not help but admire the man's charisma. After putting on his armor, his overall aura changed considerably. It is indeed too much to wear robes against the infernals. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he glanced at his exquisite white robes with golden embroidery. It was safe to say that his current clothing wasn't meant for battle. Zhu Shen was also a weapon crafter and he had already made a set of battle gear for himself. He took it out from his space earring and changed into it. His battle gear was different from Jianwang's. Pristine white armor with archaic golden engravings. A golden general's cape fluttered behind his back. Zhu Shen then tied his long silver hair in a ponytail. Much better. He muttered. He looked great in his battle armor. The only issue was the color difference of his baleful dragon sacred sword, but he didn't take it to heart. It was then that the sky above the desert region suddenly darkened. A huge rift gradually revealed itself under the dark clouds, bringing with it a gloomy aura. Roar! Roar! Everyone could hear the enraged roars behind the rift, and some weaker soldiers shivered upon hearing the creepy cries of the beasts. The entrance. Everyone prepare for battle. Pavilion Mistress Ai Chen, please activate the array formations. Ai Chen nodded her head and instructed her subordinates to activate the array formations. There were tens of thousands of array formations that needed to be activated, and the energy required to continuously operate them was enormous. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion might be amongst the wealthiest major powers, but they couldn't handle the massive expenditure. Luckily, many major powers volunteered to share the expenses with them. When the array formations were activated, the magic symbols lit up, brightening the pitch-black sky. Everyone was reassured when they sensed the power behind the array formations. There was no celestial rank array formation and most of them were at the heavenly rank, but it was already enough to slow down the infernals. A huge figure suddenly came out from the rift. It was a creature that looked no different than the typical demonic species, but this being had the aura of brutality and chaos. It had a malevolent facial feature and a strong body covered in armor-like scales. The ferocious creature swept its cold gaze towards the army down below. It then revealed a hideous smile before it emitted an ear-piercing cry that shook the heavens. Roar! More and more creatures abruptly came out of the rift following its sharp roar. Everyone, take out your long-ranged weapons and fire. Kill them! The experts of the primordial god realm launched their attacks towards the skies, causing the battlefield to be illuminated by brilliant rays of multicolored lights. Bang! Boom! Destructive explosions rang out following the offensive strikes of the soldiers. The array formations also did their work in preventing the infernals from moving closer. It made the beasts turn mad with rage. With the fierce offensive attacks from the soldiers, the infernals failed to breach the formation of the allied force. The exchange continued for several hours, but the infernals showed no signs of stopping their charge. Shit! Those beasts are not even retreating despite their huge number of casualties. Are they not afraid of death? Our soldiers have consumed so much of their true essence. We can't continue this kind of offense for long. Melee attackers, prepare yourselves. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the clouds. More and more infernals descended and their numbers were slowly increasing. This was just the first force sent by the infernals, but they had already almost consumed their true essence. If not for the support of the array formations, their defensive line would have already been breached by those ferocious creatures. Roar! Roar! Dozens of infernal chieftains appeared and struck the array formations. Boom! Boom! Looking at this, Ai Chen's gaze turned cold as she raised a signal to her subordinates. Do it! Her subordinates nodded and activated the self-destruct options of the remaining array formations near the infernal chieftains. Bah! A huge cluster of smoke and dust covered the epicenter of the explosion. Great! That should have killed hundreds of those high-level chieftains. Impressive work, Pavilion Mistress Ai Chen. However, in the middle of their jubilant cheers, an overwhelming power suddenly descended on the remaining array formations, destroying them. Bong! What was that? What the hell? Everyone was horrified by the strike. That power alone was enough to decimate a large part of their army. It was a good thing that they weren't the target of the attack, but since the array formations have already been destroyed, the battle would only become a lot fiercer from this moment. Jianwang squinted his eyes and stared at the silhouette of a huge creature hidden behind the cloud of dust. That must be Wuka, the High Chieftain of the Infernals. He muttered in a solemn voice. Chapter 535, Mission. The faces of the members of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion fell when the array formations were destroyed. They were the ones controlling the array formations, so they received a considerable amount of damage when everything was ruined. Ai Chen, who was in control of about 100 array formations, spat a mouthful of blood and staggered weakly before she fell to the ground with a pale face. That power! It is at the level of the Celestial Emperors! She exclaimed as she looked at the sky with horror. What? There's a Celestial Emperor among the Infernals? No way! This can't be! How is this possible? Some leaders lost their composure when they heard Ai Chen's words. Even the bravest among them faltered. It was at this moment that Zhu Shen suddenly received a notification from the system which had been silent for many decades. Ding! Mission objective: kill the High Chieftain Wuka. Mission details: High Chieftain Wuka's presence brought a considerable loss of morale among the allied force. Kill him to prevent chaos within the army. Mission rewards: glimpse of the Fourth Heart Realm. This. Zhu Shen's eyes flashed when he saw the reward of the mission. Glimpse of the Fourth Heart Realm. He muttered in disbelief. He had been stuck in the Third Heart Realm for many years, preventing him from becoming a celestial god realm expert. He spent millions of years pondering upon the mysteries of the Fourth Heart Realm, and he even stole a written document related to the Fourth Heart Realm from Celestial Emperor Lao Go. It was also where he learned about the details of Heartless Void, the gateway of the Fourth Heart Realm. According to the document written by Lao Go, he abandoned compassion to reach the Fourth Heart Realm, and it was also for this reason that he named it Heartless Void. Zhu Shen couldn't believe that he could acquire the chance of reaching the impossible stage by killing a celestial god realm infernal high chieftain. I think it's time for me to make a move. He snapped out of his daze when he heard Jian Wang's words. Zhu Shen turned his head and saw the man preparing himself to battle high chieftain Wuka, but before he could step into the air, Zhu Shen grabbed his shoulder and said, "Sword God Jian Wang, leave this battle to me. In return, I hope that you can minimize the losses of the allied army." Jian Wang narrowed his eyes when he heard the calm voice. He wants to fight Wuka by himself. Did he already step into the celestial god realm? He looked at Zhu Shen and saw his unchanging expression of indifference. "All right. I'll leave him in your hands." Jian Wang nodded his head. Zhu Shen thanked him before he soared through the skies. He pulled out his baleful dragon sacred sword and swung it towards the stray infernals that blocked his path. Jian Wang looked at his figure in admiration. He then turned his gaze towards the restless allied army and shouted, "Wine Master Zhu Shen has volunteered to take out the head of the infernals leader. Follow his charge and destroy the infernals." The dim eyes of the soldiers suddenly lit up. They glanced above the clouds and saw a figure dressed in pristine white armor holding a terrifying sword. He was casually brandishing his sword, dicing infernals as if they were vegetables. Looking at this scene, the soldiers of the allied army regained their composure. "Follow Wine Master Zhu Shen. Kill the infernals. Charge!" With their morale recovered, the soldiers fearlessly followed Jian Wang and charged toward the ferocious army of infernals. It was a bloodbath. Corpses from both sides fell from the sky as the battle raged on. Jian Wang did as he promised and prevented major casualties within the allied army. However, despite his efforts, some soldiers still died from the overwhelming barrage of attacks from the infernals. A scene of carnage was witnessed by everyone as they watched the battle above them. Blood from the fallen warriors fell from the skies, causing the desert region to be enveloped with an atmosphere of death. High Chieftain Wuka moved his gaze and saw a man dressed in white armor. His golden cape fluttered along with the winds. The man's expression was indiscernible because of the helmet that fully covered his face. Only his golden pair of eyes can be seen, emanating a brilliant glow. Zhu Shen stared at the towering beast in front of him. He could sense a terrorizing aura coming from this creature. He was certain this was Wuka, the High Chieftain of the Infernals. "Human, you're quite brave to come here alone. Do you want to challenge me?" Wuka's loud voice echoed in all directions. He glared at Zhu Shen with eyes filled with killing intent. He believed that this human is one of the leaders of the primordial god realm. "I can finally test out the extent of my powers. I'm glad that you've chosen to invade the primordial god realm. Show me the strength of a celestial." Zhu Shen pointed his sword tauntingly at Wuka. "Arrogant human! Die!" Wuka bellowed in rage as he pounced toward Zhu Shen. He then raised his fist, causing his muscles to expand, and a fearsome amount of power gathered into his fist. Zhu Shen didn't falter and executed his sword techniques to counter the horrifying fist. Dark embers of light covered the body of his sword as he brandished it. Roar! A draconic cry resounded as the baleful dragon sacred sword emitted a dull black glow. The archaic carvings on the sword lit up, providing Zhu Shen with an endless amount of energy. The sword and the fist collided, causing the space around them to collapse. Boom! A loud, earth-shattering sonic boom erupted above the skies, rattling everyone on the battlefield. This was the result of two peak experts battling each other. The primordial god realm would have been destroyed if it was an ordinary world. Everyone could not help but think. Is Wine Master Zhu Shen a celestial? Chapter 536, Phlegm of the Undying Venom Dragon. Jian Wang waved his hand and created a force field to prevent the allied army from being affected by the clash of Zhu Shen and Wuka. He wanted to watch their battle, but he still had to ensure the safety of the allied army. "Too bad, I can't watch them," he muttered in regret. The dark gloomy clouds prevented everyone from seeing the battle between Zhu Shen and Wuka. Even those with strong spiritual power couldn't perceive what was happening behind the clouds. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired woman wearing dark battle armor appeared in front of Ai Chen and handed a small pill to her. Take this. You will recover your spiritual power if you drink this. Ai Chen lifted her head in shock. Isn't this Miss Thea? Ai Chen was a bit confused by her kind gesture, but surprisingly, she didn't decline the pill given to her. Thank you. She muttered while looking at the face that was even more beautiful than her own. Thea put on a cold face as she said. Stabilize your heavenly melody pavilion. The allied army will collapse without their support. Ai Chen nodded her head and stood up. All right. I'll leave first. Thea stared at her back with a complicated look on her face. She then communicated with the others using her communication crystal. Protect the people from the heavenly melody pavilion. Roger. Thea moved her gaze towards the battlefield. More and more infernals came down and battled with the allied army. Their tenacious physique proved to be superior, pushing back the allied army. If not for Jian Wang's presence, many of them would have already died. Zhu Shen was impressed by Wu Yuka's physical prowess. From the looks of it, this guy managed to become a celestial god realm expert by training his physical body. He couldn't help but be impressed by Wu Yuka's natural talent. You are weaker than Asmodeus, but you still managed to withstand my blows with your weak body. Human, I acknowledge your power. Tell me your name before I kill you. Wu Yuka glanced at Zhu Shen with a piercing gaze. Indeed. I'm still weak since I am not yet a celestial, but I have better equipment than you. Besides, I've already fought someone stronger than you. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he glared at the High Chieftain. Zhu Shen. Remember that name and bring it with you in your death. Zhu Shen lifted his sword and executed his strongest sword move. It has been a long time since I last used this move. A huge black dragon surrounded by dark flames suddenly emerged, flying towards Wu Yuka with its mouth wide open. Roar! Wu Yuka felt threatened when he saw the black dragon. He controlled his anma and covered his whole body. He then pounced at the black dragon. Parlor tricks! He shouted as he gathered his anma on his fist. Boom! Looking at this, Zhu Shen let out a smile and took out a vial filled with a strange substance. I can finally use this. This was an item he got in Nuar. The spit of an ancient creature that caused chaos in the primordial god realm millions of years ago, the undying venom dragon. Zhu Shen uncovered the vial and poured the contents into his baleful dragon sacred sword. He sensed the sword's unwillingness, but he reassured it. His sword was made from celestial rank materials, so it should be able to handle the corrosive nature of undying venom dragon's phlegm. Its corrosive ability should be enough to weaken the High Chieftain Wu Yuka. Zhu Shen brandished his sword once more and aimed at Wu Yuka's neck. Temporal sword wave. He muttered. This was his fastest sword technique. A sword wave that carried the poisonous phlegm of the undying venom dragon approached the neck of the towering Wu Yuka. Wu Yuka felt a chill and he unconsciously dodged to the side, but his shoulder was hit by a huge impact and bled profusely. Wu Yuka glanced at the deep laceration on his shoulder. He frowned when he discovered that the wound wasn't closing. He prided himself on his superior physical prowess. His recovery ability was the best among the trillions of infernals. However, the wound that he got from Zhu Shen's sword didn't heal. Poison! Wu Yuka sensed the burning sensation on his shoulder, spreading through his body. The angry beast turned his gaze towards Zhu Shen and let out a furious roar. Roar! You filthy human! You poisoned me! Die! Wu Yuka lost his cool after being poisoned by Zhu Shen. He exploded with power, causing the surroundings to vibrate. He released a powerful strike with great momentum. He was truly incensed this time. He branded Zhu Shen as a coward in his mind. Only cowards like him would poison their opponents in frontal combat. His movements became sluggish and his speed is slower than before. I have a chance to defeat him. Zhu Shen nimbly evaded the punch, aiming for his head, and did a spinning sword strike. Puchi! Arg! Wuka looked down and saw his bleeding torso. Another sword wound can be seen on his chest. The poison from the undying venom dragon was slowly spreading to his body, causing damage to his internal organs. His terrifying face had a pained expression as he spat a mouthful of blood. Will I be defeated by this cowardly human? I can't accept this. Arg! Wuka's eyes turned red as he entered into a berserk state. His muscles became larger, emitting an oppressive aura. Ruoar! Zhu Shen sensed the sharp increase in Wuka's power. It was already on the level of Lao Go's cultivation. If he had a celestial rank weapon, this battle wouldn't be like this. Zhu Shen knew that he wouldn't be Wuka's opponent without his weapon. A pair of wrathful eyes glared at Zhu Shen, making him feel slightly perturbed. Wuka swung his fist with full force, ignoring the poison that was spreading inside his body. The punch was so fast that Zhu Shen couldn't evade it. He lifted his sword and used it as a shield. Boom! Zhu Shen was thrown thousands of meters away. His sword almost slipped from his grip. His arms felt numb after blocking the aggressive strike. Chapter 537, Lao Go's Ambition. Zhu Shen's face hardened after being knocked away by Wuka, who was already suffering from being poisoned. This was the second time he was overpowered in a frontal clash against someone after Lao Go. The feeling of weakness was new to Zhu Shen, who was used to defeating his opponents with ease. The realm of the Celestial Emperors is truly different. When I was in Nuar, I can fight opponents who are several realms higher than me because of my vast experience and advanced sword techniques. However, the power of a celestial god realm expert is something that couldn't be surmounted by normal means. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart. Wuka, who had lost his sense of reason, didn't give Zhu Shen the time to think. He released blows after blows that caused violent explosions. The armor that Zhu Shen made was only at the peak of the heavenly rank, so it received heavy damage under the barrage of attacks from the enraged High Chieftain Wuka. Despite the severe injuries in his body, Zhu Shen remained calm throughout the battle. He evaded and blocked the heavy attacks while also counter-attacking occasionally. More injuries covered Zhu Shen's battered body, but he never let go of his sword. According to Asmodeus, this guy just advanced recently, but his raw power is almost comparable to that old fart Lao Go. Suddenly, Zhu Shen noticed that the wounds on Wuka's body were slowly healing. Wuka regained clarity, but the rage in his eyes didn't diminish. He glared at Zhu Shen with a gaze full of hate and spite. I will peel your skin and make ornaments out of your bones. Roar! He bellowed while madly charging like a bull that had escaped its enclosure. Zhu Shen knew that he should finish this battle soon. He would be disadvantaged if Wuka's wounds would be healed. Zhu Shen covered his body with Enma, and he also gathered his true essence to strengthen the baleful dragon sacred sword. Now, he decided to use his full strength to summon a powerful sword movement. He brandished his sword exquisitely, his movements akin to an immortal sword dance. A beautiful ray of light was emitted at the tip of his sword, producing a sharp keening sound that penetrated the clouds. Puchi! A huge hole appeared on Wuka's chest, but the beast seemed unruffled by the deadly gaping wound. He grabbed Zhu Shen's left shoulder and tore his arm with a savage expression. Rib! Zhu Shen gritted his teeth in pain. His left arm was torn down by Wuka, and the beast even swallowed it with a ferocious look. Wuka licked his bloody lips and looked down at Zhu Shen, who only have one arm. Blood gushed out from his left shoulder, making the man's face dreadfully pale. Zhu Shen hurriedly distanced himself from Wuka while sealing the wounds on his body using Enma. He managed to stop the bleeding, but the unbearable pain was still there. He was enveloped by a feeling of weakness. How can I kill Lao Go when I can't even defeat a mere barbarian? Zhu Shen's golden eyes shame. He grabbed a healing pill from his space and swallowed it down. The wounds on his body were slowly regenerating and flesh started to grow from his empty left shoulder. Soon, Zhu Shen fully regenerated his arm. With a face full of sweat, Zhu Shen pounced toward the injured infernal high chieftain and resumed his counterattack. Celestial Emperor, we received news from our subordinates in the desert region. The entrance of hell has emerged and a celestial god realm infernal high chieftain is leading billions of his brethren to fight against the allied army gathered by Jian Wang. Valir reported in a solemn tone. Lao Go displayed a look of interest upon hearing the report. Oh? There's actually a barbarian who managed to reach the realm of celestials? Interesting. He smiled as he stroked his beard. Also, it is reported that there's another man leading the allied army together with Lao Go. Just that, this guy. Valir was nervous and he found it hard to utter the name written on the document. Lao Go's eyes turned dark when he saw Valir's hesitation. He grabbed the old man's collar and spat out coldly. Speak. Who is it? Valir felt scared when he met the eyes of Lao Go. It was deep and terrifying. Zhu Shen. It's wine master Zhu Shen, the true owner of the wine store. He answered right away. Lao Go, who had trained his heart realm to the 4th level, almost failed to calm his agitation. The rage he felt towards that man was bone deep. Zhu Shen? So you're still alive? He released Valir's collar and glanced in the direction of the faraway desert region. He frowned as he muttered in a cold voice. How did you resurrect? No. Who resurrected you? Zhu Shen. Just who are you? Lao Go wasn't the least bit worried about the affairs of the desert region. Initially, he planned not to engage in battle with the Infernals and wait for Jian Wang to weaken himself. He would then kill the weakened Jian Wang and find Asmodeus, who had already exhausted himself after sealing the entrance of hell for millions of years. By then, he would be the sole powerhouse of the primordial god realm and would be revered by everyone as the strongest being. However, an unexpected variable suddenly appeared. Zhu Shen. The man he hated the most in this world. It was a name that he would never forget and haunted him for a long time. I've killed you in the past. This time is no different. Valir, observe the battle in the desert region. If Zhu Shen is still alive after the war, bring Tilu and the Celestial Paragon Tower's army to destroy him. If anyone blocks your way, kill them all. Valir shuddered when he heard the command. They might be hated by everyone if they followed Celestial Emperor Lao Go's order. However, he dared not decline when he saw the unreadable expression of Lao Go. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Chapter 538, Wuka's Insanity. Zhu Shen's pristine white armor was covered in blood and had multiple cracks and holes. The left part of his armor was destroyed, exposing his bloody arm. He had underestimated Wuka's power. The difference between a celestial god realm expert and a heavenly god realm expert couldn't be surmounted. It was already a surprise that he had managed to stand toe-to-toe against someone at that level. Zhu Shen stared at the giant Wuka, who was covered in deep cuts and gaping wounds. His beast-like eyes were staring at Zhu Shen with dreadful light. They were at a standstill for a short moment and Wuka was the first to make a move. He released a torrent of heavy blows that rendered the skies. Even in his injured state, he still managed to attack with raging momentum. Zhu Shen calmly parried the punches and kicks with his sword to reduce the overall damage. However, his arms felt numb at Wuka's fearless onslaught. Bang! Bang! They left after images in midair and massive explosions echoed whenever their attacks met. No one dared to move closer to them, afraid that they would be killed by the after effects of their clashes. Zhu Shen intentionally revealed a gap in his defense as he fought with Wuka. The latter immediately saw this and he didn't notice that anything was amiss. He thought that the human had finally grown tired after fighting a prolonged battle against him. Chance! Wuka roared in his heart as he unleashed his claws, intending to cut the hateful human's body into shreds. Seeing this, Zhu Shen summoned his remaining true essence and Anma to stab his sword at the beast's chest. Light gathered at the tip of Zhu Shen's sword, emanating a daunting aura. Wuka swiped his claws, causing dozens of deep gashes on Zhu Shen's body, but the latter simply ignored the pain and gritted his teeth as he pushed his sword, stabbing Wuka's chest as if skewering meat. Puchi! The devastating blow punctured a hole in the High Chieftain's chest. Zhu Shen summoned his spiritual power, manifesting a huge black flame that covered his baleful dragon sacred sword. Ah! Wuka shrieked loudly as his body was enveloped by a fearsome dark flame. He lowered his head and grabbed the sword stabbed at his chest with both hands. He disregarded the sharp excruciating pain and tried to put the sword out. Seeing this, Zhu Shen swung his sword, slicing the upper portion of Wuka's gigantic body. His lower body dropped to the ground. Roar! Wuka let out a deranged look as he extended his burned hands, grabbing Zhu Shen's shoulders. He then opened his mouth in an attempt to bite a huge chunk of Zhu Shen's meat. Zhu Shen was agitated when he saw Wuka's final attack. He wanted to drag Zhu Shen to death with him. He lifted his sword and fiercely swung it, but it only managed to cut Wuka's arms. The frenzied beast still managed to bite down hard on Zhu Shen's chest. A large portion of Zhu Shen's torso was torn apart, exposing his bones and internal organs. Zhu Shen groaned as he kicked the head of the insane High Chieftain. Bang! The light in Wuka's eyes dimmed, but there was a nasty smile on his lips. Ding! Mission complete. You receive X1 Primal Law Tablet, Glimpse of the Fourth Heart Realm. Zhu Shen heard the system's notification ringing inside his head. That bastard is finally dead. He gritted his teeth as he took out a healing panacea from his space earring. The bleeding stopped, but his body was not regenerating. He had lost too much Anma and he even emptied his true essence. It would take time for him to recover his injuries this time. Jian Wang led the Allied army in fighting the Infernals. With his timely commands, the Allied army managed to push back the billion-strong army of the Infernals. However, if this continued, the soldiers would slowly collapse from exhaustion. It was only a matter of time before they would be defeated. Suddenly, Jian Wang's eyes narrowed as he lifted his head. He sensed that Wuka's powerful aura had disappeared. He then noticed a decapitated lower body plunging towards a tall sand dune. From the strong energy coming from the decapitated lower body, Jian Wang was certain that it was Wuka's. He won. He muttered with a smile. He then swept his gaze towards the struggling Allied army and shouted with an invigorating voice. Zhu Shen has slain the Celestial Emperor of the Infernals. The Allied army was stunned when they heard Jian Wang's words. Zhu Shen killed the High Chieftain of the Infernals? The beast that destroyed tens of thousands of array formations in just one blow? The morale of the soldiers rose after hearing about the death of the Infernal High Chieftain. Die, filthy barbarians! Kill! Zhu Shen's victory spurred everyone to unleash their greatest power. They were relieved that the strongest threat was finally dead. The Infernals also sensed the death of their High Chieftain, but instead of retreating, they charged at their enemies with crazed expressions. Roar! Roar! What a mess! To think that those guys actually managed to hold back an army of billions. However, their effort would still be futile even if Jian Wang is with them. They would be overwhelmed by the number of Infernals and die of exhaustion. Indeed. Why did they even choose to protect this place? This is just a barren land with no natural resources. In the end, they would still need the help of our Celestial Paragon Tower to clean up the remaining Infernals. A huge group of people dressed in flashy armors discussed in mocking tones as they spectated the brutal war between the Allied army and the Infernals. Leading them were Tilu and Valier, the highest leaders of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Their chattering and contemptuous laughter suddenly ceased when they heard a loud voice. Zhu Shen has slain the Celestial Emperor of the Infernals. Chapter 539, Fourth Heart Realm. What? Zhu Shen killed the High Chieftain? I thought Jian Wang is the one fighting that guy. The members of the Celestial Paragon Tower were shocked when they heard the loud words. Tilu and Valir furrowed their eyebrows. We can no longer stay still. That Zhu Shen actually has the power to defeat a Celestial Emperor powerhouse. We have to strike him now that he is still recovering. Tilu muttered in a solemn voice. He knew about his father's rage towards Zhu Shen, but he was unsure whether they were the same individual. After all, he had personally witnessed his father sealing Zhu Shen inside the God Sealing Tower. Valir shook his head. No. We can't. Jian Wang is still there and he will protect Zhu Shen if we try to assassinate him. It was a mistake to follow the Celestial Emperor's command to attack Zhu Shen at a time like this. We would be condemned by the world even if we successfully kill him. Tilu angrily grabbed Valir's shoulder and glared at the old man. Old man, how dare you question the Celestial Emperor's command? Valir sighed in disappointment. Celestial Emperor Lao Go was blinded by his rage that he failed to think about the consequences of his actions. Assassinating the man who heroically led the allied army against the Infernals was tantamount to provoking the whole world. No matter how strong the Celestial Paragon Tower was, they couldn't fight against the combined might of all the experts of the primordial god realm. He could already foresee the downfall of the Celestial Paragon Tower as he stared into Tilu's eyes. This guy has been brainwashed by his father and he couldn't even discern the implications brought by Celestial Emperor Lao Go's command. Don't worry. I won't go against the Celestial Emperor's orders. I will faithfully do my task and kill Zhu Shen and his subordinates. This is my job as the Vice-Sect Master of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Valir muttered as he lightly pushed Tilu's hand. The old man turned his head towards their confused soldiers and shouted with a cold look. The Celestial Emperor has given his commands. Our task is to kill Zhu Shen and his people. Charge with me. Kill. Kill. Tilu's eyes turned gentle as he followed the old man's lead. It was time to kill Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen slowly descended. He had already accomplished the mission given by the system and he was eager to see his reward. I want to get the Primal Law Tablet. He muttered as he went inside the spirit world. He had no strength to continue fighting, so he might as well check his reward in a safe zone. A piece of stone appeared in front of Zhu Shen. It looked ordinary and seemed no different from the rocks found at the side of the road. He grabbed the piece of stone and stared at it in confusion. How do I use this? He muttered as he released a wave of spiritual power to observe the stone. The ordinary-looking stone suddenly cracked and crumbled into pieces, turning into golden specks of dust that shot towards Zhu Shen. This. He was surprised and failed to evade the golden dust. He then lost consciousness. Where is this? This isn't the spirit world. Zhu Shen murmured when he noticed that he was standing in an empty dark world filled with stars. The vast universe made Zhu Shen feel its majesty. He thought that he was already strong, but only now did he realize that he was still minuscule compared to the limitless universe. A torrent of unfamiliar information abruptly invaded his head, making him groan. It felt as if thousands of ants were slowly gnawing his head. Amidst the pain, Zhu Shen discovered that his brain activity heightened. He sorted the new memories inside his head and was stunned by the revelations. I was wrong the whole time. I foolishly followed Lao Go's path of heartless void and strayed from my own path. Foolish. Incredibly foolish. Zhu Shen laughed at his stupidity. He finally realized why he had failed to become a celestial god realm expert even after millions of years of training and cultivation. The fourth heart realm was supposed to be different for every individual, but he chose to follow the documents written by Lao Go. This blocked his only road to reach the realms of the Celestials. Lao Go, you knew about this and intentionally allowed me to steal those rotten documents. Damnable old bastard! Zhu Shen cursed under his breath. He learned how foolish his past self was to be actually fooled by Lao Go. Zhu Shen calmed his heart and allowed the new memories to become part of him. He closed his eyes and chose to accept the gnawing pain in his head. His torn upper body healed at a discernible speed. The wounds on his body slowly disappeared. Profound archaic golden light enveloped Zhu Shen's body, providing him with endless mysterious power. The heavenly punishment didn't even dare to reveal itself as if afraid of the power revolving around Zhu Shen. A gentle holy aura spread throughout Zhu Shen's body, cleansing him from the filth of mortality. His skin glistened like a flawless gem, and the golden energy in his body was burned, replaced by a sublime divine power. Early stage celestial god realm. Mid-stage celestial god realm. Late stage celestial god realm. Zhu Shen's eyelashes fluttered as he gently opened his eyes. His beautiful golden pupils shone with an ancient primal glow. So celestial emperors are also subdivided into small realms. The enlightenment this time made me jump straight into the late stage of the celestial god realm. Zhu Shen whispered as he observed the tremendous changes in his body and soul. The celestial god realm is truly different than the lower realms. The High Chieftain Yuka should be an early-stage celestial god realm expert. He is very weak compared to the present me. If we fought again, I can kill him in a single move. My fourth heart realm. I'll call it Rebirth. Chapter 540, Search. While Zhu Shen was assimilating his newfound power, the war between the allied army and the Infernals became much fiercer. With the loss of their High Chieftain, the Infernals became even more vicious in their strikes and they even disregarded their injured bodies. The allied army could barely hold back the crazed Infernals. Luckily for them, the Celestial Paragon Tower's army led by Sect Master Tilu and Vice Sect Master Valir arrived. Their timely arrival somehow alleviated the fatigue of the soldiers. Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, we can't find the whereabouts of Wine Master Zhu Shen. We moved around the battlefield to search for him, but we failed to even see his shadow. Many of our soldiers died during the process of searching for him. A high-ranking elder of the Celestial Paragon Tower reported in a grave tone. Tilo frowned as he looked at the battlefield. They have been here for a few hours, but no one had seen Zhu Shen after he killed the High Chieftain of the Infernals. Maybe he perished alongside the leader of these beasts. He muttered with uncertainty. After hearing his words, Valir shook his head in disagreement. If this Wine Master Zhu Shen is the same Zhu Shen we knew before, I don't think someone like him would die just like that. Don't forget that even the combined might of the entire Celestial Paragon Tower wasn't enough to stop that man. If Celestial Emperor Lao Go didn't intervene, he would still be alive by now. Surprisingly, Tilui didn't rebuke the old man's words. He had personally witnessed Zhu Shen's power at that time. He had even mistakenly believed that Zhu Shen was the fourth Celestial Emperor back then because of his unrivaled power. The man who had effortlessly slain the high-ranking elders and elite disciples of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Continue your search, but make sure to move in large groups to prevent more casualties. If you encounter chieftain-level infernals, retreat immediately. Tilo instructed the elder who was still kneeling respectfully. The elder acknowledged the command with a salute. Yes, Sect Master. After the elder left, Tilo stared at Valir and said, Old man, we should search Zhu Shen separately. Once you encounter him, report to me first before you make a move. Even if he is severely injured right now, a person who can kill a celestial must not be taken lightly. Valir nodded his head. Take care, Sect Master. The old man left after saying those words. Tilo stared at the old man's desolate figure and sighed. Meanwhile, Gaia and Renchuang led the Heavenly Sword Tower in dealing with the Infernals who tried to hurt the members of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion. Because of their efforts, the Heavenly Melody Pavilion has the least casualties among the 6 great armies. Division Head Renchuang, the Blood Sword Division led by Division Head Yang Xingqi has retreated. They encountered a large group of high-level Infernals when they were escorting the injured members of the Sword Tower. Division Head Yin Long has already moved in their location to cover them. Ken Yat, Zhu Shen's second disciple and also a division head of the Sword Tower reported in a solemn voice. They had also taken a small number of casualties since the beginning of the battle. This is the first time he experienced losing many of his friends and it made him very uncomfortable and emotional. Ren Chuang saw Ken Yi's emotional turmoil and patted the man's shoulder to reassure him. Have faith. We will win this war. The sect master is with us. He has already slain the high chieftain of the Infernals. It is only a matter of time before the remaining Infernals would be annihilated by the allied army. Ken Yi bowed his head when he met Ren Chuang's gaze. I understand. Return to the rear and support young Miss Ice and the others. There are many high-level infernals there than in the other locations. After Kenya left, Ren Chuang commanded his subordinates to rush forward. Thea, Lu Sulan, Long Meili, and the other elites of the Sword Tower were at the center of the battlefield supporting the allied army with their might. He had to ensure that none of them would be in danger. "Please hold on," he muttered. Zhu Shen was still not accustomed to his superior power. He could not control the sacred divine aura from leaking out of his body. "If I go out like this, no one would be able to stand normally in my presence. Just my aura alone is already enough to subdue anyone weaker than me." Zhu Shen smiled wryly. Zhu Shen carefully controlled his supreme aura and concealed it with his spiritual power. It took him a few more hours before he managed to stabilize his raging limitless power. "All right. This should be enough." He smiled as he nodded contently. True Essence. Late-stage Celestial God Realm. Spiritual Power. Late-stage Celestial God Realm. Anma. Late-stage Celestial God Realm. Even now, Zhu Shen was still impressed by his drastic increase in strength. "It's time to go out. There are still billions of infernals left. This is a good opportunity to witness the growth of my subordinates," he whispered as he summoned the exit of the spirit world. When he came out of the huge wooden door, Zhu Shen saw that a new force had come to support the allied army. However, when he saw the familiar insignia engraved on their armors, Zhu Shen's calm eyes narrowed into slits. "Celestial Paragon Tower. That old bastard must have noticed my return and sent his force to assassinate me." His voice was filled with hate and loathing. The millions of years of suffering that he had experienced at the hands of Lao Go. Everything was still fresh in his mind. He had waited for a long time for his revenge and now, he could finally begin his slaughter. Zhu Shen removed his broken white armor and changed into a new set of white robes with golden embroidery. The baleful dragon sacred sword behind his back turned into specks of light and formed a dragon tattoo on his chest. Using his sword against a bunch of ants was simply an overkill. Chapter 541, Benevolent Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen observed the battlefield through his spiritual perception. The arrival of the Celestial Paragon Tower's people turned the tables of the war. The Infernals were being pushed back despite their overwhelming numbers. The Celestial Paragon Tower showed its superiority in skills and power. However, a small group of people dressed in pristine white armor also displayed power that wasn't any less compared to them. They were like a group of tigers slaughtering a bunch of sheep, reaping lives with every strike of their swords. The allied army was amazed by their prowess that they began to question the identity of these people. "They are wearing the same armor as Wine Master Zhu Shen. I think those guys are his subordinates." They only numbered in thousands, but the number of infernals they've killed is almost equivalent to the 6 great armies. To think that there is actually a hidden force as strong as them. They could even be compared to the high-ranking elites of the Celestial Paragon Tower. In the camp of the allied army, the resting soldiers discussed as they watched the brilliance of the Heavenly Sword Tower's people. A voice grilled with admiration suddenly interrupted their chattering. "They are from the Heavenly Sword Tower. A hidden sect nurtured by Wine Master Zhu Shen. If not for their help, many of my friends would have died." The soldiers turned their gazes towards the man who had spoken. It was a tall man with blue hair and long pointy ears. This guy was a member of the Ice Elf race, a rare noble bloodline in the Elven race. When the Ice Elf noticed everyone's gazes, he smiled at them and said as he pointed at the insignia on his chest. It was the insignia of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion. Our Heavenly Melody Pavilion was tasked to give support to the Allied army. We were the ones controlling all the array formations, but everything was destroyed by the High Chieftain of the Infernals. As the controller of the array formations, our soul was damaged, making us vulnerable. It was then that the Heavenly Sword Tower led by one of their division heads emerged and protected us as we retreated. Everyone felt admiration towards the Heavenly Sword Tower as they listened to the Ice Elf's story. Meanwhile, somewhere on the battlefield, a gigantic phoenix suddenly emerged, burning the infernals with its blazing crimson flames. Its beastly eyes revealed a look of excitement as it ravaged a huge number of infernals. Screech! It flapped its wings and summoned a blazing twister that burned the infernals into ashes. This phoenix was none other than Furion, one of the remaining pure-blooded phoenixes in existence. Screech! Furion cried out in delight as he released a breath of flames that incinerated thousands of infernals in its path. He then flew back into the Allied army's camp and transformed into a human form. Bloody hell! What an exhausting day for me! He spat out in an exasperated tone. They have been fighting the infernals for one day and the Allied army had to fight alternately to recover their energies. It was a good thing that they had a huge amount of recovery pills that accelerated their healing. Furion grabbed a chair and plopped down with an exhausted look. His hair was disheveled, but he didn't even bother to fix it. Sir Furion, this is a regenerative pill made by our Heavenly Melody Pavilion. Please take it. A pleasant voice drifted beside his ears as a lithe figure stood in front of him. She was Ai Chen, the pavilion mistress of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion. Furion raised his head and glanced at the outstretched hand. She was holding a small pill that glowed with a golden light. Thanks. He grabbed the pill and swallowed it down. Ai Chen smiled and bowed her head lightly before she left, leaving behind a fragrant lilac scent that lingered in the air. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion was filled with talented individuals. They accept people who are proficient in their respective fields of study, so they had a diverse amount of talents. The man recognized as the best alchemist in the primordial god realm was even one of their elders. How lucky! He got a pill from Pavilion Mistress Ai Chen. Shut up! Do you not know who that man is? Furion ignored the whispers of the resting soldiers and controlled his true essence to expedite the refinement of the healing pill. He then swept his gaze towards the camp. Those guys just retreated earlier, but they already went back to the fight again. Are they battle maniacs? He muttered with a wry smile when he failed to spot the members of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Zhu Shen held back the urge of killing the Celestial Paragon Tower's members. If he killed them now, the Infernals would gain momentum and the Allied army would be in a disadvantageous position. I'll spare your lives for now. This is also a good opportunity for my subordinates to sharpen their skills. He muttered as he hid behind the dark clouds. He didn't mind waiting for a bit longer. I'll just treat this as compensation for helping the Allied army. Zhu Shen had a strange smile on his face as he said those words. Behind the scenes, he also secretly helped the Allied army by shooting spiritual attacks on the high-level leaders of the Infernals. He even prevented the death of many soldiers by simply summoning a bit of his power. Of course, he still prioritized the safety of the Heavenly Sword Tower. Although Zhu Shen had already become strong enough to single-handedly defeat Lao Go and the Celestial Paragon Tower, he wanted to see his subordinates grow stronger along with him. He had experienced the deaths of his family and friends in his past life and he didn't want to experience the same pain. Zhu Shen vowed that he would live a happy life with them after he destroys Lao Go. Chapter 542, Support. Experts and major powers from all over the primordial god realm soon came to reinforce the Allied army. Their arrival slowed the momentum of the Infernals and they even showed signs of retreating. After 5 more days, the Infernals lost their courage and returned to hell. They lost billions of their warriors and their high chieftain was even killed. It was a disastrous loss for them and it might take them another millions of years before they could stage a comeback. We won! Victory! Ha ha ha! Yees! Everyone cheered as they watched the Infernals retreat back inside the entrance. They raised their bloodied weapons and cried out emotionally. Jianwang swept his gaze among the army, but he failed to discover Zhu Shen. He furrowed his eyebrows and used his spiritual perception to observe the entire desert region. Where is he? Was he injured in his fight with Wuka and recuperated somewhere else? Jianwang muttered with a perplexed look. Swoosh! Jianwang's eyes narrowed as he swiftly held the handle of his sword and turned his gaze behind him. When he saw the familiar face, his face stiffened. I thought you're recuperating somewhere. How did you hide your presence from me? He could not help but ask. Zhu Shen chuckled when he saw the confusion written all over Jian Wang's face. Because I'm stronger than you. Zhu Shen replied as he patted the man's shoulder. Jian Wang scoffed when he heard his words, but he still contemplated it deeply. It might be possible. Let's go and meet everyone. Zhu Shen walked toward the cheering army and Jian Wang unconsciously followed behind him. Vice Sect Master, our subordinates haven't discovered Zhu Shen yet. Should we begin by killing his people? The old man, Valier, shook his head. No. Absolutely not. The Heavenly Sword Tower is well respected in the Allied army. There might be only thousands of them, but they contributed the most number of kills other than the 6 great armies in our Celestial Paragon Tower. If we try to kill them now, the Allied army would protect them. Valier was inwardly surprised by the power of the Heavenly Sword Tower. All of their members were at the level of elites comparable to the best of their Celestial Paragon Tower's army. The people leading them were also heroes with great power and charisma. It would be difficult to kill them without the Allied army noticing. Valier glanced at his subordinates and issued a command. Inform the sect master that we will abandon the mission. Tell him that I will bear the consequences and accept punishment from the Celestial Emperor. The faces of his subordinates fell when they heard his words. Vice Sect Master. How could they not understand Valier's words? The Heavenly Sword Tower has gained the acknowledgement of the major powers from all over the world. Making a move against them at a time like this was akin to provoking the entire Allied army. Not to mention that there was also the variable called Jian Wang. They couldn't believe that the supreme existence that they revered would actually make such a foolish decision. He sent the army of the Celestial Paragon Tower to kill an old enemy without even thinking about the repercussions it would cause to the great reputation of their sect. Vice Sect Master. The Celestial Emperor's words are absolute. We can't go against his commands. Even if we die, we have to complete his orders. One of his subordinates revealed a look of fanaticism. That's right. Even if we die in the process, it doesn't matter. The Allied army wouldn't dare support the Heavenly Sword Tower. Helping them would make them an enemy of our Celestial Paragon Tower. Valier sighed in disappointment upon hearing their words. He glanced at his subordinates, but none of them chose to listen to him. Vice Sect Master, please lead us in killing the Heavenly Sword Tower. Valier stared at them with a forlorn expression. These were the people that he had supported for many years, but he felt that they were unfamiliar at this moment. It seems like the world truly wants this old man to die. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Celestial Emperor, but he couldn't believe that the man he admired the most would actually send him to die. Valier calmed himself and raised his head. In that case, I shall follow your wishes for the last time, Celestial Emperor. He muttered in his heart. With a solemn look, Valier roared. Kill the Heavenly Sword Tower. Kill Zhu Shen. Kill. Kill. The jubilant looks of the Allied army fell when they heard the roars of the Celestial Paragon Tower's army. Hey! What's happening? Why is the Celestial Paragon Tower hostile to the Heavenly Sword Tower? I don't know, but it seems that they are very determined to destroy them. The Allied army was hesitant to intervene in their conflict. The Celestial Paragon Tower was controlled by Celestial Emperor Lao Go. They were reluctant to offend such a figure. Among the 6 great armies, Ri Kashao of the Armored Wyvern Army and Ai Chen of the Heavenly Melody Pavilion chose to stand with the Heavenly Sword Tower. They were recipients of the Heavenly Sword Tower's help during the war. What is the meaning of this, Vice Sect Master Valier? Ri Kashao stepped down from his wyvern and glared at Valier. This man was the great general of the Armored Wyvern Army, a renowned force in the primordial god realm. Ri Kashao was from the Beastman race. His bloodline was ordinary, but he grew to become a peak expert because of his effort and willpower. He had a buff physique reminiscent of a ferocious lion. His sharp eyes looked at Valier and the Celestial Paragon Tower's army. Behind him were the elites of the Armored Wyvern Army. Ai Chen was silent, but she stealthily commanded the Heavenly Melody Pavilion to support the Heavenly Sword Tower. Valir frowned when he saw Ri Kashao and Ai Chen standing up for their enemy. Do you plan to go against the Celestial Paragon Tower? Chapter 543, Furion's Provocation. The faces of Ai Chen and Ri Kashao stiffened upon hearing the old man's words. The Celestial Paragon Tower was many times stronger than the 6 great armies. The army that Valir brought with him was only a small part of their forces. They are in control of many subordinate races and elite top experts. Not to mention that Celestial Emperor Lao Go was supporting them. When Valir saw their expressions, he let out a cold smile as he said, "The Heavenly Sword Tower is an enemy of the Celestial Emperor Lao Go. It is our task to eliminate them, including their leader, Zhu Shen." What? No way. We can't allow that to happen. Wine Master Zhu Shen killed the High Chieftain of the Infernals, preventing major casualties in the Allied army. How could we allow you to do as you please here? This time, everyone in the Allied army became agitated. They admired Zhu Shen, who was capable of killing a celestial god realm. Tisk. Valir clicked his tongue. He already expected this scene to happen. Just as he was about to retort, a figure suddenly walked beside Valir. Sect Master Tilu. Sect Master Tilu is here. That means Celestial Emperor Lao Go is placing great importance on this matter. Tilu arrived at the scene with tens of thousands of subordinates. He had a cold expression on his face as he swept his gaze towards the Allied army. This will be your final warning. Stay out of this, or you will be hunted by the entire Celestial Paragon Tower until all of you are killed. Everyone took a step back when they sensed the overwhelming aura of Tilu. Despite his cultivation being similar to Valir and the 6 great leaders, Tilu's strength appeared to be superior to them. Ai Chen gritted her teeth, but she didn't back down. Sweat formed on her forehead as she stared deeply at Tilu. This man was many times stronger than her. Great General Ri Kashao frowned, but he remained still. The threats from Valir and Tilu seemed to be ineffective to him. He was a man who valued favors and camaraderie. Brothers, if we die here, I will apologize to you guys in hell. He shouted in his heart. Clap! 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 A series of clapping sounds broke the heated atmosphere. Everyone turned their gazes and saw a middle-aged man with red hair looking at Tilu with a smile. Indeed, the son of Celestial Emperor Lao Go. A tiger father wouldn't have a dog son. Ha ha ha. His words were full of hidden meaning. Furion, a phoenix that was always seen together with Jian Wang. A difficult opponent. Tilu muttered to himself. He had to be cautious toward this man. Furion, do you plan to stand with those fools? Tilu had to be careful about this guy since the man was Jian Wang's trusted aide. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Furion winked at him with a mocking voice. Tilu's mouth twitched when he saw the disdainful look of the phoenix. He could barely repress his anger at this point. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Even if you join them, I can still handle all of you combined. He shouted confidently. No one denied his words. Tilu was indeed among the strongest experts beneath the celestial god realm. Is that so? Then prove to everyone that you truly possess such power. Furion released his true essence and a violent crimson flame covered his body. The sand beneath his feet issued a caca sound as it slowly burned under the immense heat of his flame. Tilu was a bit surprised by the sudden show of power. He thought that Furion wouldn't make a move, but it seems like the man was planning to fight against him when he saw Furion's battle intent. In truth, Furion didn't plan to provoke Tilu. However, he received a message from Jian Wang earlier. The content of the message was like this. Furion, we must stand with the Heavenly Sword Tower. The message was short, but it was enough to show Jian Wang's opinion on this matter. Furion was even excited when he heard the message. He's finally planning to fight Lao Go. I've been dreaming to see that old man Lao Go beaten to a pulp. That guy is too arrogant, flaunting his power as a celestial emperor. Furion laughed in his heart. Tilo grabbed his weapon and pointed it toward Furion. "Since you want death, I'll grant your wish," he roared. Tilo executed a movement technique to close in towards Furion. He then swung his weapon, which was coated with his true essence. Its sharpness was enhanced multiple times and it was capable of cutting the body of divine beasts. Furion's expression turned serious when he faced Tilo's attack. The man was arrogant, but his power wasn't fake. It would be difficult for him to defeat Tilo even if he ignited his divine bloodline. Furion quickly summoned a pair of flaming wings to protect his body from the attack. Bang! Crash! Sand and raging winds broke loose after that violent strike. Everyone shielded their eyes using their spiritual perception. They hurriedly retreated to prevent getting caught up in the battle. They couldn't afford to provoke any of the two sides, so they could only watch the fight helplessly. Meanwhile, Valir commanded the Celestial Paragon Tower to charge forward. "Kill them!" Valir shouted as he pulled out a pair of giant hammers. "Kill! Kill!" The desert region was once again filled with sounds of battle and weapons clashing. A blonde beauty wearing black armor led the Heavenly Sword Tower. Although she was only a late-stage Heavenly God Realm expert, she was able to fight Valir, who has a slightly higher cultivation than her, evenly. Her swift sword strikes were filled with elegance and ferocity. Valir could barely block her sword with his hammers. "Damn it! Who is this little girl?" The old man gritted his teeth as he nervously looked at Thaya's cold, expressionless face. Chapter 544, The Ancient Fairy and the Aeonic Rhaegarwood Tree of the Southern Region. Standing on top of the clouds, Jian Wang and Zhu Shen watched the battle using their spiritual perception. Jian Wang stared at the indifferent Zhu Shen and asked him, "Are you really not going to help them? The Heavenly Sword Tower might be strong with the help of Ai Chen's Heavenly Melody Pavilion and Rai Xiao's armored Wyvern Army, but the Celestial Paragon Tower led by Valir and Tilo was not an easy opponent." Zhu Shen was still calmly observing the fight down below as he replied, "No. I trust that they can overcome the Celestial Paragon Tower. Besides, I have an important place to visit." Jian Wang's eyes narrowed upon hearing his words. "You mean you want to fight him alone?" He was shocked when he realized Zhu Shen's intention. Even Jian Wang didn't dare underestimate the current Lao Go. After all, he possesses the celestial rank item of Hestia's race, the God Sealing Tower. Jian Wang was unsure if he could escape the sealing power of that item. Zhu Shen's eyes suddenly turned cold as he muttered with overwhelming killing intent, "I have to kill him." Jian Wang almost grabbed his sword when he sensed Zhu Shen's desire to kill. It was merely a subconscious reaction, but he was stunned that Zhu Shen could make him feel this threatened. "It looks like he wasn't lying when he told me that he is stronger than me," Jian Wang thought to himself. Jian Wang relaxed his tension and asked, "Are you confident that you can defeat him?" Zhu Shen chuckled coldly as he turned his gaze towards him. "You'll find out soon." Jian Wang was at loss for words. Before he could say anything more, Zhu Shen's figure suddenly vanished. "Sigh. I wish you luck, my friend," Jian Wang whispered softly. Lao Go sat on his throne as he watched the battle between the Celestial Paragon Tower's army and the Heavenly Sword Tower through a visual array formation. He kept his sights on a cold-faced blonde woman. Her sword techniques were familiar to him. Her mannerism, the way she moves, the intense frostiness in her gaze. Everything was familiar to him. Lao sat up straight as a thought struck him. "Thaya." He muttered a name. His eyes revealed a hint of affection, but it soon turned into rage and malice. "That fucking slut has been reborn as well. Good. Good. Good." Lao Go laughed hideously as he watched Thaya in the virtual projection. Hate covered his eyes as he recalled the memories of the past. He took out his communication crystal and said, "Capture the blonde-haired woman leading the Heavenly Sword Tower alive. Make sure that her body isn't harmed or I'll kill all of you." "Why yes, Celestial Emperor." A terrified voice sounded through the crystal. Lao Go crushed the communication crystal and smiled eerily. First, I will incapacitate Zhu Shen and defile that slut in front of him. I wonder what kind of lovely reaction he would show me by then. Ha ha ha. His perverse laughter echoed inside the huge room. Zhu Shen controlled the power of space with great familiarity. The distance between the central region and the desert region was vast, but it wouldn't take him long to reach that place with his current power. The space around him cracked as he increased his speed. Zhu Shen repressed his killing intent. He might be consumed by a strong heart's devil if he allowed his killing intent to cloud his judgment. The stronger a person was, the stronger their heart's devil would be. Lao Go's spear arts has already reached the strongest levels. His fighting prowess might be weaker compared to Jian Wang's, but with the help of the God Sealing Tower, even Jian Wang would have to retreat. Zhu Shen calmly analyzed Lao Go's power using his last memory of him. Among the 4 celestials that I've encountered, Wuka is at the early stage. Asmodeus is at the mid-stage, but his refined control of array formations would make him equal to a late-stage celestial. As for Lao Go and Jian Wang, they are at the late-stage celestial god realm just like me. While Zhu Shen was thinking about Lao Go's power, his field of view changed. He saw a vast mountain range filled with lush greeneries and tall massive trees. He had reached the outskirts of the southern region. This place was the territory of many elven races and forest druids. This area was quite dangerous even for top experts, but it didn't pose a threat to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen suddenly frowned as he stared ahead of him. A member of the ancient fairies. He muttered as he stared at the figure sitting atop a branch of a huge tree that pierced the clouds. This tree was the only mature Ionic Rhaegar wood tree in existence. Its branch was the main component used in making the door of Zhu Shen's spirit world. Zhu Shen slowed down his flight speed and stopped before the Ionic Rhaegar wood tree. He glanced at the blurry silhouette hidden behind the leaves of the gigantic tree. A burst of alluring laughter suddenly drifted to Zhu Shen's ears. It was followed by an enchanting voice that could even ensnare the hearts of gods. The Ionic Rhaegar wood tree is apprehensive of your power. It only showed this kind of reaction when Celestial Emperor Lao Go forced us to give him a seed of the Ionic Rhaegar wood tree and a huge amount of undying god spring. She was silent for a moment before she continued. You must be a celestial just like him. You have a murderous sword aura around you, but Jian Wang's sword aura isn't similar to yours. Asmodeus also doesn't use a sword. That means you are a 4th celestial. For some reason, Zhu Shen could sense that the blurry figure was smiling. I don't have time to waste on you. Stay out of my way. Zhu Shen muttered calmly, but he was also shocked when he discovered the other party's power. He had underestimated the hidden powers of the primordial god realm. There actually exists an expert who was at the level of the celestial emperors hidden in this region. The blurry figure didn't seem to be afraid of him. She moved closer to Zhu Shen and slowly revealed her true form. She was a woman in her mid-20s with long snow-white hair. She had 3 pairs of transparent golden wings. Thin blue clothing covered her body, but it could barely hide her bewitching figure. She smiled and her long white eyelashes fluttered as she kept her gaze towards Zhu Shen. Chapter 545, Celestial City. My name is Elena, the matriarch of the ancient fairies and the guardian of the Ionic Rhaegar wood tree. Aren't you going to at least tell me your name? She introduced herself briefly with a captivating voice. Her golden wings gently flapped as she hovered closer to Zhu Shen. She didn't even put up any defensive skill as she neared him. Zhu Shen. He muttered calmly as he looked at her face. She was indeed beautiful. She could rival Thea in terms of beauty alone, but this didn't affect him in the slightest. When Elena heard his name, she revealed a look of surprise. Eh? It seems like we are truly bound by fate. She giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand. Even her small gestures were full of allure and charm. Zhu Shen frowned upon hearing that. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Please make way. He said with a hint of impatience. He couldn't wait to teach that old dog a lesson that he will never forget. A look of understanding flashed in her eyes when she saw the expression of the man in front of her. She smiled as she nodded her head gently. "All right. I would be grateful if you managed to defeat him." Zhu Shen wasn't surprised that she knew what he was about to do. His name alone was enough to tell him about his identity. The most hated man by Celestial Emperor Lao Go. A man who was sealed in the God Sealing Tower for millions of years. Zhu Shen was going to the path that leads to the central region. With her wits, she knew that Zhu Shen was out for revenge. "Please don't destroy the forest with your powers. You've been recklessly using the power of space since you came into this forest. That's why I came out to warn you." Elena grumbled. Hearing this, Zhu Shen nodded his head apologetically. "I see. I will be careful." He then flew away. He didn't rashly use the power of space this time since it would damage the nearby trees. When he was out of the forested area of the southern region, Zhu Shen's speed erupted by a dozen times. "Elena. I didn't think that there is actually a fourth celestial hidden all this time. That means I'm the fifth person." The power that Elena possessed was a bit stronger than Muka. She should be at the mid-stage celestial god realm just like Asmodeus, but with the support of the Ionic Rhaegar wood tree, she could rival a late-stage celestial. Even with her power, she was still defeated by Lao Go. The small sapling of Ionic Rhaegar wood tree I saw in his room back then must have come from Elena and also the Undying God Spring. Soon, Zhu Shen could finally see the majestic view of the central region. He saw many towering castles and huge fortresses. The buildings and establishments here were also more well-designed. Even the people living here were a lot stronger than in the other regions. Ninth-rank saints were as numerous as the sand, and even nascent god realm experts could only become servants to the true powerhouses. In the celestial city of the central region. This was the city established by Celestial Emperor Lao Go many eons ago. Millions of people swarmed the streets, but the city still seemed spacious despite the large number of tourists and pedestrians. Zhu Shen didn't stop to admire this beautiful scenery. He went straight into the heart of the city where he saw an enormous golden tower that pierced the skies. Trained guards dressed in flashy golden armor patrolled the clouds. They looked at the people living in the city with contempt. Suddenly, the guards noticed a lone figure flying steadily towards the golden tower. Upon seeing this strange man, the guards immediately surrounded the man and glared at him coldly. No one is allowed to fly in the territory of the Celestial Paragon Tower. Anyone who breaks this rule will be detained for 100 years in the Cold Ice Prison. Cold Ice Prison. A notorious place where heinous criminals from all over the world were kept. No one wanted to be imprisoned in such a place. Zhu Shen didn't even bother to glance at the guards. He kept his gaze straight towards the peak of the golden tower. His golden eyes seemed as if they could penetrate the void. The guards felt a chill when they saw his golden eyes. "Intruder, go down this instant and I will allow you to leave this place unharmed." A middle-aged man who seemed to have a higher prestige among the guards said with a cautious tone. He could sense that this silver-haired young man was capable of killing them in just a second. This was what his instincts were telling him. Zhu Shen flicked his finger, sending the middle-aged guard flying like a broken rag doll. His fate was unknown. The guards became silent when they witnessed this absurd scene. That guard was a supreme god realm expert, but this man sent him flying with just a flick of his finger. Their expressions turned cold as they cautiously backed away. They also took their communication crystals and asked for more backup. "We need reinforcements here. It seems like this intruder is a heavenly god realm expert." Zhu Shen walked in midair as he looked at the golden tower. The dozens of guards around him didn't even dare to get close to him. A huge black sword with golden archaic carvings suddenly appeared behind his back. It was a stark contrast to his white robes. "Intruder, you've ignored the warnings of the golden guards. Your imprisonment in the cold ice prison will be extended by 1,000 years. Capture him!" An old golden guard roared as he pointed the tip of his sword at Zhu Shen. Behind him were hundreds of golden guards holding their weapons with hostile gazes. Lao Go, I will commemorate our reunion with the heads of these ants. Zhu Shen muttered callously. Chapter 546, Zhu Shen is back. The old golden guard together with hundreds of his subordinates surrounded Zhu Shen carefully. The silver-haired human still looked unperturbed despite being surrounded by them. This unnerved the golden guards and they couldn't help but tightly hold their weapons. Attack! The old golden guard roared as he pounced. A terrifying force was gathering at the tip of his sword. The golden guards followed their commander and leaped towards Zhu Shen. Their faces were grim as if they were facing a prehistoric savage beast. All forms of attacks were targeting him, but Zhu Shen remained floating in midair with an expressionless face. He calmly swiped his hand at a speed that was indiscernible even to the top experts. A rain of blood followed his casual movement as the decapitated heads of the golden guards flew off from their bodies. A layer of formless energy covered his figure that prevented the rain of blood from staining his white robes. Zhu Shen took a huge chest and placed all the decapitated heads inside. The bloody heads inside the chest looked horrifying. That's him. He killed our comrades. Kill him. Die. Zhu Shen raised his head and saw thousands of golden guards. All of them were strong and there were even a few heavenly god realm golden guard generals among them. It looks like I would need more chests. He smirked. The golden guards were incensed when they saw Zhu Shen smiling at them weirdly. They thought that he was mocking them. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. The Golden Guard generals were also enraged by Zhu Shen's behavior. They were the Golden Guards tasked to protect the Celestial Paragon Tower. It was an honorable position coveted by many people, but it seems like this man didn't think highly of them. This time, Zhu Shen used a spell. He snapped his thumb and middle finger as he muttered. Descent of 1,000 swords. The Golden Guards felt a disturbance above them and they noticed the emergence of more than a few thousand swords. The shocking sight made them abandon their plans of attacking Zhu Shen. What is that? Defensive formation. Quick! The Golden Guards were well trained and they immediately set up a defensive formation. However, Zhu Shen merely chuckled when he saw this futile attempt. Release! He whispered. The thousands of swords produced keening sounds as they shot toward the Golden Guards at breakneck speed. This time it was a rain of swords coming from the sky. The Golden Guards revealed looks of despair when they sensed the fearsome power behind each sword. Pucci! Pucci! Puc! I destroyed some of their heads. What a pity! Zhu Shen muttered in regret when he saw that some of the Golden Guards had their heads penetrated by the swords. Thousands of Golden Guards fell under the onslaught of the swords. They couldn't even scream as they died abruptly. A smiling Zhu Shen took their heads and stuffed them inside the chests that he had prepared. That old bastard is still unaware of my arrival. It seems like he is still underestimating me. He chuckled as he looked at the peak of the golden tower that was hidden behind the clouds. He could sense the arrival of more powerful experts. The elders and elite disciples of the Celestial Paragon Tower have finally made their moves. A look of delight can be seen on Zhu Shen's face when he sensed their presence. More than a dozen old men wearing golden robes slowly descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of elite disciples followed them and more than 1,000,000 golden guards also came into view. What a warm welcome! Celestial Emperor, an intruder has killed thousands of our golden guards outside the tower. He seems to be strong and he has already killed a few of our heavenly god realm experts. An elder reported to Lao Go with a grim expression. Lao Go frowned as he glanced at the elder with a displeased look. You bunch of fools can't even handle a random intruder. The elder could only lower his head when he saw the Celestial Emperor's raging look. I've already dispatched the elders and the elite disciples to take care of him. 1,000,000 golden guards are also on standby in case something happens. This time, Lao Go finally took this matter seriously. A man who could force the Celestial Paragon Tower to summon a dozen elders and 1,000,000 golden guards was unheard of. Wait. There was one such person before. Lao Go's expression darkened considerably as he recalled the face of that man. He waved his hand and dismissed the elder to hide his agitation. Leave and kill that man immediately. The elder noticed the coldness in his voice. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, Celestial Emperor." Familiar faces surrounded Zhu Shen. These were the same people that hunted him back then. How nostalgic! A calm voice drifted from the man with long silver hair. He seemed unaffected despite being surrounded by the top experts of the Celestial Paragon Tower. He had a light smile on his face as he swept his gaze toward the elders. "Have you forgotten me, my old friends?" A deep raspy voice drifted into their ears. For some reason, everyone felt a chill when they heard his words. The elder who came to report to the Celestial Emperor earlier slowly hovered opposite the silver-haired man. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the Golden Tower?" he asked in confusion. The man became silent when the elder asked him that, but he suddenly laughed in a crazy manner. When his laughter stopped, he raised his head, showing a handsome face that was warped with fury and madness. "Dogs of Lao Go, listen carefully. I, Zhu Shen, am back." The faces of everyone took a drastic change when they heard his words. Zhu Shen. It was a name that they would never forget. Because of him, the Celestial Paragon Tower entered a weakened state for 1,000,000 years. Zhu Shen. Chapter 547, Scary Zhu Shen. Dogs of Lao Go. I, Zhu Shen, am back. A powerful voice filled with profound hatred reverberated throughout the entirety of Celestial City. Many of the weaker people collapsed and the others groaned in pain. What was that? Who is that guy? Zhu Shen? How come this name is familiar? The stronger experts quickly adjusted themselves after they heard Zhu Shen's roar. They couldn't believe that someone actually had the guts to provoke the Celestial Paragon Tower. They wondered who this person who called himself Zhu Shen was. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Tower, the elders, elite disciples, and golden guards of the Celestial Paragon Tower stared at Zhu Shen with stunned faces. The new members were confused by the sudden turn of events, while the older members revealed looks of surprise and agitation. "Zhu Shen!" An aged voice echoed. Everyone stared at the Grand Elder. He was the same elder who came to report to the Celestial Emperor earlier about the intruder. An old figure with long ash-grey hair that reached his waist. He had a pair of eyes that was still clear despite his old age. This was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Paragon Tower, Gerald. A figure whose status was only beneath the Sect Master and the Vice Sect Master. Dressed in a set of golden robes with exquisite embroidery, the Grand Elder hovered in front of Zhu Shen like an old spectre. His figure was covered in golden true essence as if he was wary of the man in front of him. Grand Elder Gerald's face turned dark as he faced the silver-haired human. He failed to recognize Zhu Shen's identity earlier since the man's appearance was way different in the past, but now that he took a clearer look at his golden eyes, the old Grand Elder finally noticed the similarities. "It is indeed you, Zhu Shen. To think that you are still alive even after being trapped in the God Sealing Tower. Your life is as tenacious as a cockroach." The old man tried to sound domineering, but unconsciously lowered his gaze when he met Zhu Shen's golden eyes. Scary. The old man felt nervous in his heart, but he couldn't show his fear in front of their members. "Gerald, it seems like you have regrown your limbs and even your eyes have fully recovered. However, do you really think that you can stop me just because you've recovered?" It was a voice that was filled with mockery and derision. The eyes of the Grand Elder trembled when he heard Zhu Shen's words. That's right. When they were tasked to capture Zhu Shen back then, many of their elites were killed. At that time, Zhu Shen was like an invincible war god who killed everyone with his sword. The Grand Elder had his limbs cut off and his eyes were also plucked by Zhu Shen. If not for the arrival of the Celestial Emperor, he would have died right there. Grand Elder Gerald concealed the fear in his heart and raised his head to look at Zhu Shen's face. The man's face was indifferent just like it was before. He hasn't changed. Zhu Shen, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat the entire Celestial Paragon Tower by yourself. And even if you defeat us, the Celestial Emperor will avenge us and seal you once again in the God-sealing tower." The Grand Elder shouted back. The shoulders of Zhu Shen were visibly trembling. Grand Elder Gerald thought that Zhu Shen was scared when he mentioned the Celestial Emperor, but when he squinted his eyes, he saw Zhu Shen smiling weirdly. Did he become crazy? "Are you afraid?" Before the Grand Elder could even finish, his head was suddenly detached from his body. The figure of Zhu Shen was now behind the headless corpse of the Grand Elder. In his hand was the bloodied decapitated head of the old man. Silence. Only the light rustling of vines could be heard in the surroundings. Zhu Shen stared at the head in his hand and placed it inside a chest. His expression couldn't be seen since he was looking down at the head. Everyone absent-mindedly watched as he quietly placed the head of their Grand Elder inside an old wooden chest. They were horrified when they saw countless bloody heads inside the chest. "This man is scary," they thought. A few minutes earlier, Lao Go was in his room, busy thinking about how he should desecrate the body of Thea. A perverted smile can be seen on his face. "Oh, Thea! My love, beautiful wife! Your husband will welcome your return with a big surprise," he muttered with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a clear knocking sound from the door was heard. The Celestial Emperor frowned and suppressed his perverted desires. "Come inside." The one who came was Gerald, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Paragon Tower. He reported about an intruder who had trespassed the territory of the Golden Tower. Gerald mentioned that the intruder has killed many of their golden guards. Lao Go was angered that his time was wasted on this nonsensical report. He didn't care about the death of those golden guards at all. It was their fault that they had died at the hands of someone. After scolding the Grand Elder, Lao Go dismissed him with an exasperated look. "Yes, Celestial Emperor." Grand Elder Gerald left and the room regained its silence. "Useless bastard. They even had to report such a minor matter to me. A bunch of trash." Lao Go slammed the armrest of his throne. Rage was slowly building up on his face. He slowly leaned on his throne and massaged his temples, but a loud resonating voice made him jump up in shock. "Dogs of Lao Go! I, Zhu Shen, am back." His soul was in turmoil when he heard the familiar voice. The face of Lao Go changed and it became terrifyingly cold. Lao Go gritted his teeth and balled his hands into fists. Jiu Shen. Chapter 548, Lao Go consumed by his heart demon. Lao Go abruptly stood up, apoplectic with rage. His body trembled and his fierce-looking eyes narrowed with killing intent. The floor beneath his feet was covered in cracks as the intensity of his aura exploded like a violent storm. He could hear the loud explosions outside the Golden Tower, but with his mind clouded by rage, he ignored what was happening. Bang! Bang! The lofty Golden Tower shook as the battle outside intensified. Lao Go's mind was in a mess and even his fourth-level heart realm couldn't stop the raging emotions within him. Heart demons! Lao Go was consumed by his heart demons in his moment of fury and he wasn't even aware of this. His consciousness had already merged with the crazed instincts invading his mind. Boom! A large hole was blown at the side of the throne room and a lone figure dressed in white robes entered with an expressionless look. He then took out a dozen wooden chests filled with decapitated heads. Blood leaked out from the gaps of the box, filling the throne room with a nauseating scent of death. Zhu Shen raised his head and stared at Lao Go. His golden eyes were covered in a profound glow. Zhu Shen squinted his eyes when he saw the deranged look of Lao Go. He then let out a mocking smile as he muttered. A celestial that allowed himself to be consumed by his heart demons. Impressive. Truly impressive. Lao Go tilted his head towards Zhu Shen. He sent a bone-piercing glance towards the man, but Zhu Shen merely smiled upon seeing this. "Did you like my gift, old dog?" His voice was gentle as if he was meeting a friend, but there was a freezing coldness in his gaze. Grr! Roar! Lao Go let out a roar similar to the howls of maddened savage beasts. A golden spear appeared in his hand as he lunged forward. The golden spear in his hand emitted a sacred golden light that was filled with archaic power. Zhu Shen grabbed the sword behind his back and deflected the spear thrust. Boom! His long silver hair and his white robes fluttered under the violent collision of their weapons. The walls of the throne room slowly crumbled, destroying the once majestic image. So you've also reached the late stage of the celestial god realm. I thought that you would be weaker than Jian Wang, but you didn't disappoint me, Lao Go. Zhu Shen said with a wide smile on his face. He thought that their battle would be a one-sided one, but from the looks of it, Lao Go, who was consumed by his heart demon, could at least put up a decent fight. Lao Go glared at Zhu Shen and twirled his spear before plunging it. Swoosh! Lao Go summoned a barrage of spear thrusts that left thousands of afterimages. Swoosh! Bang! Zhu Shen rolled to the side and evaded the blade of the spear. He was impressed by Lao Go's weapon. When he observed it, Zhu Shen realized that the spear was a celestial rank weapon. With a length of 3 meters and a slightly curved blade, this spear looked similar to an ancient guandao. That spear! It was a weapon that couldn't be made by normal means. No weapon maker was capable enough to create such a powerful spear. That means his spear was something that was made eons ago. Zhu Shen believed that Lao Go must have found the golden spear in a spirit world. Lucky bastard! Swoosh! Zhu Shen carefully deflected the spear strikes while maneuvering himself into a more suitable position for a counterattack. Roar! Lao Go gathered his true essence into his spear and summoned a fearsome golden dragon spirit. The incorporeal golden dragon roared and opened its gaping mouth. Several clusters of golden lights converged in the mouth of the dragon spirit. It then fired a golden beam towards Zhu Shen. The powerful energy from the golden beam made Zhu Shen feel threatened. He gathered his true essence as he raised his sword. Bong! Zhu Shen was thrown outside of the golden tower. He spun in midair to stabilize himself. There was no injury in his body and he seemed to be unaffected even after receiving that attack. Not bad. He muttered with a smile as he watched the imposing golden tower slowly collapse. An incorporeal golden dragon emerged behind the clouds of dust. Lao Go stood on top of the dragon's head with the guandao in his hand. He looked back at the broken golden tower, and his eyes regained a trace of clarity upon seeing the sorry sight. He then turned his gaze towards Zhu Shen, who was looking at him. Kill! Lao Go pointed his spear forward and urged the golden dragon to increase its speed. Roar! Zhu Shen skillfully brandished his sword as he muttered. Frigid dragon sword flash! A distinct draconic cry echoed as an icy blue dragon spirit emerged and clashed with Lao Go's golden dragon. Boom! Lao Go hurriedly retreated and flew off when he sensed the danger. Gold and blue fragments of light fell to the ground. The figure of 2 people hovered in midair. Their clothes fluttered along with the wind. The 1,000-kilometer area around them had already become a scene of chaos. Shattered mountains, broken trees, and dead savage beasts littered the ground. Only the fierce blowing of wind can be heard around them. Zhu Shen was the one who broke the silence. Lao Go, even with your celestial rank weapon, you still can't defeat me. If you don't use the God Sealing Tower now, you will die in just a few moves. His sharp words reverberated throughout the entire celestial city. The remaining inhabitants who managed to stay conscious during their battle shivered as they stared at the skies. They could only see 2 small dots hovering behind the clouds. Everyone couldn't believe that there was actually someone who could fight evenly against Celestial Emperor Lao Go other than Jian Wang and Asmodeus. Let's leave this place. Quick! We would only die if we remain here. We're done for once they begin fighting again. Run! Chapter 549, The Greatest Mystery. Zhu Shen eyed Lao Go like a wolf staring at its prey. He has been holding back his power all this time. This was the perfect opportunity to test the extent of his abilities, so he decided to play with Lao Go for a little while. They might have the same level of cultivation, but the difference in their physique and techniques would eventually be revealed as their battle continues. Zhu Shen was confident that he could overpower Lao Go. The insanity in Lao Go's eyes lessened as he forcefully quelled his heart demon using his spiritual power. This was only a temporary measure since heart demons were very difficult to remove. Zhu Shen, you were only a heavenly god realm back then, but I envied you. I have everything that anyone could only dream of, but there was one thing that I couldn't get. Lao Go revealed a look of melancholy as he recalled a beautiful image. A woman with perfect facial features and otherworldly grace. Zhu Shen went silent when he saw Lao Go acting like this. He didn't think that such a man would show a mortal-like expression. Even so, Zhu Shen's gaze remained cold as he quietly listened. She was perfect. I've liked her for a long time, but no matter what I did, she never reciprocated my feelings. It was then that I discovered the reason. It's because of you. I'll fucking kill you. Roar. Once again consumed by his heart demons, Lao Go swiped his Guandao, causing the space around him to tear apart. Chaotic energies fluctuated intensely like a raging storm. Clonk. Zhu Shen calmly blocked the golden spear with his sword. The archaic carvings on the baleful dragon's sacred sword's body were giving off a faint golden glow. Lao Go was thrown away when their weapons clashed and he stabilized himself by somersaulting in midair. He nimbly stood on top of the clouds as he stared at Zhu Shen's figure. The man remained calm and even his white robes was still spotlessly clean. On the other hand, Lao Go lowered his head and saw that his hands were slightly trembling from the violent impact of their strikes. He couldn't accept that Zhu Shen has overtaken his power after a million years of being gone. Lao Go's eyes slowly became calm. He lifted his head and said, Zhu Shen, I've been wondering all this time. How were you reborn? The God-sealing tower can even seal a celestial's soul, so how could your soul escape from its clutches when you were only a heavenly god realm at that time? Facing the sudden question from his rival, Zhu Shen also began to ask himself. How did he escape the God-sealing tower? I died at that time. As to how I escaped from the God-sealing tower. Zhu Shen shook his head, feeling puzzled. Lao Go frowned and stared at the skies. He muttered silently. It seems like that man has also chosen you. If it's him, it should be possible. Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing his words. What are you saying? Lao Go turned his gaze towards Zhu Shen and gave him a cold smile. Do you really think Celestial God Realm is the end of cultivation? Fool! I've seen it. I've seen the power that goes beyond the realm of the Celestials. A power so strong that he could stop the destruction of a crumbling spirit world. This Guandao. Lao Go glanced at his weapon and continued. I received this from him inside that spirit world. Not even the blacksmiths of the old era are capable of making this weapon. If it's him, your revival isn't impossible, but why did he revive you? Why? Lao Go screamed like an enraged lion. He pointed the tip of his Guandao towards Zhu Shen and summoned 1,000 spells. Brilliant rays of deadly light flashed towards Zhu Shen. Bang! 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 Multiple explosions echoed as the ground was struck by the torrent of lights. Hundreds of deep craters littered the once beautiful city. Broken buildings and collapsed houses can be seen everywhere. Some weaker civilians even died during their battle. Luckily, a few benevolent experts living in the city evacuated the survivors. At this moment, there are only a few stranded people that remained in Celestial City. It was only a matter of time before they would die from the aftermath of the ferocious battle. Bong! Boom! Clang! 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 Above the clouds, Zhu Shen and Lao Go had already exchanged thousands of moves. Their movements were swift and only their after-images could be faintly seen. Zhu Shen was still thinking about the words that Lao Go has spoken. Celestial God Realm wasn't the end of cultivation? A person whose power goes beyond the Celestials? When he thought deeply about these words, Zhu Shen began to suspect who this person was. Why did he give Lao Go a celestial rank Guandao? And is it true that he was revived by this person? It was absurd, but Zhu Shen believed that it might be possible. The strange system, the unending number of celestial rank items, his mysterious revival. He had so many questions, but the only one who could possibly answer him at this moment was the crazy old man in front of him. Wait! Zhu Shen casually deflected a spear strike and flew a distance away. There is one such place that 3 celestials failed to go. Zhu Shen said while looking at his rival. Lao Go lowered down his Guandao and scoffed in disdain. Are you talking about the 3 towers of Divine Dao? So you've finally realized it, hey? That's right. I suspect that the one who gave me this weapon lives in that floating city. I tried flying to that place, but I couldn't even reach halfway. Perhaps all our questions would be answered after we reach that place. 3 towers of Divine Dao. The floating city that has become the greatest mystery in the primordial god realm. Many tried to fly straight into this mysterious floating city, but everyone failed. No one knew what this place was or who lives in it.